16 marbles from different countries collide on a soccer field. 16 countries, only one winner. Get to know who they are. Portugal versus Colombia, USA versus Iran, Uruguay versus Japan, Mexico versus Vietnam, Argentina versus France, Indonesia versus Brazil, Gurnani versus Spain, Russia versus Ecuador. Welcome to the Marble World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Ecuador takes it. 1-0 over Russia, and they advance in the round of 16 at Fubeca race. Portugal takes it. 2-0 over Colombia, and they advance at Fubeca race. Coming up next, France versus Argentina at the Marble World Cup. Takes a 2-0 victory, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Up next in the round of 16, Mexico versus Vietnam at the Marble World Cup. Second half. Vietnam takes it. 2-1 in the second half, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Coming up next, Brazil versus Indonesia at the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes it. 2-1 victory, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Round of 16 coming up. Uruguay versus Japan at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay takes it. 1-0 victory, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Get ready for a classic. Spain faces Germany in the Marble World Cup. All square. Spain and Germany are tied at 2-2, and we're heading to the second half at the Marble World Cup. Over Germany, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. High stakes coming up. United States versus Iran, battling for the final quarterfinal spot at the Marble World Cup. United States edges it. 1-0 victory, and they claim the final quarterfinal spot in the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinals are set. Ecuador takes on Spain in the Marble World Cup. Another big matchup ahead. United States versus Portugal in the Marble World Cup. United States gets it done. 1-0 over Portugal, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. A heavyweight clash is coming up. Brazil versus France in the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes control. 2-0 over France, and Brazil is through to the semifinals of the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinal action continues. Uruguay faces Vietnam in the Marble World Cup. Uruguay gets the win, 1-0 over Vietnam, and Uruguay moves on in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. Brazil is through to the final. Now it's time for semifinal 2, United States versus Uruguay in the Marble World Cup. United States seals it. 3-1 over Uruguay, and the United States is through to the Marble World Cup final. A historic final is set. United States versus Brazil for the Marble World Cup title. Third place on the line, Uruguay versus Spain at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay claims the podium, 1-0 over Spain, and Uruguay finishes third in the Marble World Cup. It all comes down to this. United States versus Brazil in the grand final of the Marble World Cup. The final will be played in 2 halves, with a short break in between, just like in official football. Brazil leads at halftime, 3-1 over United States after the first half. Brazil and United States back on track for the final stretch. Brazil are champions, 5-3 over the United States, and Brazil lifts the Marble World Cup trophy. Brazil earned this title. Consistency, control, and composure made the difference from start to finish in the Marble World Cup.
have a packed house here for the first event of the 2021 Marble Champions League. As we welcome you inside of Marble Fubeca Stadium, you have a look at our gigantic trophy here for our winner, which will be determined not today, but a little bit later on. We've got 12 teams competing. We've got fans from all 12 teams from across their countries and across the world here to see today's first event, as well as some fans who are just in it for the fun. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersea, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's coverage of our first event of the 2021 Marbles Champions League. In just a few moments, you're going to see all 12 of our teams that are competing make their way onto the stage and get a chance to show themselves in front of their fans and in front of the entire world watching today. As I said, 12 teams competing to be named the ultimate Marble Champion. Let's meet the teams. Nobody knows how to do an opening quite like Marble Fubeca here at the Marble Fubeca Stadium. It was an exciting moment just moments ago as these teams made their first appearances in front of their fans. You see some of those amazing marbles, the different designs, and the great logos for these teams as they were getting a chance to become acquainted with these fans who will watch them over the next few weeks, find their favorites, and root for their ultimate winners. The teams are ready, the fans are ready, we are ready, let's go. It's event number 1, this is target shooting. So you look inside of today's event stadium, where we will be doing target shooting as we just said. We were in the main lobby moments ago, now we turn our eyes toward center court. And an opportunity for these 12 teams to make their first impressions in front of their fans. There are the pins, those orange pins that they will be shooting for. There are 21 pins, so an opportunity for 21 points. Similar to the way that you would score in bowling, you're looking to knock down those pins just like you would in bowling. There is the single lane course, which includes an upward hill that they're going to go over. I believe there's a shooting mechanism inside of that tunnel there, which should help with some speed. Be interesting to see as there are 7, I believe that is. 7 different levels on this pyramid here where our pins are located. I'm going to try to see where is the best location. If you've been with us for a while here on Marble Fubeca, you know how the tournaments work. There are 4 groups, Group A, B, C, and D. Top 2 will qualify from each group, move into 2 semifinals. The top 2 from each of those semifinals will advance into the final round where they'll place first through fourth. First team out of the gate, Group A, it's the Archangels. Here we go. And a score of 19 pins down, so 19 points on the board for the Archangels. Let's have a look at the replay here. A great slow-mo. There are, misspoke, 6 levels there, and it looked like that was a hit on the 3rd level, a little bit off to the right side. So not exactly even from the Archangels, but still 19 points. Can't do a whole lot better than that, so a strong start for the Archangels. We'll see if that's enough to survive Group A. But a strong start for them, as the Savage Jackal will be the next to go, and they are released. And a score of 15. They left some to be desired there. 6 pins on the bottom left alone. Let's see. That was a little bit too high. In between the 2nd and 3rd levels there, didn't have enough of a centralized location there for the Savage Jackal, so they leave a little bit more to be desired. and score 15. They move into second here, the Vikings, and they will pick up 17 points. And with that, the Archangels are locked into the next round, and the Savage Jackal are out. So it'll come down to the Vikings, as we'll have a look one more time at their replay. It looks like it's very similar to what the Archangels put up, just a little bit higher. And so it didn't get a whole lot of contact with those bottom two layers. Had to rely on pins falling on top of pins. Worked out a little bit better than the Savage Jackal, but not as well as the Archangels. Last team up is the Janitors here in Group A. Let's see what they can do. They're up, they're through, and it's a clean sweep. 21 on the board for the Janitors. They're through. Advancing with them are the Archangels, and the Vikings and Savage Jackal are eliminated. Let's see where the Janitors located this one. Looks like it's perfect, right in the middle between the bottom two rows there, and you can't do it a whole lot better than that. The Janitors off to a strong start with 21 points and did it in 2.7 seconds. It was the slowest run, likely because they were the lowest where they made contact with the pyramid there. So advance the Archangels and the Janitors into the first semifinal. And Group B now will begin with the Steel Brothers. We'll see what they can put forward. They're off. Going through, and they have a clean sweep. 21 points on the board for the Steel Brothers. At a time of 2:667. Let's see where they made contact. Was it the same as just moments ago? Looks pretty similar. A little bit further to the right side there, so it wasn't as even in terms of being centered up, but still worked just as well. A lot of speed carried, and the Steel Brothers off to a strong start, likely advancing into the next round. But you never know as we move on to Tatu Bola. Stands for the 3 balls. Let's see what they can do. They're hoping they're going to score more than 3. They didn't score anything. Oh my, it's a clean miss from Tatu Bola. And they are in trouble. Wow, that is extremely disappointing. So they are almost guaranteed to be eliminated, as here are the Trojans, and they pick up 19 points. So that'll move Tatu Bola out of here. We'll lock in the Steel Brothers, and let's have a look at this replay here for the Trojans, see how it worked. Looked like a little bit better location than we've seen on a couple of these, but only able to even what the Archangels did at the beginning of this tournament in Group A. The Trojans are on the hot seat here. Can they advance, or will it be Swiftblade? We'll see what they can do. They are released from the holding cell. Off they go, and a clean sweep. They do it in a time of 2:753. They take the second transfer spot. The group win will go to the Steel Brothers, but Swiftblade puts up our 3rd clean sweep out of the first 8 competitors to go. And you can see a pretty solid run there. So 8 teams done, 8 teams to go. I misspoke earlier and referred to our tournament with 12 teams. It's 16. Obviously, I mentioned them all, just got the math a little wrong there in my head. 16 teams, 8 down, 8 to go. Here's the Lynx Ruffus. And, oh, that was interesting. We'll have to have a look at this and see what the replay shows us. Almost looked like they missed. Let's have a look. They put up 16. Sure enough, they didn't make contact with any of the pins, made contact with the surface that's holding the pins together, enough to kind of ruffle them around, and a few of them fall, and a pretty good score there, considering the fact that they didn't make any contact whatsoever with a single pin. 16 points on the board. Here's Flush. And they will knock down all 21. Certainly made contact there as we have a look at this replay. Not very solid contact, though. So Group C has done it in different ways than our first 2 groups did. Making pretty solid contact with the pins early on were the first 2 groupings. Not the case, though, in this Group C. One completely missed but got away with 16 points. The other, not a super solid contact, but all 21 pins are down. Here's the Snow Wolves, and they put up 20. So the Snow Wolves in a strong position. The Lynx Ruffus, they are going to be eliminated here in the group stage. Flush is officially in. And it will come down to the Snow Wolves with 20 points. Can't do a whole lot better than that, so they are in a pretty good spot, but you've seen it's not impossible to score these strikes, for lack of a better term, as the Speedy Hunters will try to do just that and advance into the semifinal, and they'll come up just short. 19 points on the board, not good enough. As we look at the replay and see where could that last pin have come from. Oh, wow, you can see the one that's on the left there kind of wiggled a little bit. Couldn't get it done, and so the Flush and the Snow Wolves advance to the semifinal. And this will bring up our final group. Here is Oris 1. And they knock down all 21. A pretty common theme. Seems as though it's not too incredibly difficult to hit them all, which means that you might get a time tiebreaker at some point later on here. And that one looked very similar to the first 21 we scored at the beginning of this matchup, and that was a pretty solid one there from Oris 1. That will bring up now Onyx. And they put up 18 points. Left 3 on. A little bit off to the right side. That was perfect location in terms of height, where you want to put that in between the first and second level seems to be the way to go. But off to the right side caused a little bit of a problem. They moved to 18 points. Here are the Blue Jackets. Looked like they were moving a little slow there. Yeah. No, actually, in fact, they had the fastest run. Guess it just looked a little strange there, and they put it right in the middle. Put up 21. They are in now because of that time tiebreaker, so Oris 1 is not technically in. Onyx is out. And now it'll be up to the Sphery Spiders to determine our last member of the semifinals. They're going to knock down 17, and I don't think they hit any of the pins either. Yeah, again, they make contact with that surface that's holding up the pins, and the vibrations there, able to knock down a few, but not enough. And so we will not see somebody that knocks down all the pins not advance. It got close there at the end. If they had knocked all of them down, somebody was going to not fail at all, but yet not make it into the next round. As our semifinals are set now, Group D advances Oris 1 and the Blue Jackets. There are the semifinals, A and B. And so the semifinals begin again where we started the first round with the Archangels. They're off and running, and they put up 20. You can see that one lone pin that stayed up had a little bit of a hard time remaining on the platform there. In fact, it looked like it was off just a little bit, but not enough to be able to, yeah, as you can see there, not enough to be able to actually knock it off. And so they put up 20. Here are the Janitors who had the first 21, and they just missed. Happens for the second time. A complete whiff from the Janitors, who were so strong in their first group matchup. Let's see, how close was it? Not very close at all, it seems. Hard to tell the depth perception there, but it looked like they may have just missed it pretty badly. Here's the Steel Brothers. They put up 21 as well, and they'll put up 19 this time. So that will move the Archangels into the final. First team to go will seemingly be the first team to go all the way into the final. As they advance with a score of 20, the Steel Brothers are in a strong position, but certainly not guaranteed. Here's Swiftblade. Let's see what they can do. They need a big score, and they get it! 21 for Swiftblade. They're advancing. The Archangels pass with 20, and it's a score of 19 for the Steel Brothers, but they are not going to advance into the final. Swiftblade left one on the platform there, but what you need to do is knock it off, in terms of, or knock it over, I guess I should say, and that's what they did. It was laying on its side, so it counts as a point. Either way, they would have advanced, but Swiftblade is through. Into our second semifinal, we begin with the Snow Wolves, and they put up 21, another strong run. And perfectly done. That is where you want to go, in the middle of the either bottom row or right in between the first and second levels. There is really where you want to be. Let's see what Flush can do to try to answer that score of 21. They went a little bit too high. They'll pick up 18. The Snow Wolves are through, and you can see, like I said, you want to be between levels 1 and 2. Meanwhile, they're all the way up there in between levels 4 and 5. That's pretty high. And in fact, that's a pretty good score for how high of a contact location that was for flush. But they do put up 18. Not a bad score at all. Here's Oris 1. See what they can do. And they're going to put up 20. So that will eliminate flush. The Snow Wolves are through. And yeah, just left one on there. Will that come back to haunt Oris 1? We'll find out. The Blue Jackets hope it does. And it will! The Blue Jackets put them all down, and they advance to the final. They will join the Snow Wolves out of semifinal B. And it is the one pin that Oris 1 left on the board that will come back to haunt them, as they will finish in the second grouping, unable to get to the finals. That is a disappointing end for Oris 1, and in just such a disappointing fashion. So the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets advancing into the final here of target shooting. Been a very up and down. We've seen a lot of 21s. We've seen a couple of zeros. Here's the Archangels, and they will put up a modest 17. I don't think that's good enough, to be honest with you. Certainly not going to be enough to win it for the Archangels. See if they can maybe place on the podium for second or third. Obviously, there's that awkward fourth-place finisher who gets to the final but doesn't get to be put on the podium there. Here is Swiftblade. They hope that they're not the one that has that happen, and they won't be. 21 for Swiftblade. They're in the driver's seat. And keep an eye on the time. Not the fastest time by any stretch. A 2:7.53. It was faster than the Archangels, but certainly not the fastest time we've seen. And it might come down to that if you get multiple that are going to score all 21. Let's see what the Snow Wolves do. Swiftblade trying to hold on to the lead. There is 20 points on the board. And Swiftblade remains in the lead. The Snow Wolves take over second. They guarantee themselves a podium finish. They will not win. And it looks like it was just a little bit too low and off to the right. And I think that it may have been... Yeah, it was one of those two pins that are right in the middle on the bottom row that stayed. Last hope is the Blue Jackets. Will it be Swiftblade or the Blue Jackets? They are off, and they missed it! And the Blue Jackets, with our third whiff of this tournament, it will cost them a spot on the podium. But they do finish fourth. The Archangels slide into a bronze. Silver for the Snow Wolves, and of course Swiftblade with a very strong statement. You see their fans are excited. Cheering section going crazy with the Swiftblade flags. Very nice touch there by that fan base. They were ready, hoping to see their team do well, and they did. Swiftblade wins event number 1, target shooting of the 2021 Marble Champions. As you have a look at the results, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, Archangels, Blue Jackets, Oris 1. The top 5 go all the way down to Patu Bola, who finishes last, does not score a point. Savage Jackal picked up just 1 point. Disappointing start. Here are the overall standings. Swiftblade, the Snow Wolves, the Archangels, the Blue Jackets, Oris 1, Steel Brothers, Flush, the Janitors, Trojans, Speedy Hunters. That's the top 10. Keep an eye on our podium finishes. Those will show up at the end of every event, showing you how many medals have been won, as well as how many first place finishes for our different teams. But ultimately, you want to have the most amount of points. We've seen that in previous events here on Marble Fubeca, different tournaments in which it's not necessarily just about wins, but it's about consistency. Congratulations to the Archangels. They finished third. A silver for the Snow Wolves, but today they all aspire to be Swiftblade. 20 points, a gold medal, and the lead in the championship standings. They are automatically now, after one event, they are the team to beat. One down. The anticipation and the nerves of opening week are through, and now these teams look to continue either a strong start or build on something that maybe wasn't the best start as we begin the real bulk of this schedule in the Marble Champions 2021. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Biderzuki. Glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. This is our second event of the 2021 Marble Champions. A more traditional event, as you see the starting gates for this sprint style event today. An opportunity for these teams to show off their speed after a little bit more skill and precision was needed in our first event. This one's pure speed. It's just a long sprint right in front of the home stretch, and all the fans in the stands. Glad to have them here as always. And there is the entire course with the starting gates up the front. On the left side, on the right side, you'll have the finishing gate. Here are the overall standings after one event. Swiftblade won our opening event, so they are in the lead with 20 points, leading by 3 over the Snow Wolves, who took silver, and the Archangels, who took a bronze, leading the group. But everybody really still in it after just one event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 2 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the sprint race. So again, as you see, this course, typically you'll see winds and curves and different obstacles for these marbles to avoid. That is not the case today. All about pure speed. Here are the groupings for today's event. Different groups. The style will work the same. Top 2 from each group will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal will advance into our finale. We'll start with Group A. They are the Steel Brothers, Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, and Flush. And they come out of the gates. Here we go. And out in front, it looks like it's Flush and Steel Brothers coming across the line. Steel Brothers takes the lead, and Flush takes the second advancement place. They get the transfer spot over the Snow Wolves, who finish third. Tatu Bola finishes in last in that grouping, and so they will not advance. You can see Flush in the green. Look like they got out to the lead at first. Those are the silver marbles of the Steel Brothers. Not surprising based on the name. And there is the pass for the lead right at the end. A little bit of contact between the top 2 finishers. Let's have a look. And everything within at least a marble length there. Nothing too crazy. And so the Flush and the Steel Brothers will advance into the first semifinal out of Group A. Group B, the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, the Archangels, and the Savage Jackal. They release, and right now it looks like it's the Savage Jackal in the lead, followed by the Sphery Spiders. But here come the Janitors, and did the Savage Jackal advance? They did. They just beat out the Archangels. And the Janitors come from behind after running in 3rd or 4th for the majority of that short sprint. Let's see where that run happens. They run the fastest time so far at a 4:9.45. Yeah, they just picked up a lot of speed toward the end. How close was it for second? Looks like it was pretty close. Pretty close all the way around. With the exception, really, of 4th place. Looked like the Sphery Spiders weren't really in it as much as the other 3, but that was a tight run there. And so the Janitors and the Savage Jackal advance into the semifinal. They will take on Flush and the Steel Brothers. Moving to Group C, this is the Vikings, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Oris 1. They come out of the gates, and it's the Trojans and the Vikings in the lead, and they look like they've got a pretty big lead. Yeah, it's just no matter who's going to win, it's the Trojans. Pretty significant there. That was over 0.2 of a second between 2nd and 3rd, and it was never close. Oris 1 finished 3rd, Onyx takes 4th, but neither will advance, obviously, through one of those transfer spots of the group stage. The Trojans led wire to wire there. The Vikings with a strong finish as well to take 2nd place, and they both advance into semifinal B. And the final grouping will include Swiftblade, our points standings leader. Also the Lynx Rufus, Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets. And they are off. Bad start for Swiftblade. It's the Speedy Hunters and the Blue Jackets. They will advance. Exactly 1/10 of a second between 2nd and 3rd. That was Swiftblade. And almost another full 10th back to the Lynx Rufus. They struggled. Let's have a look. It just looked like Lynx Rufus banging off the walls caused some problems. Side by side for the majority of the race for 1st place. But in these group stages, you only need to be 1st or 2nd. Wow, yeah, it was close coming across the line for who was going to win the stage or win the group staging here, but not close for who's going to advance. It was a pretty easy win there for the top 2. We have another look at it. Let's see, coming across the line, how close? Pretty close. And so that will move the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters into semifinal B. And here's the first semifinal. We go back to the Janitors, the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, and Flush. The Janitors have the fastest time so far. Can they do it again? They are in the lead. Here is the Flush in second. Savage Jackal making a run. Cannot get it done. The Janitors and Flush advance. Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers will have to settle for a 5th through 8th place finish. Savage Jackal made a run there. Yeah, the Janitors are they're pretty darn fast right now. It'd be interesting to see if they keep that through the final. If they do, there's nobody that's going to beat them. They have the most speed right now. To see if they're able to get a clean run in the final, because they're in, as are Flush. Savage Jackal made a strong run. Steel Brothers struggled, in fact, because they made contact there with the Janitors. They never crossed the finish line. So the Janitors and Flush are into the final. And now semifinal B. With the Trojans, the Speedy Hunters, the Blue Jackets, and the Vikings. Here we go. And right now it's the Vikings and the Blue Jackets in the lead. Here come the Trojans. They're going to take over second place. They're going to get it done at the line. And that was the fastest time. Yeah, the Vikings just ran a faster time than the Janitors did in the first round, which was the fastest time to that point. A 4.658 is the best time now of this event, and it belongs to the Vikings, and they do it en route to a semifinal win and an advancement into the final, and did it by a pretty large margin. Second place was pretty close. The Trojans got it done, and so they get to fight for a win here in the sprint race. Blue Jackets were close, but just could not get enough at the end. So moving into the final, here we go. Flush, Trojans, the Janitors, and the Vikings. And they're off. And if it's not the Janitors or the Trojans, it'd be a shock. They are side by side, cutting in front, and getting the win are the Janitors. Unbelievable move. Shut the door. Have another look at it, and that was a great move by the Janitors. Pretty strong run by Flush as well to stay up there with those top two that clearly had the speed. Almost looked like there was some drafting going on as Flush tried to go from one side to another. And watch right here. You can see cutting a little bit farther in front, just clearing the Trojans. And that's where the Janitors make their move, shut the door, and will win this one. Boy, that was an unbelievable move. We'll see it again from this angle. I mean, you just can't do it better than that. So the Janitors get the win and do it with 1 speed and 2. A great move to make sure that they stayed in front of the Trojans. They are the winners of event number 2, the sprint race. And congratulations to them. A huge win for them and a show that clearly the Janitors have speed. And so you better watch out if you're doing a speed event here in the Marble Champions League in 2021, because the Janitors may just be the team to beat if that's the case. Great run by them. They'll make their way up to the podium as well as our 2nd and 3rd place finishers. But they're the ones that get the big trophy. Look at the overall standings from today. The results, the Janitors pick up 20 points with that win. The Trojans finish 2nd, Flush 3rd, Vikings 4th, and the Savage Jackal 5th. They're all the way down to Onyx, Lynx Rufus, and Tatu Bola, who finish in the final last 3 positions. In fact, that 4th last position was actually Swiftblade. So Swiftblade's going to drop to 4th. The Janitors take a 4-point lead. It's a tie for 2nd between the Trojans and Flush. They each have a medal. Gold for the Janitors as they get it done today. And get it done in pretty impressive fashion. It was a show of speed and a show of precision as well at the end, with that move to cut in front of the Trojans and not allow any kind of last-second shenanigans from them. So they get the win. Congratulations to Flush. They pick up 24 points with a 3rd place finish. Or they're now sitting at 24 points, with a 3rd place finish. So are the Trojans after a 2nd place finish. They're now at 24 points. Both are tied for second, but all today, they all aspire to be. After an event all about speed, we shift our focus back to the skill as we begin event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bitosiki, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. Our grand arena once again today, as we are 2 events through, and now just one speed event and 1 skill event. We should go back to the skill side of things. There's the cup that they'll be fighting for today and throughout the remainder of this season. Let's have a look at how the teams are doing so far. Right now, the overall leaders are the Janitors by 4 points over the Trojans and Flush. Swiftblade, after a win in event number 1, has dropped to 4th. The Janitors are the leaders. They are ready. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Let's do it. It's event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the soccer dribble. As you have a look at this soccer field down there with the Marble Champions and Marble Fubeca logo, and there are some obstacles to navigate. A couple of goals down at the end, and we'll see what this event is all about. As you can see there, got some scoring opportunities. You know how it works in terms of the setup for today's tournament. As always here in the Marble Champions League, the groupings change, so there are the groups for you. We begin with Group A, which is the Vikings, the Lynx Roughest, the Blue Jackets, and the Steel Brothers. They are off, and we'll see who can get through. And a couple of goals, maybe. There's one and another. And the Vikings score at the very end. They advance, as do the Steel Brothers. Lynx Roughest and the Blue Jackets, they were the first to get down, but they do not score a goal. And they are eliminated with 2 and 1 points, respectively, as you see them go down on either side right there. Have a look. Easy goal for the Steel Brothers, and a little bit of a knock there from the goalie. Almost cost the Vikings their goal. But they are able to advance, as well as the Steel Brothers, into the first semifinal. And here's Group B. This is Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, the Janitors, and the Speedy Hunters. So our leaders are a part of this group. Let's see where the scoring goes, and nobody will score a goal. The Snow Wolves picked up 4. The Speedy Hunters pick up 2. And so the Janitors are championship leaders, as well as Tatu Bola. They are eliminated here in the group stage. Let's have another look and see how it happened. You can see up at the top of the screen there, even coming out of the lines there. Not a good run at all for the Janitors. Not really a good run for anybody. Nobody got close to a goal whatsoever. But good enough for the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. They are advancing into semifinal A. And so the group stage moves to Group C, which consists of the Savage Jackal, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Flush. And let's see what happens. Do we have a goal? Oh, we almost did. The Onyx picked up 2, nearly scored a goal. They'll still advance, as do the Savage Jackal. And the Trojans, by way of the time that it took them to score, are going to be eliminated after a 3-way tie with 2 points. The Trojans did it in the slowest time, as we'll see here on the replay, and so it will cost them their opportunity to advance into the next round. For what it's worth, they were significantly slower, so at least it wasn't a close one there, but still a disappointing end for the Trojans, and then the Flush unable to advance as well, as we make our way to the final group, including our first event winner. That's Swiftblade. The rest of the group, Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, and the Archangels. And will we get a goal? The goalkeeper's going to block that shot. The Archangels will not score. They're eliminated, as are Swiftblade, Oris 1, and Sphery Spiders. They're advancing from Group D. How about that move from the goaltender there? Not allowing the Archangels to score, which would have almost guaranteed, even if they had not gone in the goal, they probably would have scored right off to the side, which was 4 points, would have advanced. Instead, the Archangels unable to score. Wow. And so they are eliminated, as are Swiftblade. And so therefore, Swiftblade and the Janitors both eliminated in this group stage. We will, for the 3rd time, have a different winner here through 3 events. Moving on to the semifinals. First semifinal, it's the Speedy Hunters, the Snow Wolves, the Vikings, the Steel Brothers. 2 advance. Here's a 2. There's an 8. There's a goal. 2 on the side, let's see, 2 in the middle, and it will cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Steel Brothers, who got down there the fastest by a pretty significant margin, almost a full second ahead of anybody else. And they were, what was that, somewhere around the 4-second range higher than any of the other 3 that scored 2 points. There was their 2, there was the goal. And then the last 2, both scoring 2 points, one all the way on the bottom of the screen. There it is. Other right through the middle, made contact with the post, and it cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Vikings and the Steel Brothers both out of Group A, advancing into the finals, or the 2 members from Group B to advance done in the semifinal. Here is semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Siri Spiders. They go down hectically. There's 2, another 2, another 2, and a 1. Onyx, the last of the 2s to get down, they're eliminated, as are the Savage Jackal, the only team not to score 2. They put up just 1 point, and so Oris 1 and the Siri Spiders advancing into the final for today's event. Again, not super close. In fact, it was the Onyx who were the slowest, despite the fact that they'll finish ahead of the Savage Jackal because they did score more points there. And so the final is set. The Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Spheri Spiders, and the Onyx. As you have a look at the crowd for these 4 teams, hoping to see something amazing. So here we go. Vikings, Steel Brothers, Spheri Spiders, Oris 1 for the win. Here we go. Who's first down? It might be the Steel Brothers. They've got 2. There's a 3 and a win for Oris 1. They were the slowest, but they score the most. Just got it done at the end. A silver for the Steel Brothers. The Vikings, by virtue of time, pick up the bronze, and the Spheri Spiders will finish in 4th. In today's event, there are the fans. Congratulations to them as Oris 1 advances all the way through and wins this one. Just barely advancing out of the second semifinal. Let's have a look at the replay here, and you can see they're not the fastest, although they weren't the slowest to begin with. Once that contact was made, really slowed them down. There's a lot of contact there with the Spheri Spiders as well. Right there, that contact made with that orange marker may have been the one to kind of set them up for that success. And there they go with the win, across the line, 3 points, and a victory. So congratulations to them, as Oris 1 becomes our 3rd different winner through 3 events. An interesting event here with the soccer dribble. Have a look at our fans again in attendance for today's event, and in just a second we'll have a look at the standings, see where it looked first at the results of today's events, and then what that does with the overall standings of this tournament, the 2021 Marble Champions League. And here are the results from today. So Oris 1 gets the win, the Steel Brothers 2nd, Vikings 3rd, Spheri Spiders 4th, and Onyx picked up the 5th place. All the way down through the rest of that crowd, here are the overall standings. Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers now in a tie for the lead. The Snow Wolves are 3rd, the Vikings are 4th, the Janitors dropped from 1st to 5th after failing to get out of the group stage today, and so they have work to do. As you have a look at the podium today, 31 points now after that 3rd place finish, 31 points on the season for the Vikings, and a tie atop the standings between our top 2 finishers from today's event, the Steel Brothers at 35 points and Oris 1 at 35 points. Congratulations to both of those teams, but today everybody aspires to be Oris 1, as they're the winners of event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. They will look to continue that momentum and now maybe break a tie for that lead, as it is definitely heating up as we get closer and closer to the really meat of this schedule, and then later on throughout the rest of it. We are 3 events in to the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it is anybody's game as we begin event number 4. This is mini golf. Welcome everybody into today's event. I'm Keanu Bittersey, glad to be here with you for today's event, presented always by Marble Fubeca here as we look inside our grand arena. As always, large gathering of fans supporting their teams, all going for that cup right there in the middle of today's event. And there are the overall standings on your side. It's a two-way tie between Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers at 35 points. Third place is the Snow Wolves. The Vikings are fourth. The Janitors and the Trojans are tied for fifth, after the Janitors were in the lead going into the last event. They failed to make it to the group stage, and so they fall back a little bit. Today's event, mini golf, will be an interesting one. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 4 of the 2021 Marble Champions. Welcome to mini golf. You see our greens, if you will. There's point variations depending on where you're going to finish here. And of course, some distance will factor in as well. There's the Plinko board style obstacle at the beginning of this course, just out of the starting gate. You make your way down through a couple of funnels and through as you have a look at the groups for today's event. As always in the Marble Champions League, the groups change from event to event. We'll start with Group A today. It's Flush, Lynx Rufus, the Archangels, and Swiftblade, and they are off. And the first one down, there's 4 points. There is 7. Let's see what happens with the last one. The Archangels, they will not score. Lynx Rufus picks up 7 points with a distance of 84. 4 more points as we'll have a look at the replay here. For Flush, they're the two to advance. The Archangels and Swiftblade failing to score here. Again, points above all else. You see the first one down were Flush, and they took advantage of it, scoring 4 points, just missing the 2 were Swiftblade. Either way, it would not have been enough, as the 7 points and the 4 from Lynx Rufus and Flush were enough to get them through to the next round. So they're advancing to the first semifinal, and they will take on the 2 advancers from our second group, Group B today. Again, you have a winner of the group stage, and then you also have a transfer spot, able to advance 2 teams. Here's Group B, the Sphery Spiders, the Savage Jackal, the Blue Jackets, and one of our leaders, the Steel Brothers. They are down. We have a 10. We might have another 10. Close to it is the Savage Jackal. They'll fall back. They will not score, but they will advance as the Sphery Spiders pick up 10 points. And the Savage Jackal, by way of distance, are going to advance over the Steel Brothers and the Blue Jackets, who struggled mightily. You can see them all the way back at the initial M at the beginning of the green period. The greens were not kind that time to the Blue Jackets. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened. The Sphery Spiders had an uninterrupted view of the 10 points. They score it there. The Sphery Spiders didn't quite score, but you can see there, almost had it, but they finished with enough distance to advance into our first semifinal. So the Savage Jackal through, as are the Sphery Spiders, who dominated. And here into Group C, it's the Vikings, one of our leaders, Oris 1, the Trojans, and the Onyx. Strong grouping here. There's 4 points. There's a 10. Let's see what happens at the end. That looks like 7 more. And no score from Onyx, so they will not advance. Neither will Oris 1. The Trojans pick up 7 to advance, and the Vikings, a second straight team to score all 10 points in this group stage, as they go a distance of 135, scoring 10 points and advancing into semifinal B. We'll have another look at it here. You can see everybody kind of slowly made their way down the Plinko board. And again, first one out, uninterrupted view of the longest target, and it was a perfect shot from the Vikings to score those 10 points. The Trojans rolled into a 7, which bests Oris 1's 4. No points for Onyx, so they were an automatic out essentially there, as we make our way into our final group. This first portion of each tournament, the group stage, dropping our teams from the 16 that we start with down to 8, and then the 4 into the finale. Group D will have some at the top, some at the bottom. The Janitors, who have an event win and were very strong, drop back to 5th, and then all the way down to Tatu Bola. They're the worst team out there as well, the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. The Speedy Hunters are close. They will not get enough distance, though, to score. The Janitors and Tatu Bola advancing. The Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves will not advance through this group stage, as they will place in toward the bottom of the standings for today's event. Let's have a look, and let's see what Tatu Bola, the tan marble, can do here. Oh man, almost lipped into a 2 and ricocheted right into a 7. And the 8 points scored there from the Janitors. So pretty strong run, and then the other two unable to even score any points whatsoever, let alone trying to advance. Pretty easy win there. An advancement for those two teams, as you have a look now at our full semifinals, A and B. And the other 8 teams that do not advance from the group stage, so they fall into that bottom tier as we move into the first semifinal. Savage, Jackals, Fury, Spiders, Lynx, Rufus, and Flush. Let's see who will advance into the finale. There's a 7. There's another 7. Do we get more points? No, the Savage, Jackal, and the Fury Spiders cannot score. Lynx, Rufus, and Flush advancing. And you can see here, as you look at the replay, they had a chance. The two that were unable to score had their opportunity. There's an easy 7 and another easy 7, but right there, if it was a little bit stronger, the Savage Jackal had a chance. Even on a ricochet, potentially maybe 8 points could have gone for the Fury Spiders, so they had an opportunity as well, but neither could score, and so they automatically unable to advance here, which means that our first half of the finale is set. You see it on the big board. As we get ready for semifinal B. And here they are. Tatu Bola, the Janitors, the Vikings, and the Trojans. This is a pretty heavy metal group here. There is 10 points for the Janitors. Does anybody else score? The answer is no from both the Trojans and Tatu Bola. All the way down at the bottom, though, 4 points for the Vikings. They sneak through to the finale. Not a strong run at all for the Vikings. They only went a distance of 54, but they were able to score, which is ultimately that tiebreaker. That's what you want to do, is score points first of all. The Janitors score 10 easily, but nothing from the Trojans or Tatu Bola. They will fail to advance into the final. I said it was easy, but it didn't look actually that easy on the replay there for the Janitors. They had to work with a couple of ricochets to get those 10 points and advance into the finale. Great job by them, and doing just enough for the Vikings to advance into the final, giving themselves a chance to maybe redeem not a great semifinal run there, but a chance to advance into the final and maybe redeem themselves with a win or a strong showing in the final, as they'll join Lynx, Rufus, Flush, and the Janitors. They are ready to go. Here is the finale of mini golf, and they are off. First one down is going to be the Lynx Rufus. They are up there. Let's see if we get any scoring. We might not get any. Here's an 8 for Flush, and it's going to do it. Flush is going to win. They're the only team to score. They take the gold. And by way of distance, it's a silver for the Lynx Rufus, bronze for the Vikings, and the Janitors, who end up way back at the front of the green, they will finish in 4th. They do not medal after making it into the final, but a strong bounce back for them. Let's have a look at the replay. It was nearly a complete shutout, which we haven't seen at all. This is the first time we've seen 3 fail to score. You can see just a denial there from the flag in the hole of the 2. And let's have a look at a couple of bouncing around and a helpful spin there, a little bit of a twirl from Flush to get into the 8-hole and advance, or I guess not advance, but rather win themselves a gold medal. So Flush really showed themselves to be productive today. They are the winners. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Vikings all unable to score in the final round, and so they shuffle out based on distance. Here are the results from today's event. 20 points to Flush. Lynx Rufus picks up 17, 15 for the Vikings. The Janitors finish 4th, and the Fury Spiders, off of the tiebreakers there, will finish in 5th, all the way down to the Blue Jackets, who finish in last in today's event. As we have a look at the overall standings, new leader, it is Flush. They pick up their first gold. They become the 4th different winner in 4 events, and they take a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not won a gold. They haven't won a silver, but they've won 2 out of the 4 bronzes, so they move into 2nd place with 46 points. And as we are 4 events in, things start to get a little more interesting, and not necessarily clearer as you would expect, but rather a little foggier as we go further into this event. 3rd place goes to the Vikings. Congratulations to them. Congrats to the Lynx Roughest. They pick up a 2nd place victory, and they now have 46 points. But today, everybody aspires to be Flush, not only because they won, but because they also take over 1st place overall in the standings. So congratulations to them, as we are now 4 events into the 2020. 4 different events and 4 different winners in the 2021 Marble Champions League so far. This season could not be more wide open as we get into event number 5 of this season. Glad to be here again, folks. Keanu Bittersicki for Marble Fubeca. Everybody competing again for that cup, as always, as we have a look inside of our gigantic stadium. Here's the overall standings. Flush, after getting their first gold, our 4th different winner in 4 events. They hold a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not placed better than 3rd, but they've done it twice. They're the only team to medal in the same spot multiple times so far this year, earning a couple of bronzes, and that has moved them just 1 single point behind the lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, very similar to our event from last time. Have that Plinko style board. Should be a fun one. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Pinball. Have a look at our groupings here for today's event. As you know by now, each event has different groups, still the same style, groups A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal make it to the finale. Groups change every time. We will start with Group A, which today is the Steel Brothers, the Janitors, the Leaders, the Flush, and the Snow Wolves. Down they go, making their way. And let's see what the scoring ends up as. You get scores based off of where you're hitting. And you can see there, that's based off of how far you're going. And then if you land in those certain big spots there, that's going to either increase or decrease your score. The Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. Let's have a look again. And as we kind of make our way through this course and kind of figure out exactly how it's going to run, have a look at the replay and see how we got to where we got. So you can see there, they're going to ricochet off of those barriers in the middle. You want to avoid those negatives and maybe land on the positives if you can. The Flush scored 79 points because of the distance they went. So they're eliminated. As were the Snow Wolves there. So the Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. So that first group kind of showing you exactly how this is going to happen. The rest of the groups know exactly what to do now. You want to get as far as possible. Group B is Swiftblade, the Sphery Spiders, the Trojans, and the Blue Jackets. Down they go. Looks like a big opportunity for the Blue Jackets. They kind of have an issue. And in the corner, we're going to have a couple of scores that will be good. It'll be Swiftblade with 113, the Trojans with 111. They're advancing as the Blue Jackets and the Sphery Spiders are eliminated. It's about as far as you can go for Swiftblade and the Trojans. And you can't go a whole lot less than the Sphery Spiders did. Nobody landing in either a positive or negative spot. So it's really just based off of how far each marble able to carry its distance. And so far, that's worked out for Swiftblade and the Trojans. Hard contact there for the Sphery Spiders directly into one of those pylons there, and that really stalled any momentum whatsoever. Caused them not only to not advance, but rather to finish in last. So a disappointment for them. They will not advance. And our first semifinal is set up as Swiftblade and the Trojans advance from Group B. Group C today is the Vikings, Tatu Bola, Onyx, and Oris 1. First one down are going to be the Vikings. Can they do something? Yes, they can. Looks like a pretty strong run everywhere. Is there a plus 20? Not quite. And did the the Vikings, did they advance? The answer is no. Tatu Bola with 110 points, 108 for Onyx. They advance over the Vikings 107. Wow, what a crazy round that one is. Incredibly close. A little bit too much in terms of speed there, it looks like, from the Vikings. Actually ends up costing them, as at the end there you can see There's the pass made at the last moment. Boy, is that close. Just enough to eliminate the Vikings and advance the Onyx. They're into the second semifinal. And our final group today, Group D, as always, you know that. And today, Group D is going to consist of the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Rufus, the Speedy Hunters, and the Archangels. And let's see what happens. Looks like a couple of hard contacts made. Uh-oh, maybe a negative 40 for the Savage Jackal. Is it enough to keep them alive? The answer might be yes. Let's have a look. It is. So a loss of 40 points for the Savage Jackal because of where they landed. It's still enough for them to advance. They beat out the Archangels 65-51. Lynx Rufus scores 113. And they advanced pretty easily anyway. It was a score of 105 for the Savage Jackal before you take away the 40 that they lost. As you have a look at the replay here, not close for the Speedy Hunters, ran directly into a pylon. Let's look there. A little bit of contact, in fact. It was the Lynx Rufus that kind of sent the Savage Jackal into that negative 40 spot, but they were able to hold on. Despite losing 40 points, they still advanced by 14 into the second semifinal. So our semifinals are set, 8 teams down, 8 teams to go. And the first semifinal here, Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Janitors, and the Steel Brothers. Janitors have been a strong competitor. Can they continue that here? Top to advance. Let's see. Might have some scoring. There's a negative 25. It's going to go back. Maybe they'll pick up plus 30. Will they? The answer is no. But it's still enough to get it done. The Steel Brothers passed the Janitors at the last moment. They advanced to the final, joining the Trojans, who scored 113. 94 for the Steel Brothers. They beat them out by 7 points over the Janitors. 43 way back with Swiftblade. We'll have a look at the replay here and kind of see what happened with Swiftblade. Yep, pretty hard contact there with that first pylon. And boy, I'll tell you what, the Janitors and the Steel Brothers all over plussing and minusing their scores. Ultimately, neither landed on a bonus or a negative. And it just happened to be a last-minute pass by the Steel Brothers to advance to the final. So how about that one? As again, there's a good chance we're going to end up with a first-time winner. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Horus 1, and Flush are the winners through our first 4 events, and so there's a pretty good chance with what we're looking at that you're going to end up with, again, another first-time winner through these 5 events. Here's semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Tatu Bola. Who will advance? Hard contact a couple of times there. All the way back, maybe a negative 40 going to come and play. How about that move by Onyx? They will get it done. 113. The Savage Jackal with a score of 112, another strong run for them. Again, they lost that 40 points in their group stage, but again, a strong run down all the way to the end. Tatu Bola scores over 100, yet they failed to advance with a score of 101, and the Lynx Rufus struggling there. They scored just 40 points, and so an easy maybe an easier pill to swallow there. They almost landed on the spot that automatically eliminates you. But either way, they were done, and pretty significantly. They were over 70 points behind the next closest, or behind where they needed to be to try to advance into the final. So the Trojans, the Steel Brothers, the Onyx, and the Savage Jackal, we will have another first-time winner in event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. There are the winners. See it up on your screen there. And here we go, the finale. The Trojans trying to get it done. They have been successful mostly throughout this year, but they have not had a win. And they're not going to get it here. Who will? Is it the Savage Jackal? Here come the Onyx at the last moment. They are going to run out of room, and it's the Savage Jackal that will win it with 105 points. The Steel Brothers take silver by a single point. 104 for them. Bronze goes to the Onyx. They pick up 98 points, and the Trojans struggling there in the finale. They score just 49. They'll take 4th place in today's event. Let's have a look at the replay and see how it shook out. Got pretty close there at the end. For a second, I thought the Onyx might pull it out and just roll their way to a victory. In fact, they made pretty hard contact with that middle pylon there. but still able to just have a solid, slow roll. The Savage Jackal very nearly landed again in the negative 40 spot, which would have cost them, but ultimately just not enough speed there from the Onyx Marble to be able to continue past the 100 part. So the Savage Jackal, they are the winners. Congratulations to them. They become our 5th different winner in 5 different events, as they win Pinball here, event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Congratulations to them. Up on your screen now, the results from today's event. They pick up 20 points. The Steel Brothers finish 2nd, Onyx 3rd, Trojans 4th, Tatu Bola kind of picking it up here as they finish in 5th, all the way down to the Sphery Spiders. They do not pick up a point after finishing in last in the overall standings now for the season. After we calculate in today's event, the Steel Brothers, they retake the lead, and it's a 3-point advantage over the Vikings. We'll see what we can get from the Savage Jackal. They move up to 6th. They're just 6 points behind. But it's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, and the Flush right now all atop the leaderboard in what is still a very tight, very wide open competition. Congrats to the Onyx after a 3rd place finish. They get up to 38 points. Still a long way to go for them, but they're getting a little bit better. The Steel Brothers, after another silver, they are now your overall standings leaders. But today, everybody aspires to be the Savage Jackal. They get the win with a gold medal performance in Pinball. And they put themselves maybe in a driver's seat to get further up the leaderboard. We are through 5 events now, and the frontrunners and competitors for this championship making their way clear in the 2021 Marble Champions League. Glad to have you here again on Marble Fubeca. I'm Keanu Bittersaki as we get ready for event number 6 of our series. We're going to look at our championship standings on your screen. The Steel Brothers have moved into 1st place despite not winning. 2 silvers have gotten them to 56 points. 2 bronzes for the Vikings. They're just 3 points behind. Interesting note, but the Flush and the Janitors are the first 2 teams that have a 1st place win, but they sit 4 points behind our current leaders. So getting a win in an event not necessarily going to guarantee that you're going to have success overall in these championship standings, and ultimately that's what you're looking for as you are looking at the screen. And you see the course for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 6 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Marble Tennis. As you have a look at our bracket for today's event, as you know, A, B, C, and D groupings, top 2 will advance. You see the groups for today's specific event. As we have a look at our tennis court, going to look to score the most points that you can. You have to get through this large structure here. Coming directly out of a funnel early on. Here's Group A. It's Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets, and they are off. First through looks like it's Oris 1 and then the Sphery Spiders, and the other 2 having a hard time getting through that funnel as the first 2 are through. Down onto the course, a 4 and a 3 for the Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters, see what they can muster up. And doesn't look like either is going to score. They will not. The Blue Jackets and the Sphery Spiders, the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters eliminated. A 4 for Oris 1 and a 3 for the Sphery Spiders. Scoring early ends up being enough as they advance into our first semifinal. Wow, look at that, some contact there with that net, which could have caused a real issue for the Sphery Spiders, but they're able to get over and have a clear run. 4 and 3, the 2 opening scores. That's the best you can do. 4 and 3, not too shabby either. So Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders, they are through to the first semifinal. As we have a look at Group B in today's event, and they are the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Ruffish, and Flush. First one down, looks like it's the Savage Jackal and then the Lynx Ruffish. Steel Brothers and Flush with a slow run early on. Savage Jackal, can they score? They do. They put up 3. There is 2, and I think another 3 for the Steel Brothers. Hard to see where they came out. They do pick up 3, and a 3 as well for the Lynx, or for the Flush. But they, due to their time, are going to be eliminated. So 3 threes and a 2. The Savage Jackal and the championship leader, the Steel Brothers, able to advance from this first grouping. You can see there is the first 3, and it was a pretty significant run, almost over 2 full seconds in between the first and second finishers. That was actually the Lynx Ruffish who were the second fastest, and then the Steel Brothers just behind them. followed by the Flush, who picked up 3 points, but not enough because of their difficult time getting down the court. So it's a speed, both a combination of speed and of point scoring potentially. So the Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers, they are through into semifinal A. Now let's meet the Group C competitors. It's the Trojans, the Archangels, the Onyx, and the Vikings. Vikings, as we mentioned, they are the second running team, but they're having a hard time getting through that funnel, as is Onyx. Here come the Trojans and the Archangels, and 3 for the Trojans. The Archangels are not going to score. That's going to open up the door for the Onyx and for the Vikings. That's 3 for the Onyx. You're going to need a 4 out of the Vikings. They put up just 2. And the Vikings going home with a slow run and not able to score enough. The Trojans picked up 3. Onyx gets it done with 3 points as well. After the door was opened by the Archangels failing to score, they never really made contact with any of the openings there. Maybe right there, may have made some contact with the opening of the 2. That wouldn't have been enough anyway. And the Vikings very nearly didn't score, but even with the score that they did get, not enough. They needed a 4 because of their time in order to advance. They can't get it done. The Trojans and the Onyx are into the second semifinal. As we meet our final group today, it's the Snow Wolves, Tatu Bola, Swiftblade, and the Janitors. The Janitors come out first. They're in the lead, followed by Tatu Bola, then Swiftblade and the Snow Wolves. Here come the Janitors. What can they put up? Oh, there's a block ball, and they're both going to score 3. Going to need a 4. They're going to get a 4 from Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves. If they can score 4, they will advance. Otherwise, it's over, and they put up 3. And so the Janitors are going to advance based on timing. Excuse me. They're going to rule Tatu Bola out of this competition. Oh yeah, if you hit the net there, you're eliminated. You're disqualified. And so Tatu Bola, despite putting up 3 points, they do not advance. Swiftblade, I don't think they wouldn't have advanced anyway because the Janitors were down before they were. But Swiftblade, you'll see the 4 points for them. Oh man, they made some contact there as well before they put up the 4 points. And so they advance. The Janitors advance as well, and the Snow Wolves put up 3, but they had to have 4 because, again, a slow run really puts you in a bind there of what you can do. You have to have high scores, or you at least have to better the score of whoever you're going up head-to-head with. You can't tie because that does not go your way. And so through the Janitors, as we move into the semifinal here, Savage Jackal, Steel Brothers, Oris 1, Sphery Spiders, 2 spots in the finale on the line, and the first one through is going to be Oris 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. And the other 2 still struggling to get through. We've seen that happen quite a bit. First one down is Oris 1. They put up 3. Here comes 3 more for the Savage Jackal. They have set the stage as the other 2 make their way down. Looks like a problem for the Steel Brothers. They're not going to get anything. Here's a 2 for the Sphery Spiders. They will not do enough. And the championship leaders eliminated here in the semifinal as they got blocked by the Sphery Spiders. They failed to make it down the large course and onto the court. And so the Steel Brothers eliminated, and that will cost them by way of how many points they're going to earn because they didn't score anything, which is likely going to be a last place finish out of this grouping. And 3 was enough for both Oris 1 and the Savage Jackal to get it done. 2 would have been enough, in fact. All they had to do was score ultimately because of the slow run by the Sphery Spiders and a lack of score in general by the Steel Brothers. And here's a look at the replay where that happened. Oh, just a denial by the Sphery Spiders as they came down at the exact same time. But clearly the Sphery Spiders were carrying more momentum at that point. Blocked the Steel Brothers from having a chance to score, eliminates them. Ultimately, they're eliminated as well because they didn't score enough. They needed 4 points in order to advance. And so, Oris 1 and the Savage Jackal advancing into our finale. The Trojans, Onyx, Swiftblade, the Janitors, all now looking for those final 2 spots. Let's see if the Janitors can come back. Who's going to get down first? It's the Trojans, then Onyx, followed by Swiftblade, and the Janitors in a precarious position. First one down is going to be the Trojans. What do they put up by score? That is 4 for the Trojans. And now another 4 and a 3. And the Janitors Although they're going to run this one out, they have no chance to win as two competitors score 4. They won't score at all. And so the Trojans and Onyx advance. Swiftblade puts up 3, but it's still not enough. After a couple of 4s, our first time with multiple teams scoring 4 in a single round. As you have a look at the replay, I mean, that's about as well as possible to get it done for the Trojans. And a couple of ricochets there helped out Onyx as they score 4 more points. And by the time the Janitors hit the course there, they really had no chance. They quite literally had no chance. Couldn't have gotten it done with 2 teams scoring 4 ahead of them. They ultimately don't score at all, which will hurt their chances in terms of where they're going to finish in this overall event standing. Into the final, the Trojans and the Onyx, and we have the finale set. Speed and scoring ability is going to come into play here. Trojans, Onyx, Oris, 1 Savage Jackal. Let's do it. First one down are the Trojans. They've had a lot of success this season, and they are dominating this course right now, but they still have to score. Here they are onto the course. They're going to put up 4, and that's going to do it. Another 4 for Oris 1 will give them second place. The Trojans win it. Here come the last 2. It's a 3 and nothing for the Savage Jackal as they will finish in last. You can give the gold to the Trojans, silver to the Onyx. Oris 1 picks up a bronze. As we have a look at the replay, and it was just an easy, quick one for the Trojans. They got through that funnel, as you can see, gaining that inside run. Looked like they actually may have hit something that may have helped them along the way there. They got down way before anybody else, a little bit of a swirl around effect for Oris 1, and they were already a couple of rungs below by the time that they had gotten through the funnel, and all the Trojans had to do was execute on the scoring, and you cannot execute better than that. 2 ricochets right into the 4-hole, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Not a bad job at all by Oris 1, as they rolled their way into a 4 and a guaranteed second place. And then at that point, it was all about who's going to pick up third place, and it was 3 points for Onyx. They got it done. No scoring from the Savage Jackal. They got really close to a 3, really close to a 2. Either way, they wouldn't have won it after the tiebreaker with the scoring going toward who was the fastest down. They had no chance to take that third place once somebody else had found the hole first. Here are the results overall from today's event. The Trojans take first, second place to Oris 1. Onyx takes third, Savage Jackal fourth, and Swiftblade picks up 5th there based on the way that they scored from the semifinal rounds. And our overall championship standings now, after 6 events, has the Trojans in the lead. They pick up their first goal. It's back and forth about as much as possible. It is, however, a 6-point lead over Oris 1, the Steel Brothers in 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, and the Janitors run in 5th, ahead of Flush, who are in 6th, as those overall standings may be spreading out a little bit now. A 7-point lead, about as big as we've seen from anybody in this event, really at any point in time in this championship series. A 7-point advantage now for the Trojans. As I said, they got a lot of success this season, and finally they capitalize on it and take home a gold. Third place and a bronze goes to the Onyx. After that, they picked up 53 points. Second place in silver goes to Oris 1. They're at 65 points. But today, they all aspire to be the Trojans, a gold, and they take over first place in the championship standings. Six events through, and still anybody's game here in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we make our way to event number 7 here at our large stadium. Once again, packed with a ton of fans ready to watch the action today. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bugurski, as always, glad to have you here. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings for the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Trojans, after a win, have moved their way into the lead, and they have a 6-point advantage over Oris 1, then the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, and the Janitors, the top 5, all the way down to Tatu Bola, 9 points back to the next closest team. They have really struggled so far this year. As you have a look at our course for today's event, this is a much more traditional style, as we've got a lot of funnels to go through on this course, and it is pure speed. You'll see at the bottom there, the finishing platform. That is where you need to get, and you need to be one of the first 2 in our group stage to finish. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 7 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Quadrilla Funnels. As you have a look at our matchups here, The grouping A, B, C, and D, you know how it goes. Top 2 from each will advance into our semifinals. The groups change each week, but the way that this competition works does not. In our bracket format, as always, we have 8 funnels that these teams will have to make their way through. And you can see they're numbered for you, make it a little bit easier to be able to see where each competitor is at. Group A today are the Speedy Hunters, Flush, Swiftblade, and Tatu Bola. They are off, and the first one through very quickly is Tatu Bola, followed by Swiftblade, Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. Now, this is interesting. You don't want to be the first one through here. You can see Tatu Bola, and then the Flush. Here comes maybe Swiftblade. Yep, there's Swiftblade, and there. Now, in the lead is Swiftblade. As you can see, takes everybody getting through before that funnel's going to tip over for you. But very early, the lead now, not so early, as we're all the way down to the third funnel, is Tatu Bola. They're down to the second funnel. Still nobody through. Here come the Speedy Hunters running in second, looking for that final funnel, making their way through, and finishing first is Tatu Bola. They will advance. Swiftblade has an easy advantage now. Here comes to the second hole. Here comes the Speedy Hunters. They're going to try to make a pass at the last moment. They will! Speedy Hunters get it done. Ahead of Swiftblade, and now the Flush will finish last. Unbelievable. At the last moment, the Speedy Hunters make the pass. As we'll have a look at the replay here, they will join Tatu Bola in the first semifinal. You can see Tatu Bola really dominated this event. We mentioned in the Open they are the worst team, and by a pretty significant margin. 9 points separate them and then the next lowest of the 16 teams. But they had a lot of success here in the group stage, and at the last moment a pass by the Speedy Hunters advanced them into the semifinal. So an impressive run by Tatu Bola and a last-second pass allow us to have our advancers from Group A. Now Group B, which includes the championship leaders, the Trojans, then Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Archangels. Couple of big competitors. Right now it's the Lynx Rufus in the lead. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be the Archangels. They will be followed by the Lynx Rufus, then the Janitors, and the Trojans are going to be the last one through. However, it might put them in the lead. Taking their time, they'll finish out second here. As we enter through, it's the Archangels. Now everybody's very close. And now, all of a sudden, you've got the Trojans in the lead. They're the first to hit funnel number 3. Now they're going to make their way to funnel number 2. Who's in second? All the way down to the first funnel are the Trojans. It's Lynx Rufus running in second. Lynx Rufus gets their way to the first funnel. They're trying to make a pass on the Trojans. They will. Lynx Rufus going to win this one. Now the Trojans are going to get passed by the Janitors at the last moment. And the Janitors advance. The Trojans, the championship leaders, going home. And they will be joined by the Archangels, who will finish this one out very slowly, apparently. Trying to give me as much time to talk as possible at a time of just over 57 seconds. So the Trojans become the second straight team to lose it at the last moment. Lynx Rufus, they made a pass on the Trojans, and they actually set up the Janitors to make another pass as well. There was the pass for the win by Lynx Rufus, and then you see on your screen entering the first funnel were the Janitors, and they just knocked the Trojans right out of the way to advance. Very disappointing from the championship leaders, and the Janitors, again, they're one of the top 5, and they advanced to the semifinals by making that pass on the Trojans. Group C is the Savage Jackal, the Onyx, the Steel Brothers, and the Oris 1. Another big group. 3 of the top 5 right here. It's the Steel Brothers in the lead, followed by Onyx, then Oris 1, and Savage Jackal struggling to make it through. Oris 1 is through first. Finally, here come the Savage Jackal through the 8th funnel there. They're going to actually make a pass for second, followed by Onyx and the Steel Brothers, who they were in the lead. They now are the last to get through, and they'll end up in second. Let's see who gets through first. It's Oris 1 in the lead. Everybody else still trying to get through. The Savage Jackal. Look at Oris 1 all the way down at funnel number 3. They've got a big lead. Here come the Savage Jackal. Now these two are competing. They've got a pretty big advantage over the other two. Again, you need to finish in the top 2. Here come the others now. Nobody can take advantage. Now the Steel Brothers take the lead. They're all the way down to funnel 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. Savage Jackal make a pass. They're going to win this thing. They're going to be followed by the Steel Brothers. Onyx and Oris 1 will not advance. As Onyx makes it through the final funnel, they'll finish in third, and Oris 1 will come up fourth in today's event. From Group C. So those two are eliminated as the Savage Jackal made a pass again at the end to get that win. You have a look at the replay here and see how they did. Saw the Steel Brothers came through that first funnel in the lead. They really struggled after that, but ultimately they got their way into a spot where they could have had the win. But the Savage Jackal made the pass. Steel Brothers, though, still get through on the transfer spot, and ultimately that's all you're looking for, is to be one of the top two from your grouping. And again, in the semifinal, you want to be one of the top two as well to advance into our finale. So 3 groups are down. We've got one more grouping to go. This is the only group not to feature, or our second group, Group A, and now Group D, that does not feature one of the top 5 in the standings. So Group D, consisting of the Spheri Spiders, the Blue Jackets, the Vikings, and the Snow Wolves, and they are through, and very early it's the Spheri Spiders, followed by the Blue Jackets. And the Vikings and the Snow Wolves pull up the rear. The Vikings get through first, then the Spheri Spiders. Here's the Blue Jackets, and they're very well going to be in the lead. It's the Blue Jackets now ahead of the Snow Wolves. Now the Snow Wolves make a move. They're in the lead after coming up slow early on. Let's see if they can get down first. They will. They'll be the first to enter funnel number 3. Followed by the Vikings. A slow run right now for the Spheri Spiders. They're in some trouble. It's the Snow Wolves down to funnel 2. Now they're down to funnel 1. And they're going to advance. The best time of this first round will belong to the Snow Wolves. Here come the Vikings. They're circling the final funnel. Can they get it done? The answer is yes. The Vikings advance over the Spheri Spiders, and pulling up the rear are the Blue Jackets. The fastest time of 31.87 for the Snow Wolves, who came out slowly at first. In fact, they were the lowest, or the slowest to get through that first funnel. They really picked up speed, got very quickly through the second funnel, which helped. And then honestly, a pretty quick final funnel as well. Had a lot of success there on those final 3, which ultimately have clearly shown to be the money-making funnels. Doesn't matter where you are necessarily at the beginning. If you can get through those final funnels quickly, you've got a chance to do some damage. So they are through into the semifinals, and you can see there, semifinal A and B are set. Our group stages are done. Those 8 that are knocked out will compete, or will rather be situated based on timing as far as their placement in today's event. Semifinal A, the Janitors, Lynx Ruffus, Tatu Bola, and the Speedy Hunters. Big opportunity for the Janitors. They were in the lead. They're going to finish through funnel number 7 in second, which will really probably put them in about third. And in the lead now is the Speedy Hunters. And it's very close right now between 3 of them. Big lead now for Tatu Bola, doing it again. They had a lot of success earlier. Can they get it done? They're falling all around funnel 3. They're going to get through. They're going to get through funnel 2 quickly. Down to the final funnel. Tatu Bola trying to make the finale. They will as they advance. The Speedy Hunters will follow them. And the Lynx Ruffus and the Janitors will be going home in this second, or this first semifinal, as the Janitors look like they're going to make a pass. They will. They'll finish third. Tatu Bola does it again. After winning their group stage, they will win semifinal A, and they are in the finale. And they'll be joined by the Speedy Hunters as our second member of the final showdown here for event number 7, the Quadrilla Funnels. You can see on the replay, very quickly making it through Tatu Bola. They were followed by the Janitors, although the Janitors really struggled at the end, unable to do a whole lot after that. And Tatu Bola got it done. They had a big lead and struggled a little bit at the end there, getting through those funnels, but ultimately able to do enough. They didn't win it by all that much. A little less than 2 seconds, despite a pretty big lead initially. So Tatu Bola and the Speedy Hunters are through. And now the Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers, a chance for them to move up in the championship standings. They're followed by, or joined by rather, the Snow Wolves and the Vikings. And let's see who gets through. First, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. They won their heat, and they will advance first. And they are the first through funnel number 7. That's really not where you want to be. Where you want to be is where the Vikings are. They're going to end up in the lead here, as again, it's the Steel Brothers who take their time getting down. And the Snow Wolves retake the lead. They're followed by the Savage Jackal. Those two are in funnels 5 and 4 respectively. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be very close, but again, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. Then the Savage Jackal. The Savage Jackal has the inside lane. Can they make the pass through funnel 3? The answer is yes. And now they're going to be followed by the Snow Wolves. The Snow Wolves quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1, and very close to getting their way into the finale. Here come the Vikings out of nowhere. It's the Snow Wolves who take 1. The Savage Jackal advance with spot number 2. As the Vikings made a run, they can't get it done. In fact, they're going to get passed by the Steel Brothers. and they will finish fourth. They nearly made that pass and advanced into the finale instead. Pretty disappointing 53-second time there, finishing 13 seconds off the pace. I'll have a look here very quickly through where the Snow Wolves, they get the win here, and they, for the most part, looked pretty successful. Watch here. You can see the Vikings all over it, nearly had it. Oh, just couldn't get it done. And there a little bit of contact. Oh, man, they really had a huge opportunity to be able to make a pass, not only just for the transfer spot, but to actually win that second semifinal. They can't get it done either way. And so they will not advance. It's the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal in the finale. See the reverse restarting area, which we talked about, funnel number 7. You don't want to be first, you really want to be the third to finish there. That should put you in a good spot. Here we go, Savage Jackal, Tatu, Bola, Speedy Hunters, and the Snow Wolves. It's the Speedy Hunters ahead of the Snow Wolves right now, and the Speedy Hunters will get through first. Again, you really want to be that third team through. Second is the Snow Wolves. Here come the Savage Jackal and Tatu Bola. They will really now fight for the restart lead. And it might be Tatu Bola. It looks like they're circling, and it will be Tatu Bola. They're going to take the lead here. And they're going to be the third team down. Pretty close right now between the Snow Wolves, the Speedy Hunters, and Tatu Bola. Now the Speedy Hunters trying to make a little bit of headway here. They are circling around funnel number 3, as are the Snow Wolves. They're going to quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1. Here's where a championship is won. And the winner of this event is going to be the Speedy Hunters, followed by the Snow Wolves. Tatu Bola is down to funnel number 1. They're looking for a podium finish, which is something you wouldn't think that you'd see from them, but they're going to get it done. They'll finish ahead of Savage Jackal, who will make up the rear here and finish in 4th place of this event. And did it in just under a minute, 59.385, 37.885. That's the winning time for the Speedy Hunters. As we get our last look at the Quadrilla funnels. And the Speedy Hunters and Snow Wolves, it's interesting, even with the restart area, where you want to finish 3rd or 4th, that puts you in 1st and 2nd. It was still, for the most part, those teams that made it 1st and 2nd that were still, even after that restart, reestablishing themselves as the leaders in the clubhouse. And you can see it right there. 1st through funnel 6 were the 2 who finished 1st and 2nd in this event. And the Speedy Hunters did what needed to be done, which is quickly get through the funnels at the end. We talked about it. They actually used, it seems, a little bit of a contact there with the Snow Wolves to help them through as they win this one and they take home the gold. So congratulations to them. A very interesting finale with some teams that have had success, some that have not. And the Speedy Hunters, as you have a look at the results from today's event, they will pick up all 20 points. They ran their best time in the finale. So congratulations to them. The Snow Wolves ran the fastest time overall. They'll finish in 2nd. Tatu Bola 3rd. Savage Jackal 4th. And by the timing of the semifinals, it's the Steel Brothers that pick up the 5th place finish in today's event. Overall standings, the Trojans still have the lead, but they have dropped it to just one single point over the Steel Brothers. One more point back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors are in 4th, the Vikings are in 5th. Despite the win, the Speedy Hunters are in 11th. They are the worst running out of any of our 7 winners that have medaled with a gold so far in this championship competition. So they still have a very long way. Probably not going to happen for them, but they do get a gold, and they are everybody who everybody wants to be today. So congratulations, 3rd place for Tatu Bola. They take home the bronze, and after that, they're up to 35 points on the year. 2nd place to the Snow Wolves. They get the silver. They're at 62 points, just 52 points for the championship. But overall, today with the gold, everybody's aspiring to be the Speedy Hunters. They take home the gold, and they move their way a little bit further up those overall standings. Again, the Trojans unable to get through the group stage, but today they still hold on to the championship by one single point over the Steel Brothers. It's getting awfully tight at the top once again. We are on to event number 8 as we hit the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. And as we begin our 8th event, some of the championship contenders trying to make themselves a little bit clearer as we get toward the home stretch of this championship. There are the overall standings on your screen. As you can see, it's just a 1-point lead from the Trojans over the Steel Brothers. 2 points back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors sit 5 points behind, and the Vikings in 5th, and Oris 1/6 All of those competitors within 11 points of the championship lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, we have, as we said, 6 teams within 11 points. A great opportunity here on this road course. More of a traditional marble racing event to maybe see if some of those teams that are toward the middle of the pack can make their way back up toward the front, or can the Trojans and company continue to space themselves out from the rest of the field. As you have a look at today, what we have for event number 8, a beautiful course here on this road course. You see some of the competitors' trailers and some fans on the inside infield of this course, as well as, of course, the large group of fans that we have packing this house today for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Daytona 615 meters. As you have a look at the starting gates for today's event, and the luscious green hills on the infield here of this long road course. And again, you can see there's a couple of areas where you're going to get maybe some movement, a couple of those barriers there. And we are ready to go. For the first time ever, all 16 of our teams are on the course at the same time. Here we go. This is a 41-lap race, something we have never seen in the Marble Champions League. And early on, it's the Steel Brothers ahead of the Onyx, and the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola, and the Archangels, as we are on to lap number 2. Quick laps here. And we'll see if the Steel Brothers can continue to have success. Nowhere to be seen in the top half of the field right now are the Trojans. It's still the Steel Brothers in the lead with a slight advantage over Onyx. Then the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola showing well, and the Speedy Hunters running in 5th. Flash and Savage Jackal running in the top half along with the Lynx Ruffus right now. And Onyx just ran the fastest lap here, and they are closing in on the Steel Brothers, trying to make a pass for the lead as they come across the start-finish line again. It is close, and there's a pass! The Onyx take the lead on a little bit of a mistake there. It looked like the Steel Brothers may have ran into a barrier, but they retake the lead now. The Savage Jackal have moved their way up into 5th. And it's still the Steel Brothers as we are now on to lap number 8, and the Steel Brothers running about 0.3 of a second ahead of Onyx. It is a 2-team race right now, and now a pass by Onyx. They take the lead and will try to lead this lap as we go to lap 10. They do just barely. It is close at the top right now. Here come the Speedy Hunters. They're trying to make a pass on the Steel Brothers for 2nd. See if they can get anything done here. The Janitors, one of our top 5 competitors, they've moved into 7th. And now Onyx has again run the fastest lap. It's a lap 11. They are now in the lead over the Steel Brothers and trying to kind of build an advantage here. Flush has had success this season. They're up to 3rd. Right now, Onyx with a 1.8 second lead over the Steel Brothers. Will have a pretty good advantage over 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on from there. And now 3rd place is the Janitors as they have moved their way up. Looks like they may get past, maybe not. Here come the Trojans. They're up into the top half for the first time, running in 7th, seeing if they can maybe climb this leaderboard here. Look at the pretty big lead right now by Onyx. Wow, it is a large advantage. They have pulled away here. Oris 1 just ran the fastest lap, interestingly enough, here on lap 17. They're running in 13th, though, so not much success to show for it here. All of a sudden, here are the Trojans running in 3rd. And they may have just made a pass for 2nd. Yes, they did. The Steel Brothers have dropped back to 4th. Disaster strikes as they're trying to take advantage. And now this lead is down to 0.9 of a second. Here come the championship leaders. With the Flush and the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets all in the top 5. Here come the Trojans. They make a pass for the lead. They're followed by Flush. And the championship leaders are once again in front here at the Daytona 615 meters in lap 23 of 41. It's the Trojans, Flush, the Blue Jackets, the Archangels, and the Steel Brothers. Out of the top half are the Onyx. And it's over a 2nd lead now between the Trojans and Flush. Right on their tail are the Blue Jackets. The Archangels, the Sphery Spiders, both up there now. The Steel Brothers running in 4th. And now the Trojans with a little bit of pressure. Here comes a pass for the lead by Flush. They're in the lead as they make their way through lap 26 onto 27, trying to build an advantage here over the Trojans. See if they can get it done. It's a 3.5, or a 0.35, 3.5 tenths of a second. Clarify that. Right now the lead for Flush as we enter lap 29. Here come the Trojans again. The Steel Brothers have worked their way back up to third. Trying to get closer here, get back in on the action. Again, they come in 1 point behind the Trojans in the championship standings. And right now they're 1 spot behind the Trojans in this event. That lead is less than 1/10 of a second. Here come the Trojans again, trying to make a block. Uh-oh, a little bit of trouble there. Jumping over a barrier are the Flush, and they nearly lost the lead because of it. That's a great piece of work by them to stay alive. And again, they make contact. Here come the Steel Brothers. The Trojans get pushed into the lead by the Steel Brothers, who take over second. Third are Flush, and now they're going to make a pass. Uh-oh, the Trojans get pushed out of the way. Flush back to the lead. Here come the Sphery Spiders into second place. With the Steel Brothers running third, the Trojans are fourth now. They switch back again. The Trojans back to third. Meanwhile, it's a 2/10 of a second lead for Flush over the Sphery Spiders, Steel Brothers running third. Oris 1 is up to fourth, and the Trojans have dropped back to fifth. All over the Flush are the Sphery Spiders. We're getting down here, folks, as we enter lap 38. Only 4 laps to go in the 615 meters. Oris 1 has taken the lead. Can they come out of nowhere and get this thing done? The Steel Brothers are running fourth. The Trojans have just dropped back to 6. 2 more laps to go. Oris 1 nowhere to be found for the majority of this race. Now all of a sudden they've got the lead as we come across final lap at Daytona. Oris 1 the leader. Here come the Flush. They're right up on their bumper coming across the final line. It is Oris 1 that gets it done. They win it. Flush will take second. The Steel Brothers will take third, and by the way, they're going to move themselves into the championship lead because the Trojans fell way behind. Oris 1 comes from behind in the last handful of laps to get it done, winning it by just under a half a second on Flush. The Steel Brothers third, Sphery Spiders fourth, Archangels finished fifth. The Trojans dropped all the way back to ninth at the end of that race after pulling away a pretty large advantage. You have a look, there are the full race results of all 19 competitors, and officially there are the overall standings. As you can see, Oris 1 and their fans celebrating a win today. They come from behind win as we have a look at some of the highlights of today's race, and you're not going to see our winner in much of it. You can see even just from the beginning, Oris 1 settled in somewhere, looks like in the double digits. And it was the Steel Brothers who got off to a good lead and led for a pretty good portion before Onyx had a dominant stretch. That was really the majority of this race, was a lot of dominant stretches by different teams. The Steel Brothers had one. Onyx had another. As you can see, what you're looking at right now is the moment in which Onyx made that pass. They both ran into the barrier, but Onyx got back up to speed there a little bit more successfully and was able to make that pass. But it was the Steel Brothers and then Onyx. Flush had the lead for a good period of time, as did the Trojans. As you can see, that's what we're looking at right now. The Trojans having the lead. Then at the end, it was Oris 1. It really comes from nowhere. We saw they ran the fastest lap of the race, which was lap 17 pretty early on, but they were running in 13th at the time. So a little bit of a surprise there. As you can see, pretty good move made there by Flush, and then a block of the Trojans. Another point there where the barrier right after the start-finish line caused problems, and there you can see Oris 1 kind of popping their way through at the last moment. And this is where things got to a little bit too crazy there, as it was Flush ahead of the Trojans, and then Oris 1 comes out of nowhere. And right there was the pass into the lead for Oris 1. That was the winning move that got it done for Oris 1, as they were able to take advantage of a mistake by the two teams running in front of them, build a lead, and despite only leading about a handful of laps, they get the gold and win event number 8. So congrats to them. Congrats to the Steel Brothers. They still pick up third place, and after that, they're the new championship leaders with 90 points. Second place to Flush, they get the silver. They're at 79 points overall, and Oris 1 gets the gold, and they are now up to 85 points. So an impressive run for them, as today everybody aspires to be Oris 1 in the last few laps. After struggling for the majority of the race, they get it done, come from behind, and they can call themselves winners here in event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Daytona 615 meters goes to Oris 1. As they 8 events down and 8 events to go. We're officially on the backstretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. Glad to have you again here, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersky here for today's event number 9. We are halfway through and still halfway to go. There are the overall standings right now. It's a 5-point lead for the Steel Brothers, leading over Oris 1. The Trojans, Flush, and the Janitors, the top 5. And within 20 points of the lead as well are 6th place Savage Jackal and the 7th place Snow Wolves, going all the way down to the Archangels, who have dropped to last place 16th in our standings. Now we'll look at our course for today's event, another more traditional style race. We had that in our last event, and do it again today. An oval, it appears, for our event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 9 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the slalom race, 30 meters. Have a look at, again, a beautiful course here. Green infield. And a very small course, but that can provide, as we've seen on the past year on Marble Fubeca, with some very interesting action, some very fast-paced action as well. And here we go. This is another group staging matchup, so we will again go with our bracket style. There are the groups A, B, C, and D. It's a quick 2-lap race. Tatu Bola, the Vikings, Onyx, and the Archangels. In Group A, top 2 will advance. And right now it's Tatu Bola with a big lead over Onyx, and then the Vikings and the Archangels. We go into lap number 2, a large lead for Tatu Bola, up by 1.7 seconds over Onyx, by about 0.2 of a second over the Vikings, who just made a pass for second place. It is Tatu Bola across. They're going to get the win. The Vikings take second. They transfer, followed by Onyx, and the Archangels, who continue to struggle. They will finish in last out of this grouping, and obviously not going to advance into the semifinal, as we have a look at the replay here of this first race. Quick sprints here. The style of event that we're running with today. Provides for not a lot of time to make up any kind of mistake that you might make. As you saw the Vikings make a quick pass, but not much passing otherwise. As Tatu Bola and the Vikings advance to semifinal A. And we make our way to Group B of this opening stage, and they are consisting of the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, those are championship leaders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Fury Spiders. Lots of S's all over the place here for this matchup, and right now it's the Fury Spiders and the Steel Brothers, and it looks like the Steel Brothers are going to make a pass for the lead. It's close right now between the top 2, but they're trying to distance themselves between the Speedy Hunters and Savage Jackal. The Steel Brothers pulling out to a little bit of a lead. It's the Fury Spiders trying to hold on. Steel Brothers win it, and the Fury Spiders will advance, transferring over by about 0.6 of a second over the Speedy Hunters, and then the Savage Jackal finishing in last out of Group B as we have a look at our replay. You saw the Fury Spiders actually jump over one of those barriers there. Nothing illegal about it. It's just a matter of whether or not you can make it work for momentum's sake. They did not, as they got passed out of that first corner by the Steel Brothers, but they're still able to advance. As the Fury Spiders get that transfer spot and the last spot in semifinal A. Here's Group C. The Blue Jackets, the Trojans, the Janitors, and Oris 1, another heavy-hitting group. And right now it's the Janitors with a big lead over Oris 1, then the Blue Jackets and the Trojans. They're all pretty close, but it's a gigantic lead for the Janitors, who'd have to really mess it up if they don't advance. Here we go, it's the Blue Jackets still in the lead. They're trying to gain a little bit of momentum and maybe upset this group. across the line. It's the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets do get it done. They advance over Oris 1, and the Trojans with a rough run there as they struggle. Have a look at the replay. That was a pretty easy win for the Janitors, winning it by 1.2 seconds over anybody, all the way back almost 4 seconds before the Trojans crossed the line after the Janitors did. A pretty dominant run there by the Janitors. They grabbed the first spot along with the Blue Jackets in semifinal B. And our final group, the Lynx Rufus, Flush, Swiftblade, and the Snow Wolves. And they are off, and it's Swiftblade in the lead right now, but here comes Lynx Rufus. They're going to take the lead. Followed by Swiftblade, then the Snow Wolves, and Flush falling behind a little bit. Let's see if there could be a pass, maybe. They're right up on the bumper. Swiftblade trying to get to Lynx Rufus, cannot get it done. Here comes Flush with a nice move. Can they make a pass? They're into third, but you need to be second in order to transfer, and they're not going to be able to have enough to get it done. It's Lynx Rufus and Swiftblade advancing from Group B. Look at the replay here, and again, not a lot of passing really going to be done. As you can see, Lynx Rufus made that pass by going over a barrier. We saw one of the teams try to do that earlier. It didn't work. I think it was the Sphery Spiders maybe that had attempted to make that move happen. They got it done, but they didn't they weren't able to hold the spot. This time, Lynx Rufus does hold the spot. They're able to take a more traditional turn around the track. In their second lap, they grab a spot in semifinal B. Joining them are Swiftblade, and that is the end of the group stage. So you can see on the left side, those are the teams failing to advance to the semifinals. 8 down, 8 left. As we make our way into the semifinals, we'll start with semifinal A. Again, this is just 2 laps. It's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, Tatu Bola, and the Sphery Spiders. Couple from the top, couple from the middle to bottom of the standings, but that's not going to matter necessarily. It's the Vikings and then the Sphery Spiders. Here's a pass for third by the Steel Brothers. They're going to have to get up into second, though. It's the Vikings in the lead. The Sphery Spiders have pressure all over them from the Steel Brothers, who make that pass. They go into second place as we come around for the final 2 turns. Here we go. It's going to be the Steel Brothers holding on. They take second. The Vikings get the win. The transfer go to the Steel Brothers. They're into the final as well. The Sphery Spiders put up a tough fight there, but they're unable to ultimately get it done against the Steel Brothers, who advance into the finale, joined by the Vikings, who win that one by a little over a half a second in semifinal A. And on the replay here, you can see that pass had to be made. The Sphery Spiders very nearly spoiling the party for the Steel Brothers, but ultimately they're able to make that pass, which is not easy. We've seen here, it has not been easy to pass, but they get it done to advance into the finale. Here's semifinal B. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. The Janitors had an incredible run in their first matchup, but they are struggling early here, really far behind the pace. Right now it's the Blue Jackets and then Swiftblade and Lynx Rufus, and a pretty significant portion behind are the Janitors. They are not going to be able to get this thing done. The Janitors will fail to advance. It's the Blue Jackets. Can Swiftblade do it? Yes, they can. They take it rather easily. Nearly a second between second and third. It was not an awfully close race there. 1.2 seconds from first to second, and then about 9/10 of a second from second to third. So a pretty easy advancement there for, obviously, the Blue Jackets with that win, but also pretty easily done there for Swiftblade. And so our final is set. It's the Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and Swiftblade. Couple from the top, couple from not the top. In fact, I would even call it the bottom of the standings. But that is what's so great about this tournament and the way that this Marble Champions League works, everybody's great, so anybody could do it at any point in time. Here comes the finale. Again, just 2 laps. It is a quick sprint. Right now in the lead are the Blue Jackets, followed by Swiftblade. Then your championship leader, the Steel Brothers, and the Vikings taking on 4th. The Blue Jackets really trying to stretch out that lead. They lead by 1.3 seconds over Swiftblade. Coming around to that last propelling system, and they are going to get it done. It's the Blue Jackets who take gold. 2nd place and a silver to Swiftblade, and the Steel Brothers take bronze. 4th place goes to the Vikings. As we have a look at our replay, that one again, not close. Won it by 0.7 of a second, as it was a pretty easy run there. And for the Blue Jackets on that 2nd lap, it's all about just coasting at home, to be honest with you, as they were able to really build a lead on that first one. They're the winners of this event number 9, the slalom race 30 meters. As you have a look now at our official results from today's event, Blue Jackets take 1st, 2nd place to Swiftblade, 3rd to the Steel Brothers, 4th to the Vikings, and the Sphery Spiders end up in 5th, then Tatu Bola, Lynx Rufus, and the Janitors rounding out the top half of the standings, all the way down to, yet again, a very bad run for the Archangels. They continue to struggle. As we have a look at the updated overall standings, it's still the Steel Brothers, and they are now pulling away with a 14-point lead over Oris 1. How, by the way, the Steel Brothers still yet to win an event, but they have 2 silvers, 2 bronzes, and have been far more consistent. 3rd place, the Janitors. 4th place, the Trojans, who struggle a little bit in that event, and then Flush right now running in 5th. So maybe we're starting to see somebody try to pull away with this thing. We're a little more than halfway through now with this overall championship, and now it's a 14-point lead. Congratulations, 3rd place to the Steel Brothers. They've now got 105 points. They're the championship leaders after a bronze today. 74 points for Swiftblade after taking silver, but today they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. They take gold at the slalom race 30 meters, and really definitely something maybe that will allow them to turn around their season as we go into the 2nd half of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Until next time. After a couple of heat races and real speed-based tournaments in our last couple of events, we are back to the more interesting events here, as we've got a brand new event here for today's number 10 event of this season. This is the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Biderzuki. Glad to be here with you. As you see your overall standings on the left side of your screen, the Steel Brothers advancing their lead a little bit further, up to 14 points now over Oris 1, and then the Janitors running back in 3rd, and then the Trojans and Flush, your top 5, as they were able to take 2nd place in our last event, the slalom race. We again ran a more traditional marble race, but we are back to some of the more interesting events. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you guys ready? This is event number 10 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Collision Soccer. You have our course here. You can see it's a very interesting one, a mix of a couple of different styles here. You've got that rail racing that's going to start out. This is not, by the way, going to be a group event. This is going to be 8 different runs of 1-on-1, which will advance us into the quarterfinals, then we'll go into the semifinals, then down to our finale. This is a round of 16. We'll start with the Savage Jackal and the Archangels. This is a full team event. We've got a couple of goals going on. Looks like it's 3-2. And everybody else is going to hold still. 3-2, the Savage Jackal knock out the Archangels. And the first 2 were the Savage Jackal, or excuse me, were the Archangels. So a great job by the Savage Jackal to put in a couple of scores there at the end, because they were down 2-0 quickly against the Archangels, as you can see there on the replay. But the Savage Jackal into our first quarterfinal. They'll face the winner of this next matchup, which is the Steel Brothers and the Lynx Rufus. They are off. Down the rail they go. Going to try to get down first. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case of a tie. There's a goal. There's another one for the Steel Brothers. And that's all, I believe. Yep, everybody's going to hold still now. The Lynx Rufus unable to score. Steel Brothers pick up 2, and they advance to take on the Savage Jackal. Not a ton of scoring early in that one. Took a little bit of time before the Steel Brothers were able to score, and obviously we didn't get any scoring whatsoever. On the other end from the Lynx Ruffus. First quarterfinal is set, and our next matchup is the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. It looks like the Snow Wolves have spread out a little bit. You want to stay as close as you can. There's a couple of goals. There's a third. There's a fourth for the Snow Wolves. What a run. The Snow Wolves are going to score everything they can. Only one on the board for the Speedy Hunters, and so it's the Snow Wolves coming off of a pretty strong run in the last event, keeping that momentum up. And look how quickly they scored. Yeah, wow. Got a couple of them, and really, they all went down pretty easily and pretty quickly, but two of those scores were incredibly fast. The Snow Wolves advance, and they'll take on the winner of the Onyx and the Sphery Spiders in this round of 16. Sphery Spiders, the white, the black of the Onyx, and there's a couple of goals, maybe just one. Yeah, just one so far. There's a second for Onyx. That's going to seal the deal. They're going to pick up a third for good measure. There's one at the end for the Sphery Spiders. But 3 on the board for Onyx. They get it done to advance. So far we haven't had to use that tiebreaker, but you'll see up on the score bug there at the top of the screen, that time that's going to pop up is what time it was that they made it down onto the course, onto the soccer field here. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case we happen to have a couple of teams score the same. Haven't had to use it yet, and in fact, every time so far out of the 4 we've run, the first team down scores the most points. Let's see if that holds up here between Oris 1 and the Trojans. If it does, it bodes well for, I think, the Trojans. Here comes one score for Oris 1. There's one for the Trojans. A second for Oris 1 is going to get them the win. Pulled it out at the last second there. I think we may have lost one of the... Yep, you can see on that replay, one of the Trojans' marbles came back up and out of the course. So I was going to say, I only saw a couple on the playing surface there and then one in the net. So Oris 1 put at an advantage there because they had more marbles on the course, as you'll have like one more replay. There it is, right back up and over the fencing there for the Trojans, who continue a not-so-great streak. They're knocked out in the first round here again. And Oris 1 will take on the winner of Swiftblade against the Vikings here. Off they go. Swiftblade looks like they're in the lead early. There's 3 goals for the Vikings. Swiftblade trying to make something happen at the end. They will pick up just the 1. And the Vikings pick up 3. They continue their hot streak. They're advancing into the quarterfinals. And they just became the first team to get to the bottom of the field second, but still advance. A 4.345 on their time to a 4.128 for Swiftblade there. Doesn't matter, they get it done. The Vikings will take on Oris 1 in the quarterfinals. Now it's the Janitors against Flush. How fitting there, this matchup. The Janitors have been successful all season, but they're in some trouble here. 3-1, that's it. It's Flush that will get the win. And a second straight time that the first team down is not going to advance. Have a look at the replay, and just nothing happened there for the Janitors. They just didn't have anything really going. Able, after a little bit of contact, maybe they would have been able to pick up 2 if their 2 marbles on the left side hadn't made contact, but even if that happened, that's not enough to get it done because there were 3 points on the board for Flush. So they're advancing into the quarterfinal, and they will set up our final matchup, which is the winner of this last matchup of the first round. That's Tatu Bola against the Blue Jackets. Blue Jackets coming off of a win, and they have 2-3 points, and that's enough to get it done. Blue Jackets advance, and they will take on Flush. 3-1 the win over Tatu Bola. As we have a look at the replay, there was the one pretty easy for Tatu Bola. Then there is a quick one for the Blue Jackets. There's another one and another one after that. 3-1, they get the win to advance to the quarterfinal. And we'll go back up to the top of the bracket. It's the Savage Jackal against the Steel Brothers. Savage Jackal trying to do everybody a favor and knock out the championship leaders. There's 2 points for the Steel Brothers. Nobody else is going to score, and they will advance into the semifinal. Go the Steel Brothers with a 2-1 win. How close was that? Look at the timing. 4.258 to 4.263. So if they had tied, still would have been the Steel Brothers on what would have been awfully close. Look at the replay there. There's the winner. It goes in for the Steel Brothers with their second point. They nearly added a third, and you can see none of the Savage Jackal marbles really anywhere close. As we move our way down to our second quarterfinal, the Snow Wolves against Onyx. For the second straight time, white versus black when Onyx is involved. There's a couple of scores for the Snow Wolves. Onyx will have to make something happen. There's 3, and it's a 3-0 shutout for the Snow Wolves to advance into the semifinal, where they get the Steel Brothers. Forward now with the Vikings against Oris 1. Oris 1 second place. They really need this to keep it going. 1-1. Here's a second for Oris 1. Close off the side of the net there. They contacted one of the Vikings marbles, but they cannot get it done. And Oris 1 advances to the semifinal. So they're trying to stay step by step along with the Steel Brothers. They have to make up points. They're 14 points now, but you definitely can't be eliminated when you see the other team that you're chasing continuing to go further and further into the tournament. Steel Brothers making it awfully tough on anybody. They continue to have success into the final last time. They're in the semifinals at least here today, which is the equivalent of the final from every other event with the grouping. As the Blue Jackets look for a second straight win, there's 2 points for them, and the Flush aren't going to get it done. The Blue Jackets into the semifinal. The replay here, the Blue Jackets now trying to get on a hot run as the second half of the season is underway. Then this is a 16-event season, our 10th event here. As we make our way to the semifinal, the Steel Brothers and the Snow Wolves. Can anybody knock off the championship leaders? Trying to get it done. There's a goal for the Snow Wolves. There's their second goal. There's their third goal. There's 2 for the Steel Brothers. They cannot get the last one to go. The Snow Wolves advance into the finale. They knock out the Steel Brothers, who still will finish with an impressive run in today's event, but they're unable to get into the finale as 1, 2, 3, about as quick as possible for the Snow Wolves. Just unable to get that third marble to go. For the Steel Brothers, you can see right there is the second one that falls, and then on the left side of the screen you see hovering around that goal, close, made contact with the side post, but unable to score. And so the Snow Wolves advance into the finale. And they'll take on either Oris 1 or the Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets trying to win a second straight event. Oris 1 trying to get to the finale again. They've won 2 events already. They're the only team to win more than 1. There are 2 goals for Oris 1. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. Did we get a... No, there's a third for the Blue Jackets. There's a fourth for the Blue Jackets, and they get it done. Their time was slower than Oris 1, so they needed to score more points. They did, and they advanced to the finale again. What a run in the last couple of weeks by the Blue Jackets. Winning in event number 9. And now trying to do it again. What a great run by them. They'll take on the Snow Wolves in the finale. Oris 1 is going to best out the Steel Brothers just barely, just by 1 spot. Not going to do a lot toward the championship points, but it will at least help them get just a tiny bit closer. But now the finale and everything that we have worked for today comes down to this. The Blue Jackets on the left, the darker blue, the more of a white color with the blue is the Snow Wolves. They are off. The finale is underway. There's a couple of goals there. The Snow Wolves again with 3 more. And that's going to do it. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. They will not score a third. And the Snow Wolves, again with that quick attack, which is exactly what they did in the semifinal, got it done so quickly in a blink of an eye. You're already having to score 3 or 4, and just barely the Blue Jackets were down first, so they would have only needed 3. They get 2, but could not pick up that final one they needed. They're both close to the goal. Neither would go in, and so it's the Snow Wolves that win this event in our Collision Soccer. Congratulations to them as you have a look at the results for today's event, and it's 3 points that Oris 1 is going to make up on the Steel Brothers. From 3rd to 4th place, they take that bronze medal. Silver, of course, goes to the Blue Jackets. Gold to the Snow Wolves. Steel Brothers 4th, Vikings 5th, Savage Jackal and Flush and Onyx are 6th, 7th, and 8th, the top half of our bracket from today in this 1 versus 1 matchup. The lead for the Steel Brothers is down to 11 points, 117 to 106, and then another 12 points back to the Snow Wolves, who get their first win. They're in that win column now, as we've got a bunch of winners. Only one multi-time winner in 10 events, but it's an 11-point lead for somebody who hasn't won at all. The Steel Brothers continue to be stopped from getting their first event win, but they continue to hold a double-digit point lead when it comes to the overall standings, which is ultimately what you're going for. Congratulations to Oris 1. They pick up 6 goals over the course of the event, taking a bronze. They're up to 106 points. The Blue Jackets picked up 7 goals en route to a silver. 10 goals for the Blue Jackets, for the Snow Wolves. They deserved it, as they got it done in a pretty impressive fashion with 10 goals, well more than anybody else, and they do it with 3 in a matter of a second coming down in our finale. So congratulations to them today. They all aspire to be the Snow Wolves as they get it done in event number 10. We are on to event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League as the second half of our season continues. Glad to have everybody here. Well, again, friends, I'm Keanu Bitterzycki for today's event, the 11th, as we're back into a basketball-style event. Here's the overall standings as they stand at the moment. It's the Steel Brothers up by 11 points on Oris 1, then 12 points back from there to the Snow Wolves in 3rd, then the Janitors 1 point behind them, a two-way tie for 5th between Flush and the Vikings, as that is the top 5, well 6 technically, with that tie for 5th place, starting to spread out a little bit. The Steel Brothers, despite still not winning an event through 10 events, holding a commanding now 11-point lead heading into today's event, trying to maybe stretch that out even further, maybe win their first event, take home their first gold of this season. As you have a look at the course for today's event, there's the starting gates. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is basketball. As you have a look at the back portion of the course, there is the basketball hoop. You see 9 options on where you can score. As you see at the bottom there, 2, 4, 3. Those are the potential points you can score, depending on which hoop the marble fits through. We are back to our group style. And so we have A, B, C, and D are groupings. You see there they are. We'll start with Group A, which is the Janitors, the Vikings, the Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. They are off through the propelling system. They go, and it looks like we're going to get 2 scores. It's a 2-pointer for the Vikings, a 3-ball for the Flush. They're going to both advance. The Janitors, who needed a good run to try to get back in this championship race, they fail to score, and same can be said there for the Speedy Hunters. Actually, you can see they had too much speed going there, ended up dropping off the course and down into that gutter ball, if you will, unable to put up any points. Have a look one more time. That's a pretty solid run there by Flush, and then the Vikings able to rim out of one and into another, and those 2 points enough to get it done for them. So they both advance into our semifinal A from our Group A. Vikings and the Flush advancing from our first group. This second group is going to feature the top 2 in the championship standing. So Oris 1 in second, then the Spheri Spiders, Tatu Bola, and of course the Steel Brothers. Looks like the Steel Brothers didn't score. No, they did not. Oris 1 puts up 4. The Spheri Spiders will transfer with 2, and the Steel Brothers opening the door for the rest of the contenders here, unable to score. And so obviously not advancing into the semifinal. Oh, they rimmed out of what would have been 3 points. That would have been enough to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Look one more time right here. Oh, it was a beautiful shot there. Just couldn't get it to fall. And that is going to cost the Steel Brothers and put them in a precarious position. Oris 1, second place in the standings, advances. And so they put themselves in a spot where they can definitely pick up quite a few points. Coming 11 points behind, they're going to make up quite a few as they advance into the semifinal, knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. That's a huge group decision there as we move to Group C. And looks like we got 2 more scores and an easy advancement for the Snow Wolves, who pick up 4. Lynx Rufus picks up 2. The Onyx and the Archangels, who continue to struggle mightily as we have a look at the replay, neither able to score. Look one more time. First up was the Onyx, and did it cost them? They were pretty solid off the backboard. Oh, they made contact with the Snow Wolves. That's what cost them. And looked like a little bit of contact as well, as we'll have a look one more time, maybe between the Archangels and Lynx Rufus. Let's see, did they? Nope, actually it's a clear miss by the Archangels. Didn't make any contact with any of the openings there. Just a lot of contact with the blue surface, unable to put up any points. They are eliminated as well. That's a disappointing end for Onyx there, as they made contact with the Snow Wolves and were unable to advance. Kind of get knocked out of their course. Final grouping, Savage Jackal, Trojans, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. They are off, they are up, and... Uh-oh, did somebody get stuck? Yes, Swiftblade is going to get stuck and not put up any points. The Trojans don't score. Oh, wow, I don't even know how that happened. 2 points for Savage Jackal, 4 for the Blue Jackets. They advance, but I think that would have been 2 more points for Swiftblade there. They had the slowest time, so they likely weren't going to advance, but let's have a look and see if we can figure out what happened. I don't know. I guess the kind of test tube bottom portion of the rims here kind of lend itself to potentially something like that happening, but that is a pretty shocking outcome there. And obviously a disappointment for Swiftblade, as they will not advance through our group stage here. And probably the strangest outcome you're going to see in today's event. They're knocked out, as well are the Trojans, and our semifinals are set. We're from 16 down to 8. First semifinal, the Spheri Spiders, Oris 1, Flush, and the Vikings. And everybody's going to score except for Oris 1, and it's 3 4s. And the tiebreaker by time is going to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Let's have another look at something we haven't seen yet. There is 1, there is 2, and oh man, if the Spheri Spiders hadn't rolled around the rim for a little bit, they very well may have been able to get in ahead of that second score, which was by the Vikings. Right there, yeah, if they had gone down, it would have been nearly simultaneous. Not the case. Meanwhile, Oris 1 unable to score at all, and so they're not able to pick up as much as I think they would have liked on the lead from the Steel Brothers. That's going to be a disappointing semifinal run for them, as they didn't score any points either, which means they're likely looking at probably an 8th place finish in today's event. On to semifinal B. We'll see who gets through, and a couple are going to score, a couple are not. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets are eliminated. 3 points for the Savage Jackal, 2 for Lynx Rufus, as they will transfer on. And the 2 with the more unique names here from this semifinal B able to move on. Savage Jackal with 3 points on the board. Lynx Rufus picks up 2, both transferring into our finale. As you have a look, there was the 3. Oh, rimming out for the Snow Wolves, as they very nearly came up with some points and probably a chance to transfer. One more look, let's see. Oh yeah, actually, it's very similar to what we just saw from the Steel Brothers in their group run, where they almost were able to, maybe the equivalent of nothing but net there, almost swishing it. Unable to get it done were the Steel Brothers then and the Snow Wolves now, both eliminated in the group stage and now in the semifinal, sending us to our finale. Final 4, and we have some top teams in there. The Vikings and the Flush both trying to make up some of those times, or some of those points that they are trailing back from the Steel Brothers. They're joined by the Savage Jackal and Lynx Rufus. Savage Jackal not all that far behind either. First one getting a chance is Flush. They're going to pick up 2. It's a tie there, and we're going to give the win to Flush on the time tiebreaker, a 2-2-7-9, beating out the 2-5-8-1 from the Savage Jackal. They'll take silver. Bronze for the Lynx Rufus, or excuse me, for the Vikings, with a time of 2.710. They did not score a point, but they beat the time of Lynx Rufus at a 3.183. I don't think Lynx Rufus finished on the course. So we have a look at the first replay. There was the first score. Here's the second. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but as you can see, Lynx Rufus never even made it to the court. See if we can find out on the second replay what happened here. I don't know. It just seems like there was no speed. There's just no speed coming off there from Lynx Rufus. I don't know what could have possibly happened there in that propelling system to stop Lynx Rufus from being able to at least have a chance, but they were given no opportunity. Although they would have had to score either a 3 or a 4 to make it happen. But then again, if they score anything, they would have gotten that tiebreaker over the Vikings, and they'd be sitting with a bronze. Either way, what happens, happens, and what happened today is a win for Flush. That's a big one. A lot to kind of talk about here at the end of today's video, as you see the fans from Flush celebrating their gold medal today, their first place finish in event number 11. As we get closer and closer towards the home stretch of this season, and the standings from today's events, here are the official results. Popping up on the left side of your screen. They pick up 20 points. Savage Jackal picks up 17. Vikings 3rd, Lynx Rufus 4th, Series Spiders 5th. Oris 1 ends up in 6th place, and the Steel Brothers end up in 14th place. They pick up 8 points on the 11 that they were behind. So a big gain there. The Janitors pick up just 1 point. That's going to hurt them. As we now bring in the overall standings through 11 events, the Steel Brothers by 3. It's just 7 points back to Flush, who become the second team to win 2 events. 11 points back to Savage Jackal, and 12 points back to your 5th place team, the Vikings. The Snow Wolves move into 6th, as they are the final team over 100 points, passing the Janitors after just 1 point in this event. The Janitors severely struggling here today. Rough for them. Congratulations to the Vikings after 6 points today. They are going to, scoring 6 points. They're going to pick up a 3rd place. 2nd place goes to the Savage Jackal. But today, they all aspire to be Flush. Not only do they pick up the gold and win the event, they become the second team to win a second event through 11 here in the 2021 Marble Champions League. They also really close the gap, as they are within just 7 points, moving up to 3rd in the championship standings. Still a lot to go as we are through 11 events. We are heading back to our roots for event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League with an exciting mixed style event of classic marble racing. Hello again, friends. Glad to be here. I'm Keanu Bittersicki for today's event. We'll look at the beginning of that course. As you see the overall standings popping up on the left side of your screen through 11 events, the Steel Brothers lead has closed to just 3 over Oris 1. Getting in on the action now after their win in event number 11 is Flush. They're just 7 points behind. Just 11 back to Savage Jackal, 12 back to the Vikings. Those are our top 5. And as we said, there are 6 teams over 100 points now through 11 events of our season. Glad to be here for a more traditional style. We've been jumping back and forth between the more unique events and the more traditional style marble events recently, which I'm sure these fans here inside of the arena today have really enjoyed, as we hope all of you have as well. You see the course laid out for you, funnels and mixes, backs and forths. Lots of opportunity for passing, definitely, in today's event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the mixed race. Look at the finish line there. Really going to have to make a lot of those passes, one through that portion of the course, as you can see, where you can kind of switch back and forth. And of course, the funnel's a big opportunity for passing, as you see just about every time that you get one of these events. But definitely an interesting event, interesting style with this mixed event. Group staging, as always, are back. A, B, C, and D. You see them on your screen on the left side. And as always, we'll begin with Group A, which today are the Onyx, Sphery Spiders, the Vikings, and the Speedy Hunters, one of our top 5. And the Vikings representing, let's see who gets through the first funnel in the lead, and the answer, eventually somebody's going to have to do it. It's going to be the Sphery Spiders. And the Vikings come out last there. Here comes Onyx taking over the lead, followed by the Speedy Hunters, and then the Sphery Spiders. The Vikings still running in last here, but everybody's in the same funnel here. That's really the opportunity. There go the Vikings, just what I was about to talk about. You can still get there. If you make a mistake, it can cost you everything, though. Oh, gotta get bailed out there a couple of times by the Speedy Hunters. Were the Vikings. Back in the lead now are the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Vikings trying to make another huge comeback. Lots of contact being made, and it's going to be the Sphery Spiders, and the transfer is going to go to the Speedy Hunters. The Vikings are knocked out in the first round, and they will finish third in this event. Fourth is going to be Onyx. That was a back-and-forth battle, and ultimately, it's about a 6-second, almost 7-second difference between second and third. Let's see how we got there. First of all, right there, Onyx nearly knocked out the Vikings for good, but the Speedy Hunters kind of came in from behind and got a little wild and a little bit too generous, it seemed, there, as they made a couple of contacts, and then they did it again, making contact with the Vikings. Ultimately, though, they're still able to advance along with the Sphery Spiders, and a big opportunity missed for the Vikings. They need to go deep into these events as we get later and later into the season. Here's Group B: Swiftblade, Flush, Savage Jackal, and the Snow Wolves. Flush, of course, coming off of a win. They are now in third place in the standings. They're trying to get through this funnel first, and they will. And they're going to be followed by someone eventually. It's going to be Savage Jackal, then Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves very slowly. Everybody kind of taking their time here through this one. Snow Wolves going to get out to the lead now, followed quickly by Flush. And now they start to pick up speed here. Everybody's into that funnel. Now another lead change. It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Snow Wolves. Savage Jackal and Flush still running up in that second funnel. Now all the way down to the third funnel and really kind of putting a distance between themselves. It's Snow Wolves now in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here comes Flush, trying to make a pass. They can't get it done yet. Now it's the Snow Wolves in the lead. They're going to get the win. They'll advance. Let's see if Swiftblade can do it. Savage Jackal trying to make a pass. Not going to happen. And Flush, again, a top 5 team eliminated. They'll finish third, and Savage Jackal will come home fourth. And that is the fastest time so far on the course through 2 groups. Belongs to the Snow Wolves with a time of 42.227 seconds. Part of the way they got it done was maneuvering quickly through that portion of the course, the graphing portion, which is very difficult. But you can see they didn't do all that great of a job with it. Able to really navigate those funnels very quickly, and they are into our semifinal A, as you can see now set on your screen. Here's Group C. It's Orus 1, the Archangels, the Steel Brothers, and the Trojans. So the Steel Brothers needing to come back. Orus 1 hoping that they can advance, and the Steel Brothers won't again. That would give them a championship lead. Meanwhile, the Archangels, who are in the lead here, have been just about as pathetic as anybody could imagine so far in this season. And the Trojans have been kind of back and forth so far. Here are the Steel Brothers first into that funnel. First out of the funnel, though, are the Orus 1 and the Archangels. They're in the lead. Archangels first down to that final 2 set of tunnels. Here comes Orus 1. They're going to try to make a pass. Everybody else pretty far behind right now. Orus 1 down to the final funnel. Here come the Archangels as well. Steel Brothers have to make up time. Archangels are through. They're going to win the grouping with the fastest time we've seen. Here comes Orus 1. They are through, and the Steel Brothers fail to advance again. Let's see if they even finish third. I don't think they are. Looks like the Trojans have the inside line. They do. They get the win. And the Steel Brothers struggle mightily in that final funnel. Had a chance to advance. Instead, they finish fourth, and they are in significant danger with a very slow time. That was nearly, what is that, over 18 and a half seconds slower than the Archangels, who, as I mentioned, maybe it took me calling them out to get it going. They run the fastest time so far, a 40.335 second time. Like I said, over 18 and a half seconds faster than your championship leaders. The Steel Brothers not going to be able to say that after this event because the Orus 1 are through, the Steel Brothers are not. That's going to cost them enough points that no matter where in the grouping they finish, they're going to have the lead at least over the Steel Brothers. Here's the final group. Atubola, Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets. You can see this first funnel awfully slow. First one through is Tatu Bola, then the Janitors, who need a really good run because they struggled mightily, picked up just 1 point in the last event, and they are through that second funnel in the lead. Let's see if they can get through the third funnel. Everybody's in that third funnel right now. First one to drop is going to be Tatu Bola. They're going to be followed by the Janitors, who got stuck for a moment. They're going to drop the third, make contact. They're in all sorts of trouble right now. Down to these final 2 funnels, it's still anybody's game. Blue Jackets and Tatu Bola down to the final funnel. Here come the Janitors. Let's see who can make the pass. It's Tatu Bola. They're going to get the win. There goes Lynx Ruffus, who ran in last for the majority of this race. They're going to get the transfer spot. The Janitors will finish third, but again, that's not enough to advance. Blue Jackets will be last in Group D. A little bit of a surprise there. You can see the Janitors really struggling with the graphing portion of this course. Just couldn't get anything going there. Really, really struggled. And right there and there. A couple of good moves. And Tatu Bola learned to maneuver the funnels pretty well. That's going to treat you well throughout this event, as it did in the group stage for them. And here comes Lynx Ruffus. There's the move that everybody wished they could make every single time. That was an impressive run at the end by Lynx Ruffus after struggling through the majority of the course. They're able to get it done. And will advance into the second semifinal. So again, a chance for these middle of the pack or even lower portion, bottom half, to potentially, again, make some big moves in the overall standings. We're getting late, and so it's hard. You have to kind of string a lot of those together and hope for continued struggles from other teams. First semifinal featuring a lot of these teams that are not necessarily at the top of the standings. So this is a big one for all 4, trying to really maximize what they can when the leaders struggle. First through is the Sphery Spiders, then the Snow Wolves. Sphery Spiders quickly through the second funnel, and they are trying to get through this third funnel maybe before anybody gets to it. Almost did it. They're going to get through pretty easily here. They're down to the graphing portion of the course with a large lead. Can they handle it quickly? Down to the fourth funnel here. There's 5 funnels in this course, and right now it's not close. The Sphery Spiders have now been joined by Swiftblade in the 4th funnel. Now it's the Sphery Spiders down to the 5th and final funnel. They're again joined by Swiftblade. Those two are going to probably advance. There is a nice run by Swiftblade. They're going to end up getting the win. And at the last moment, the Sphery Spiders starting to struggle, but they're still going to get it done. Second place will advance them through into the finale. Speedy Hunters will take 3rd. And 4th place in this one for the Snow Wolves. Boy, that's going to be a disappointing run in the sense that you didn't win this semifinal if you are the Sphery Spiders, because they dominated this one for almost the entirety. But this is an entire course race. You have to do well for the entire portion of it, or at least what Lynx Ruffus proved in their group stage. You have to do well at least at the very end, because that's what ultimately is going to matter, and that's what Swiftblade did there. Got to the inside lane, made that move on the Sphery Spiders. They got the win, but still enough to advance for the Sphery Spiders as they're into the finale, joining Swiftblade, knocking out the Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves, and they'll join the top 2 finishers from our second semifinal. Oris 1, again, did not advance to the finale last time after knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. They really want to do that here, and they can start out with a good run if they can do that, but that's not what's happening. They're going to start into the second funnel last, and meanwhile, the Archangels, who really showed me up after I called them out for performing poorly, off to a good start, but now they're starting to struggle. Oris 1 still running last. It's Tatu Bola in the lead, followed by the Archangels now. Tatu Bola really picking up the speed in funnel number 4. They're down to the final funnel. Oris 1 still in the graphing portion, trying to get through. And here come the Archangels. They're in a transfer spot right now. It's Tatu Bola who gets it done. The Archangels will join them in the finale. Lynx Ruffus couldn't pull off the final funnel pass this time. They'll finish 3rd, and Oris 1 again struggling in the semifinal for the 2nd straight event. They cannot advance to the finale after the Steel Brothers, who they are chasing in the standings, are knocked out in the group stage. However, that time was better than either of the teams that did not advance from the first semifinal. So it won't be a complete loss, just not as good as it could have been. But it will still be enough to pass the Steel Brothers in the standings. So certainly a positive event for Oris 1 as you have a look at the replay of this event, but certainly not as well as they would have liked. If they had been able to do just a little bit more, they could have really maybe started to put a little bit of separation between the top two teams in the standings. But that wasn't to be, as was Lynx Ruffus pulling off another last-second pass, unable to do it. As Tatu Bola and the Archangels, what an interesting final grouping we have. Swiftblade, the Sphery Spiders, Tatu Bola, and the Archangels. Certainly going to be a lot of celebrating from one of these fan bases and one of these teams, whoever comes out on top here of this final group. Here we go, let's find out. Into the first funnel they go. First one down looks like it was Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make that pass. Who's going to get it done? It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Sphery Spiders, and Tatu Bola, and the Archangels the final one down. Everybody's in funnel number 2, and the Archangels make a pass to get into funnel number 3 first. They're followed again by the Sphery Spiders in second, and Tatu Bola down into the graphing portion first, followed by Archangels. And then I think, no, they're both still up in that funnel. Here comes Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make a pass, and they almost got stuck with each other. Here we go into funnel number 4. Tatu Bola makes the pass. They've had a strong, strong event. Archangels following in second. Can they do it? Archangels circling. They're going to get the win. Archangels takes gold with a 44-206. The Sphery Spiders second. Bronze to Tatu Bola, and Swiftblade, when they finish, will take home 4th. What a run by the Archangels in today's event. That is unbelievable. Let's look at the replay. Oh my goodness. As the Archangels, who didn't do all that terrible very early in the season, have really been on a very, very significant slide recently. And that is, when I say recently, been the majority of this season. Right there, I thought they had the pass. And then there, they nearly caught each other up, which could have been a disaster. I thought Tatu Bola might be able to get it done, but the Archangels got that inside track, and right there is the one that got it done. Congratulations to them. As the Archangels go ahead and take a screenshot of that, folks. The Archangels, an event winner in event number 12, trying to get their season back on track for the final few races of this season. Congrats to them. There are the results. They ran the fastest time, by the way. It happened in the group staging. They pick up 20 points. The Steel Brothers picked up 0. That is huge. Oris 1's going to gain 10 points on them. And the Flush going to gain 7, which should put them in a tie, shockingly enough. Boy, that's a huge event with some huge ultimate overall implications. New leader by 7 points. It's Oris 1. Flush moves into second. A tie, technically, with the Steel Brothers. Vikings are 4th. Snow Wolves are in a tie for 5th with the Savage Jackal. By the way, still 6 points out of 15th place, even after the win, are the Archangels. But they'll try to carry some momentum into events number 13, 14, 15, and 16, and see if they can't do something about it in the final portion of this season. Congrats to Tatu Bola. They're up to 77 points after a 3rd place finish. Congrats to the Sphery Spiders. They get over 100 with now 102 points total. But today, everybody's aspiring to be the Archangels. Believe it or not, they get the win in event number 12. The mixed race certainly provided a lot of fireworks, a lot of passing opportunities, and proved very, very clearly you have to learn how to navigate a funnel if you're going to have success in a marble race, as these teams you could see who could and could not navigate that funnel well. Still a lot left to be determined, and after we thought maybe just a few events ago that it was all coming together for the Steel Brothers, they've combined to score just 1 point in the last couple of events, and this thing is awfully close now. It's a The 2021 Marble Champions League rolls on into event number 13. Our first season of this new series, the Marble Champions League. See a large crowd here once again. Everybody packed in to see their teams compete. As you see the overall standings, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the 16-event season. Oris won. If you missed it last time, they took over the lead overall. They've got a 7-point advantage. It's now a tie for second between Flush and the Steel Brothers. The Vikings sit in 4th, and it's a tie for 5th between the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal. Those are the real championship contenders that are within 15 points of each other for our overall standings. As we are in for another more traditional, not exactly a traditional race all the way, but a more traditional race from what we've seen early on in the season. It is a couple of funnels involved in today's event. A lot more of those portions of the course where it's almost like a switch. Depends on where you're going, which side you're going to head to as you try to maneuver your way down the course. As you see the fans, as we said, packed in. They are ready to go. There's the finish line, and we'll see who makes it down first. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 13 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Maze Race. Again, a large course, and as always with these courses, we'll start high in the altitude there and work our way down, not only the course, but down closer to ground level as well. As you see, where we'll have a lot of chances for passes. And again, today's event, like most of these events, are group events. We've got 4 groups of 4, then to our semifinals and our finale. We'll start with our first grouping. This is Swiftblade, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and the Snow Wolves. Into their first funnel, and first down looks like that was the Snow Wolves. Now it's the Blue Jackets in the lead, while the Steel Brothers and Swiftblade still struggling to get through that first funnel. Down to the second funnel are the 2 blue marbles, Blue Jackets and Snow Wolves. And looks like the Blue Jackets, nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves who take that lead. They're down to this Plinko portion of the course, which can really cause a lot of problems for these teams. It's the Blue Jackets in the lead. Meanwhile, the other 2 marbles, the Steel Brothers and Swiftblade, struggling to get through a funnel. A little bit of contact there, and it looks like a pass. It's a lead now for the Snow Wolves. They're trying to make their way down. Again, you want to be one of the top 2. It bodes very well for these 2 blue marbles. Down for the final time. There's a pass, maybe? Nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves, followed by the Blue Jackets. They'll advance through the group stage. And again, the Steel Brothers failing to advance. They struggled mightily in the last couple of events. They're struggling again today. Let's see if they take 3rd out of this group. They won't advance. They will take 3rd, as Swiftblade will be the final to finish with a 68-second run. 20 seconds slower than the leader. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets, they are through. As we'll have a look at the replay here. And it was really not close between the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets and then everybody else. It was just a matter of who was going to win and who was going to get the second transfer spot. They're into the first semifinal. And into Group B, Tatu Bola, the Archangels, Flush, and the Janitors. The Archangels, the ultimate underdog story. And they won an event recently. Everybody going to be keeping an eye on Flush. They are 2nd in the point standings. Currently in that second funnel along with Tatu Bola. The Janitors running in 3rd right now, trying to get to that funnel. There they are. Flush trying to advance the lead here. Trying to build a large portion of the lead. They're down into that orange portion now of the Plinko portion of the course. Making their way down a slide, down to another portion of this back and forth area of the course. How about the Janitors making up time? They've moved into 2nd. And they've moved into the lead. Down to the final portion. Here come Flush. They make a move. They're blending in a bit with the stadium there, or with the course, I should say. Flush is going to get the win. The Janitors come across with an easy advancement in the transfer spot. The Archangels and Tatu Bola, who got off to a strong start, they fall apart here towards the end, and they finish in 4th. Along with the Archangels, they're eliminated from the competition. A little bit of a surprise there. Tatu Bola got off to such a strong start. Look at the large lead they had going into the first funnel. And ultimately just couldn't keep that success going. And there are the Flush and the Janitors into the semifinal. We go to Group C now. This is the Trojans, the Sphery Spiders, the Onyx, and your championship leaders, Oris 1. First event for them as the leaders. And the second into the funnel, and the first through the funnel. Down to the first portion of this course that involves the twists and turns. In the lead right now, followed by Onyx, then the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Trojans. And down to the second funnel now are Oris 1. And they'll be joined in that funnel by Onyx. Did Onyx get the inside lane? Looks like they did for a moment, but it's still going to be the lead for Oris 1. They're followed now by the Sphery Spiders, who may have made a pass, couldn't complete it though. Oris 1 going to try to take a slide job, and they will take the lead back after getting passed momentarily by the Sphery Spiders. They're pretty well ahead of the Trojans and Onyx. And it's a matter of who's going to take first, who's going to take second. It's the Sphery Spiders back in the lead, and they'll get the win. And they've got the best time so far. Here comes Oris 1. They advance. Now the Trojans will try to make a pass on Onyx. They will. Close at the end between those two. That was just all about positioning there after Onyx and the Trojans will be eliminated. Let's have a look at the replay. And you can see early on the Sphery Spiders had the lead. Missed it there. We didn't quite see it on the funnel, but a very quick funnel maneuver by Oris 1. Back and forth between the Sphery Spiders and Oris 1. And ultimately it's the Sphery Spiders who get the win. Oris 1 advances anyway to the semifinal with that final transfer spot. On to our last group. As you know, it's going to be Group D. There they are. Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Speedy Hunters, and the Vikings. A couple of our top 5 are involved. Savage Jackal and the Vikings get into it again. They're really going back and forth trying to get to that second funnel. It's the Vikings who get there first, just ahead of the Savage Jackal, and we'll see who gets out of it first. It'll be the Vikings. And they both get out before the Speedy Hunters or Lynx Rufus entered that funnel. They've got a pretty large lead again. Hasn't been awfully close between second and third yet. Large lead now for the Vikings. Savage Jackal trying to come back. And they're going to come back and get into maybe the lead. Yep, they will make a pass for the lead. And in the final portion of the course, it will be... It's the Vikings, and then Savage Jackal. They'll advance. The Lynx Rufus crew will come in third, and the Speedy Hunters really struggling there. By the way, best time so far, and it now belongs to the Vikings. They run the fastest time of the group stage at a 47.216. If you look at the replay of this final group stage, a lot of back and forth between the Vikings and the Savage Jackal. As you can see, he just kept going back and forth and didn't seem like either wanted to let the other one get ahead. Ultimately, it is the Savage Jackal that get the win. The Vikings, excuse me, that get the win, but the Savage Jackal that advance as well. They'll have a chance to avenge that second place finish. As we move on to our semifinals, 9th through 16th will be based off of their times. Well, that's how they'll award points, or for one unlucky team, no points. Meanwhile, we're down to 8. First semifinal, it is the Janitors, Flush, Snow Wolves, and Blue Jackets. And again, those two blue marbles, just about everybody's blue in this event. They got off to a fast start. However, it's the Janitors that get through the first funnel. They're followed by the Blue Jackets, then the Snow Wolves, and here come Flush. But everybody's in this same portion of the course right now. It's awfully close. And look at the move by Flush. They get to the funnel first, followed by the Vikings. Now here comes everybody else. They're all in the second funnel at the same time. With the Blue Jackets that get out first. And they're a little bit of a mistake from the Snow Wolves. They got stuck for a moment. They get unstuck by the Janitors there. And now again, it's Flush who comes out of nowhere. Last out of the funnel, first down into the next portion of the course. And they maintain the lead, followed by the Blue Jackets' final portion. Contact all over the place. Flush is in trouble now. Here comes the Blue Jackets. They're going to get it. Flush is going to come up in second, just ahead of the Janitors, as contact was being made all over the place. And it's Flush tied for second in the standings, and a huge advancement there. They're into the finale, and you have to have a look at the replay. What a fascinating event that one was.
We didn't have any really very close ones between second and third on who was going to advance in any of the group stages. That's not the case here today in semifinal A. The win in that semifinal goes to the Blue Jackets. The all-important transfer spot goes to the Flush as they're into the finale, and they'll join the top two of this group. The Vikings, the Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Fury Spiders. Oris 1 trying to have a lot of success again. They've won 2 events, and they are in the lead now, only team out of the funnel. They're joined now out of the funnel by the Fury Spiders, but Oris 1 trying to quickly get down to the second funnel and build a big lead. They're in the second funnel. Here comes a couple more. The Savage Jackal and the Fury Spiders are there. The Vikings starting to fall a bit behind, and again, first out is Oris 1. They have really done well in this event so far. Here comes Savage Jackal, a little bit of contact there between Oris 1 and the Vikings. And it is going to be Oris 1 that will come in second there out of that portion of the course, down for the final portion, the final green area of this course. It's Oris 1 and Savage Jackal. They're both trying to slip their way through. They are both down. It's Oris 1 with the win. Savage Jackal advances, and the Fury Spiders and the Vikings are going to settle for somewhere between 5th and 8th. Look at the replay here, and I'll tell you what, Oris 1 might be awfully difficult to beat, trying to be the first team to win 3 events. And they look good in this event. Went back and forth there with Savage Jackal, but ultimately they made the pass at the end that got it done. You can see how close they were all the way down to the end. Luckily for them, that's just between who finishes first and second. And they both advance into the finale to join the Blue Jackets and Flush. Into the finale. Look at this gigantic stadium, and it is packed to the brim with fans. We saw the Oris 1 crew earlier, and I believe we saw Flush there right next to each other, the cheering sections for those two teams. Let's see who comes out on top, or will it be the Savage Jackal or the Blue Jackets? They are underway in the finale. First down was Flush. First out of the first funnel, though, is the Blue Jackets, joined by Oris 1. Oris 1 again having a lot of success. And again, it's the Flush who are going to be the final team out of the funnel. Into the first funnel now, second funnel, excuse me, are the Blue Jackets and Oris 1. Who's going to be first down? Is it Oris 1 again? Looks like they might have the angle. It is. Oris 1 gets down through the second funnel once again. They're joined now by Flush. They're close as we make their way down through this portion of the Plinko course, down onto a slide. Is it Oris 1 first? The answer is yes. A little bit of a bobble there by Flush. They're going to have a little bit of time to make up in this second portion of the Plinko course. Got one more to get through. You see that green slide. That's where you want to go. Now here comes the Blue Jackets, and they've gotten stuck. They're in trouble. Blue Jackets going to be pushed by Flush. That gives a huge lead to Oris 1. Can they get it done and become the first 3-time winner? No, out of nowhere. Here come the Blue Jackets. They'll get it done. Flush finishes second. Oris 1 takes the bronze, and Savage Jackal in fourth. You have to watch this. What a move at the end by the Blue Jackets, who were momentarily stuck on the course. They're able to come back from that, and you're going to see it right there. It was a momentary loss of any kind of movement from the Blue Jackets. They had to be rescued there by Flush. It gave a huge lead to Oris 1, and how did the Blue Jackets pull it off? They got stuck there too. Went right through the middle, and right there. Wow, just waited for Oris 1 to make a little bit of a rocking motion there, and they just took the advantage, slipped right through the hole, and the Blue Jackets take home the gold today. What a run by them. That was a very impressive finale, and a very nice move, the winning move there, made by the Blue Jackets, as they get the win in this event. On the left side of your screen, the official event scores, and the results for today: 20 points for the Blue Jackets. Flush is going to make up 2 points on Oris 1, but Oris 1 will maintain the lead all the way down. It's Swiftblade today who doesn't pick up any points, as it was Blue Jackets, Flush, Oris 1, Savage Jackal, and the Janitors who finish in the top 5 of today's event. Which means now, through 13 of 16 events, it is a 5-point lead for Oris 1. They win their second bronze, as they now hold a 5-point lead, and then it's 13 more points between Flush and Savage Jackal. The Snow Wolves are 4th. The Steel Brothers have dropped back to 5th. So now it may be more of a 2-team event a two-team championship showdown as we get to the final portion of the season. However, we've seen a lot of big jumps in points one way or another. Congrats to Oris 1. They're up to 141 points after a third-place finish. Flush picks up a couple of points on the championship lead as they're now up to 136 points after their silver. But today, they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. A winning move for the Ages gives them the gold as they look to build on that for the last couple of events here in this season. An impressive run by a couple of different teams, and again, Oris 1 and Flush showing that they may very well be the two teams to beat for this championship. It is crunch time in the 2021 Marble Champions League season. Just 3 events to go in this 16-event season. We have come a long way, but still a lot to be determined. Left side of the screen showing you the overall standings. It's a 5-point lead for Oris 1 over Flush. It's then an 18-point lead over the Savage Jackal, Snow Wolves in 4th, and the Steel Brothers in 5th. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersey. Glad to have you here for today's event. You can see a very large course for today's event. The 14th of 16 in the Marble Champions League. And as we said, kind of coming into this event, could change, but right now it seems as though it's a 2-team race between Flush and Oris 1. Those are the 2 teams that have won multiple events so far this year, and they are the top 2 in the overall standings. So we will see how they do today. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the half pipe. And there are 5 sets of half pipes to go through. All of them those orange half pipes that you'll see, and they're numbered there 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that you can see how far down the course you are. There's the finish line. As always, this is a group event. And we're going to really pay attention to groups B and C. That's where the top 2 stand. Oris 1 in Group B, and Flush is in Group C. But first, we'll start with Group A. This is the Snow Wolves, Tattoo Bola, the Sphery Spiders, and Swiftblade. Looking down to the second set of half pipes are 3 of the 4. Now everybody's in their second half pipe. Who gets down first? The answer is going to be both the Snow Wolves and the Sphery Spiders. Now everybody's down to 3. Now all the way down to number 5. Here we go. It's Swiftblade and the Sphery Spiders. Here comes Tattoo Bola. It is Swiftblade. It is the Snow Wolves. Tattoo Bola comes in 3rd, and the Sphery Spiders really hurting what's going to be a low-scoring day for them. 28 seconds time there, and let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, you can see these ones go very quickly here. Tattoo Bola got through the first half pipe first. Ultimately, they weren't really seemingly in it that much. Although as you got down to 3 and then 4 and 5, things really tightened up. So an advancement for the Snow Wolves and Swiftblade as they'll advance into the semifinal. Here is Group B, the Janitors, the Vikings, Oris 1, and Lynx Rufus. Let's see what Oris 1 does. They're the last one out of the first half pipe. They're going to be the last one out of, or the third out of the second half pipe. However, here they go, down to the final half pipe. Oris 1 and Lynx Rufus going side by side. They are both through. They both advance. And the Lynx Rufus runs the fastest time at a 15.567. That happened in a hurry. Vikings take 3rd. Janitors are 4th. But even with a 4th place finish for the Janitors, that was 6 seconds faster than our last place finisher from Group A. That was a whirlwind of an event there. And Oris 1 able to advance after Lynx Rufus picks up the win. And there at the bottom of the course, you wondered if they were going to knock each other out. The answer was no. Pretty easy there for Oris 1 and Lynx Rufus to advance into semifinal A. So down to Group C now. This is where second place running Flush is, along with Savage Jackal the Archangels and the Speedy Hunters. And right now it's the Archangels in the lead, followed by Flush. They're both down to funnel number 3. Now it looks like a pass is made. That's Archangels and Flush. Here comes Flush. They're down to number 5. They're in the lead. Can they hold on? Who's going to get down first? Uh-oh, here comes everybody down to the final portion. Flush and Savage Jackal advance. The Archangels go into the 5th set of half pipes in the lead. They will come out 3rd and will not transfer. Obviously a disappointing end for what was a pretty solid run by the Archangels, and they have really been full of disappointments for the majority of the season. They have an event win, an extreme surprise there. However, for the most part, it has been disappointment. As you see, there was the winning move by Flush and the transfer spot for the Savage Jackal. So they are in the semifinal B, and they will face the top 2 finishers of our final group. And we'll see, can the Steel Brothers, who have really, really struggled, can they finally get back out of the group stage? They're joined by the Trojans, the Blue Jackets, and Onyx. Right now it's Onyx and the Blue Jackets, joined now by everybody. And Onyx is going to come out of that one last. Everybody's down on to number 4. Now Onyx is in the lead alone in the 5th set of halfpipes, trying to get this win and do it without any kind of drama. Here come the Trojans. Now here comes the Blue Jackets and the Steel Brothers. Everybody through, and it will be Onyx, followed by the Steel Brothers. And the Trojans and the Blue Jackets going to make up the rear here, and they're going to have the slowest time, so they will not pick up any points. Wow, that's really disappointing coming off of a win. The Blue Jackets will score no points. The Steel Brothers finally advance again. It has been quite a while for them, as they had that lead and had a pretty big cushion in the championship overall point standings, but they gave all of that up. They've fallen out of the top 5. Excuse me, into 5th, I should say, coming into this event. They will advance after Onyx wins the final group. So they're into semifinal B. Both of our top 2 advancing into the semifinals, which again for Flush continues to cause some problems because they are not picking up enough points. Trail by 5 coming in, picked up 2 points in our last event. Although they're down 5, and if they were to pick up 2 in each of the next 3 events, they would be the champion. Semifinal A, this includes Oris 1 along with Lynx Rufus, the Snow Wolves, and Swiftblade. They are off. And Oris 1 is still in the first set of half pipes. Now all of a sudden they are making a big move. They're down to number 3. Down to 4 are Lynx Rufus and the Snow Wolves, trying to advance into the finale. They're down to the 5th funnel. Here we go, onto the final half pipe. It's going to be Lynx Rufus getting the win. Transferring is the Snow Wolves. Oris 1 knocked out in the semifinal. They'll try to take 3rd place here. Get down as quickly as they can to gain as many points as they can, but the door is open for Flush. And it will be a 3rd place finish for Oris 1 with a time of 33.929. Keep an eye on that. They can finish no worse than 7th. Obviously, since they finished 3rd in this event. Swiftblade with the slowest time, a 35.047, but they were 15 seconds slower than either of the first 2. That was not close at all. Oris 1 had a lot of success the first time in the group stage, not so here. So they're knocked out in the semifinal, opening the door for Flush to continue to pick up points. They could end up in the lead. You never know what happens. Obviously, we'll see what happens here in semifinal B, and if they can at least get into the finale and really pick up some points and make it very interesting for the final 2 events. Here we go. Steel Brothers, Savage Jackal, Onyx, and Flush. Savage Jackal is 3rd place in the standings right now. They're a little further behind, 18 points back right now, but if they could win an event maybe, really make it interesting. They're still in the first set of half pipes, though. It's Flush in the lead. Flush is down to number 4 along with Onyx. And they've got a pretty big lead. Nobody's in 3 yet. And down to 5 goes Flush. They are just inches away now from making their way to the finale. Onyx is in the final set as well. Here is Onyx to get the win. Flush will advance. And a huge, huge transfer there by Flush, as Savage Jackal will try to take third. And they will. The Steel Brothers finish fourth in this one, and they'll finish 7th and 8th, respectively, which means a 5th place finish for Oris 1. So we'll see how many points can Flush make up. They get the transfer there as we look at the replay. That wasn't close by any stretch. It was easily the top two and then the bottom two. A pretty big gap in between, seemingly, there. And into the finale. Here we go. In event number 14, could we get our first 3-time winner? Not Oris 1, but rather Flush. These are the two that have won 2 events. And have an opportunity to really do something big here. Snow Wolves, Flush, Onyx, Lynx, Rufus. What can Flush do to try to make up the lead? They are second as we make our way down quickly into the third set of half pipes there, and Onyx is all the way down to number 4 already. Onyx is all the way down to the 5th. They might run the fastest time. Yes, they will. Fastest time belongs to the champion, Onyx. Wow, what a move there. A 14.191. Here comes Snow Wolves. They're going to finish in second. Flush is trying to medal here and see if they can get through. Now here comes Lynx Rufus. It'll be Lynx Rufus that'll pick it up. And a disaster strikes for Flush in the finale. They'll take 4th, but it could have been a whole lot better than that. And if you are Oris 1, thank you very much. You've got to be saying to Onyx, the Snow Wolves, and Lynx Rufus. How about Onyx? That's an impressive run there. A 14.191. Wins it by over 8 seconds and wins it by nearly 20 seconds over the 4th place finisher, Flush. That was an absolute pure dominance by Onyx in the finale to take the win and the gold today. Impressive on so many facets there. As we'll have a look at the results with a quiet course behind us now. Onyx takes first, second to the Snow Wolves, third to Lynx Rufus, 4th is Flush. As we said, Oris 1 ends up in 5th. So just 1 point gained for Flush. It could have been a whole lot better. They could have gained 9 points and the lead if they had won that event. Instead, because they finished 4th, they get just 1 point on Oris 1. And so Oris 1 remains the championship leader. You look at the overall standings, it's down to a 4-point lead. It's now a 14-point lead over the Snow Wolves, who are in 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, Steel Brothers are 5th. Onyx picks up their first win. They're in a 3-way tie for 10th after their first event win of the season. We are 14 events down with just 2 more to go. Congratulations to Lynx Rufus. They're in that 3-way tie, up to 102 points after a 3rd place finish. The Snow Wolves are into 3rd place after a 2nd place finish. But today, they all aspire to be Onyx. An impressive run in the finale. They run the fastest time, and they saved it for the final time. They get the win in event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it sets up just 4 points the difference in 2 more events as we get ready for the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This has been a presentation of Marble Fubeca, and until next time, I'm Keanu Bittersaki. Thanks for watching. We are down to just 2 events to crown a champion in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we are back for event number 15. Well, again, friends, I'm Keanu Bittersaki. Glad to have you here as we are really coming down to the final push for a championship. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings. It's really mostly a 2-team race between Oris 1 and Flush. The Snow Wolves also within 14 points. 20 points back are the Savage Jackal in 4th, and the Steel Brothers have fallen all the way to 5th. With 129 points, so really just a 2-team race as of right now. Lots of things can change. As we saw earlier in the season, it seemed as though it was almost inevitable that the Steel Brothers were going to win the championship. Even though they hadn't even won an event, they were so dominant early on, they have severely fallen off. And so we're down to Oris 1 and Flush as the 2 main competitors as we get ready for today's event. Look at the trophy they'll compete for today, 1 step closer to a championship in this league. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 15 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is baseball. As you have a look at our course, a lot of the ways that you've seen many of these events go that involve different courts or fields that they're being played on. They'll go through a course, a typical marble course, onto the field. There it is right there. And they'll score either 8, 10, or 5 points, or maybe none at all if they're not able to score off that fidget spinner bat. Down to straightaway center field, going to get you the most points, 10, if you can hit it straightaway center. There are the groupings on your screen, as always. A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each group will advance. Meanwhile, the bottom 2 will sort their way out through 9th through 16th. We'll start with Group A. Top 2, Bola, Onyx, Archangels, and Flush. Big one early on. Flush right now running in third. Again, it doesn't really matter how you get down, just what you score. Got a couple of 8s there from Onyx, and I believe that was top 2 Bola. Nope, that was the Archangels who picked up 8. Flush does not score. Let's have a look at the replay. Flush knocked out early, and a big blow to their hopes. There's the score easily for Onyx, and there were the Archangels just off to the right of the left field opening was Flush. They are unable to score. They are knocked out in the group stage. And now Group B becomes a very important grouping, as Oris 1 is a part of that group. They can really separate themselves. They're along with the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, and the Snow Wolves. The Janitors taking a long time to get down. That might actually work in their advantage. They'll have maybe a little bit of field to play with. There's a score. Look like 8 for the Snow Wolves. There's 8 more for the Janitors. No score from Oris 1. They're knocked out, as are the Sphery Spiders. They don't score. Oris 1 with an opportunity to take a huge lead. If they're able to score some points, advance further in today's event, they failed to do so. They really never had a chance, as you see on the replay here. I'm surprised that the Janitors were even able to score, as it looked like there just wasn't a whole lot of momentum. There it was. Wow, man, just got it to knock in the left field opening. We've seen 4 scores, all of them into the left field spot for 8 points. So that is going to make it very interesting now as we go into the final event between these top 2. Oh, by the way, could we get maybe one of the next 2? 3rd and 4th place, could they get into this as we go into Group C with the Lynx Ruffus, the Blue Jackets Swiftblade, and the Savage Jackal? They're one of them. That was a score, I believe, from Swiftblade. There's another score. I believe that was 10. Yep, Lynx Ruffus picked up 10. Swiftblade picks up an 8. Savage Jackal picked up 8, but they're eliminated off the timed tiebreaker. And the Blue Jackets unable to score. There's the 8 that's going to get Swiftblade in. There's the 10 to straightaway center for Lynx Ruffus. Blue Jackets didn't score, and there were the 8 points, but it was too late at that point based on the tiebreaker for Savage Jackal. They're eliminated and will not advance into the semifinal. In the Group D, the Vikings, Speedy Hunters, Steel Brothers, and Trojans. Did the Steel Brothers make a late gasp attempt at this? Looking for a score. I don't think we've gotten one yet. There was one. 5 points for the Trojans. They advance, as do the Speedy Hunters, and that's because they were the first team down. With a time of 7.783 over the 7.910 of the Steel Brothers, they're eliminated, as are the Vikings. So they can't do anything about it. Maybe the Janitors could have a chance to try to get a little bit closer in this one, but a very interesting group stage knocks out a lot of big-name competitors as we move into the semifinals. Off they go, the Archangels, Onyx, Janitors, and Snow Wolves. First one down to the Janitors. There's 8 points. There's a 10. Gonna need some big scores. Instead, no score from the Archangels or Onyx. Snow Wolves put up 10. They get the win in the semifinal. And the transfer spot goes to the Janitors. So the Janitors got down in a hurry. They scored quickly. And wow, look at that. A ricochet off of Onyx puts in the 10 points for the Snow Wolves. That is huge, and a killer for the Onyx as they will be eliminated in the semifinal round. It moves the Snow Wolves and Janitors into the finale. Semifinal B now. See what happens. First one down is going to be the Trojans. And our first score, looking for it. There's 8 points. And that's going to be it. Quickly, no one else scores, and the Trojans, by virtue of being the first to hit the field, they are advancing into the finale. Swiftblade scores the 8 points. Wow, look at that one. It was in and out for 5 points for Swiftblade. Then they knocked it into left field for 8. So they scored twice, kind of, as they couldn't quite hold on to those 5 points down the right field line. Picked up 8 instead. Either way, any score was going to do it for them. And the Trojans were the first to hit the course, so they're able to advance as well based on the time tiebreaker. As we get to our finale. Going to try to shake it up here as we get late into the season. Just one more event after today. We'll see where everybody shakes out with that group staging as far as where they're placed, 9th through 16th. Will fit somewhere in there, but first we've got a champion to determine. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Snow Wolves, and Trojans. First one down is going to be Swiftblade. What late get for the Trojans there, as the Trojans picked up 8, as did the Janitors. The Janitors, as we'll see on the replay, win the gold with 8 points to left field. Let's have a look at it. First one down was Swiftblade, but they didn't score. Where's the game winner? There it is, perfectly done off the left field foul area, off the corner of this field, perfectly placed. And actually, for that matter, the Trojans did the exact same thing. The problem is they did it 1.7 seconds later, and so they'll take home the silver. The bronze goes to Swiftblade based on the time tiebreaker, and the Trojans come away without a medal in 4th place. Congratulations to the Janitors. You can see their cheering section loving it here as they get the win. And we'll look at the event results for today. The full results, which will give us a little bit more clarity of what we're going to look at coming in. 4-point lead when we began the event. As it pops up, Oris 1 picked up 2 points. Flush picked up 3 points. They gain only 1 point. But it's a 3-point game going into the final week of the season, so this is going to be very, very close. The Janitors win it over the Trojans, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, and Lynx Rufus, the top 5 from today's overall standings. And now we're going to move into the total season standings. Here we go with one more to go. It's a 3-point lead. The Snow Wolves, with a big week, move within 4 points. It's a 3-team race for the championship. Oris 1 at 154, Flush at 151, the Snow Wolves at 150. It is tight as we go into event number 16, the final week of the season. And these teams certainly going to have some thinking to do. Congratulations to Swiftblade. They will take home 3rd place. The Trojans take home 2nd, but today everybody aspires to be the Janitors. They get the win in baseball here in today's event. Going to make them feel a little bit better about what's been an up and down season for them. And it is certainly going to be a very interesting final event of the season. The 2021 Marble. 16 teams began. 15 events have been run, but yet it all comes down to this. As we welcome you to the finale of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki. Glad to have you here for what will be ultimately a championship deciding run. You see the overall standings on the left side of your screen. Oris 1, Flush, and the Snow Wolves all within 4 points of each other as the top 3. Then 11 points back to the Savage Jackal. 3 more points back to the Janitors. 2 more points back to the Steel Brothers. Those are the 6 teams that are within 20 points of the leader coming into today's final event. We have seen a lot of ups and downs. We have seen a lot of momentum shifts. And maybe today we get yet another one, and we end up with possibly a surprise champion. No clear favorite, obviously, in the catbird seat is Oris 1 with a slight 3-point lead, but it really is anybody's game as we see the course for today's finale event, which is a 4-lap race. It's a long lap, so we're not going to just rush through today's event to crown a champion, but certainly going to be an exciting event. And again, you never know what's going to happen in the 2021 Marble Champions League, so we don't have any idea who's going to come out on top and come out as the victor. For the final time, the teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 16, the finale of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the lift run. Our
course for today's event is a long, winding course involving everything from funnels to those switchback portions of the course, even to those climbing stairs there. You see the blue and white stairs will cause an interesting, different portion of the course that we've never seen before. That's down in Sector 3. It's a 3-sector course. And then there is the lift hill, which will bring you right back to the start, which is also the finish. You see there at that green flag, the first green flag on the left side is where you set up for the start. It's also where you'll restart the next lap. So ultimately that's our finish line as well. 4 laps to determine a champion, and we are off. Here we go. Let's see who grabs the quick lead. It's going to be Swiftblade in the lead, followed by the Steel Brothers and Onyx. Now in the lead of the Blue Jackets. They make their way down to the 3rd funnel very quickly. They're followed closely by the Janitors, it looks like. Theirs is maybe Flush in there as well. That's the case. It's a crowded funnel there as they're looking to make their way through those 2 different areas with the funnels, or with the, the windmills as they make their way to the switchback portion of the course. It's a crowded course here. Right now it's the Janitors in the lead, followed by Swiftblade and the Speedy Hunters, and now the Speedy Hunters are stuck. They're going to get hit eventually. Let's see how much time it costs them. Doesn't look like it cost them a whole lot of time. It's the Janitors in the lead making their way up the stairs for the first time, followed by Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Sphery Spiders, and the Speedy Hunters, the top 10. Oris 1, your championship leader coming in, runs in 7th right now. And the Janitors, who came in, as we said, what it was, the 18 points, I believe, 18 points back. They're going to need a whole lot of help, but it's not impossible for them. Now it's the Speedy Hunters in the lead, followed by the Steel Brothers and the Trojans. The Janitors running 4th, the Sphery Spiders are 5th, Oris 1 still running back in 7th. Flush has moved their way up to 5th. They're now in a good spot championship-wise. And now they're all the way into the lead here in lap 2. Big run for them. Oris 1 has made their way onto the 2nd lap, but it's now Flush who's pulling ahead. They're the only one in that lone first blue funnel there. Let's see if they can pull. Not going to happen. Here comes Swiftblade. They're going to try to make a pass for the lead, and here come a couple more. That's the Steel Brothers and Lynx Rufus. Who gets out first? Here comes Oris 1. They're now into 5th. They're making themselves known in that blue funnel there. And now they're the first through that funnel. They're in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here come the Trojans, Lynx Rufus, and it's Lynx Rufus that comes out first. They're going to make their way down onto the portion that's going to lead us to the switchbacks. And right now it is Lynx Rufus ahead of the Janitors. Who's going to come out first? It's going to be the Steel Brothers. They're going to be followed by Lynx Rufus. The Janitors running 3rd. Now here come Oris 1. Can they get it done? Through that first orange funnel toward the lift hill here are the Steel Brothers. And here come a couple more. Right now it's the Steel Brothers in the lead. They're alone on that lift hill mechanism as they make their way into lap number 3. They've got the lone lead right now, trying to build an advantage here over Lynx Rufus. And the Janitors who just came through there, they are going to take over 2nd place. Now they might take over the lead. They're going to try to make the pass. And they may have gotten it done. We switched away from that camera momentarily to show you that Flush has moved into 3rd. 4th is the Lynx Rufus. Oris 1 is in a battle for a championship. They're running in 5th. It is close right now between Flush and the Lynx Rufus, and the Vikings have gotten a blue flag to get out of the way. They're moving awfully slow. They've been lapped. Well, that's certainly not what they wanted to see. And now a yellow flag is out for the Trojans. They are stuck on the course, and now they're going to be knocked back on. That could have been a big problem. Meanwhile, it's Lynx Rufus ahead of Steel Brothers. Oris 1 has moved into 3rd. Flush has dropped all the way back to 8th, but now Lynx Rufus is in trouble. They're going to get out of that issue there where they were stopped. They're still the leaders ahead of Steel Brothers. Oris 1 up there as well. Now here comes Flush. They're going to retake 2nd place. Lynx Rufus again is stopped on the switchback portion of the course. Things are getting wild right now on lap number 3. It is Flush who may be in the lead, or maybe it's going to be Tatu Bola out of nowhere, followed by the Steel Brothers. Flush is in 3rd. Oris 1 has dropped all the way back to 7th. It's just a 3-point lead, remember, coming in. Flush right now in position to be the championship winner. Now they're going to drop back to 4th. Things get a little more muddy. The Steel Brothers are now the leaders. They were the championship favorites almost the entire season. They have fallen back severely, and we are into the final lap. The Steel Brothers take the white flag, followed by the Blue Jackets. Lynx Rufus ahead of Tatu Bola. The Flush have dropped back a couple more spots. It's moving them out of the championship lead. Oris 1 running in 7th right now would be your champion. And they are running side by side along with the Snow Wolves. Those are the top 3, and they're all running very close. Now the Snow Wolves have jumped all the way up to 3rd. They're in advantage now. They're trying to make some passes. Tatu Bola just made a pass for the lead ahead of the Steel Brothers, followed by the Snow Wolves. Flush has moved up to 4th. Oris 1 stays steady in 7th place. Things are getting awfully tight as we've still got marbles making their way onto the final lap, but who really cares about them at this point? It's all about Tatu Bola in the lead for the win, but then also the Snow Wolves, who may have just taken a pass for the lead. Yes, they did. Followed by the Steel Brothers. Tatu Bola is going to drop back to 3rd, and now the Steel Brothers are in the lead ahead of the Snow Wolves. Flush is in 5th. Now they're in 4th. Oris 1 stays in 7th, and the Snow Wolves are in 2nd. Things are getting awfully tight. The Steel Brothers still in the lead. Oris 1 has dropped off the top 8 leaderboard. They are in severe trouble of losing this one. The Series Spiders getting a blue flag there, telling them to move out of the way. It's a battle for the win, maybe a battle for a championship for the Snow Wolves. Right now the Steel Brothers in the lead. Now it's a 3-way race between the Blue Jackets, Snow Wolves, and Steel Brothers. Boy, things are getting insane at the end of this one. Coming across for the final time, it's the Blue Jackets that get the win. They're going to take the 20 points. Here come the Steel Brothers for 2nd. Flush is going to take 3rd away from the Snow Wolves. 15 points for them. The Snow Wolves pick up 12 points. The Janitors finish in 5th. It is all over. Flush is going to win the championship. Oris 1 finishes 5 points behind. They came in with just a 3-point advantage. They came back to finish in 6th after struggling and falling all the way off the top half leaderboard, but ultimately, it's not enough. Flush is going to pick up 15 points. Oris 1 gets just 10, and that's enough to get it done. Unbelievable by Flush. A back and forth race here in the lift run that really could have seen anything as we're waiting for these last few marbles to finish up. Coming across the line is Swiftblade and the Archangels, and now Savage Jackal in 11th, 12th, and 13th. And we're going to go ahead and close this one out. Boy, that is one heck of a finish. There are the official results. The winner is the Blue Jackets, who win yet again. They've done that multiple times this year. But the real winner today is Flush. They win the championship. We'll show the final overall results in a moment. And here they are. Any second now, they'll pop up on your screen and we'll get to see the official results. There they are. By 2 points, Flush is your champion of the 2021 Marble Champions League. 166. Oris 1 will finish 2nd at 164 points. The Snow Wolves are 3rd. The Steel Brothers are 4th. The Janitors run in 5th. Followed by Savage Jackal and the Blue Jackets, who won that event, finish in 7th overall for the championship series. Gonna go ahead and pull up the podium. Flush picks up enough points to take the lead after finishing 3rd. They get the bronze. The silver goes to the Steel Brothers. I normally would say that today they all aspire to be the Blue Jackets. However, today everybody really does aspire to be Flush. They get the championship win. Don't take anything away from the Blue Jackets, who definitely had an up and down season. They get the win to finish out this year, so congratulations to them and what they were able to do. But ultimately, it's Flush that gets the victory. Party is on for the green and black and their fans, who, as we've said, this entire season have done a fantastic job of packing the house. They do it once again today. There is the specific cheering section for Flush, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of cheers throughout the entire crowd. Those that were rooting specifically for the team in green and black, those were that were rooting just for a great round of racing. We certainly saw that today. A lot of back and forth, and like we said, anything can happen. Ultimately, it is one of the top 3 that gets it done, and they get it done with a bronze finish in the event. What a run for Flush. They get the 3rd place finish today, but they get the big prize. They are the 2021 Marble Champions League champions. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'm Keanu Bittersicki, and you've been watching a presentation of Marble Fubeca. As we have a look at our bracket, 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group will have 2 winners advance, so the first 2 finishers advance to the semifinals. Same will happen in the semis, on to the finale. Group A, the UK, Brazil, the Netherlands, and Mexico. Right now it's in the United Kingdom in the lead, now being taken over by Brazil. They're the first down to our first wooden funnel. Brazil, then the United Kingdom, Netherlands, and Mexico finishing in 3rd and 4th right now. Who's going to get first out of that first one? It's going to be Brazil. They move into the lead, followed by the United Kingdom. Now stretching out the lead is Brazil. Mexico in 3rd, the Netherlands right now in 4th. Down to the final funnel, and it is still Brazil and then the UK. The Netherlands have passed Mexico down to the finish line, and across is Brazil, followed by the UK. The Netherlands in 3rd, Mexico in 4th, Brazil and the United Kingdom advance. A 34.152 the time for Brazil. Just under 7/10 of a second behind them is the United Kingdom. Both of those countries will advance into our semifinals, and they are out of Group A. A chance at a win here in Event 1 is over for both the Netherlands and Mexico as they fail to get out of the group stage. Moving to Group B, it is Indonesia, Argentina, Spain, and China. Looks like both of the marbles on the near side have a little bit more speed. Right now it's Argentina in the lead down to the first wooden funnel, followed by China, Spain, Indonesia pulling up the rear at the moment. And the first out will be Argentina. Pretty significant lead there as they're still making their way down. Argentina, then Spain, China, Indonesia. That's still the leaderboard right now, and it's a big lead for Argentina. Let's see if they can keep it. They're down through the final part, the Plinko portion. They are across the line, a 35.352. China's going to take second. They will advance. Spain and Indonesia eliminated here, as they will advance and move into this B semifinal. We make our way back up to the starting gate for Group C. Germany, Switzerland, the United States, and Portugal. And the U.S. has a stunted start. They start behind, and let's see what happens. Portugal comes out first, followed by Germany. The U.S. has now passed Switzerland to move into 3rd. And now the United States has moved into 2nd. Right now, both of the marbles coming out of that right side are in the lead. Portugal has that advantage. They're followed by the U.S., then Germany, Switzerland currently in last. Who's going to make the lead? Now it's looking like Portugal has the U.S. right on their heels. Who's going to get the win? It is Portugal. The United States finished 2nd. Switzerland, Germany, both eliminated. As the U.S. went from last out of the gates and were able to move into 2nd. Here's a look at a replay, as you see some of the cheering sections. A full stadium here for this exciting event. Group D, Canada, Italy, India, France. 2 advance, 2 are done. Let's find out who it'll be right now. Canada in the lead, followed by Italy, India, and then France in last. Looks like it's pretty close right now. Canada still maintains that lead, being followed by Italy. Still pretty close out of that final, or now into, I should say, the final funnel. Still Canada, Italy, France is now past India. Canada is across, they've got the win. Italy is in 2nd, they will advance. France and India will be eliminated here in the group stage. And so that will move Canada and Italy into the first semifinal. And our point standings, 9th through 16th, will receive 7 points all the way down to Indonesia, who had the slowest time. They will not receive a point here for today's first event, so a disappointing start to their tournament. As we move into our semifinals, once again, 4 come in, only 2 will leave. Canada, the UK, Italy, Brazil trying to secure their spots in the final right now. Canada and the United Kingdom are in the lead. Italy has moved into 3rd. Brazil right now running in last. Brazil is a heavyweight. Typically in Marble Fubeca events, they passed Italy to move into 3rd now. But it's still Canada and the United Kingdom leading the way. And they're almost in a dead tie. Canada still in the lead. They will get down before the UK, but they'll come across the line almost at the same time. Canada and the United Kingdom advance. Brazil and Italy will settle for a semifinal loss as they are going to settle in the middle of the pack from this first event. So Canada and the UK showing strong. Now the US, Argentina, China, and Portugal for the other two spots in the final. Who takes on Canada and the United Kingdom? Right now it's Portugal and Argentina that are in the lead. The United States is in third, and a very distant right now fourth is China. Let's see if they can make up any time. It's hard to pass on these. You really have to get off to a good start and keep it going, but the U.S. has shown that they can pass. They've done it a few times. Trying to make a last-minute pass here. Portugal in the lead. Argentina still holding second. Distantly in last place right now is China, and sure enough, the U.S. does make a pass, and they're going to get the advancement past Argentina as China finishes almost 6 seconds behind anybody else. As the United States does it again. Portugal gets the win, but the U.S. survives. They advance to the final here. You can see Portugal after that semifinal win. They're excited. They're the 5th through 8th finishes. Argentina will finish 5th. Brazil, Italy, and then China taking up that middle ground area. And here we go. The U.S., Portugal, the UK, and Canada. And it's a slow start for the United Kingdom. Can they come back from that? The U.S. has done it before. Canada is in the lead. Now the United States are in the lead. They've made the pass on Canada, their neighbors to the north. Portugal in third, and the UK trying to make an advancement. Portugal now makes a move into second place. It's still the United States in the lead. Portugal, Canada, and the UK. Who's going to get the title and win our first event here in the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys? Right now it is the United States. Can they finish it off? They're getting close. Portugal tries it at the end, cannot get it done. And the USA wins gold in event number 1 by less than 1/100th of a second. The United States takes first, and they get off to a flying start here. As you have a look at our official results, 20 points to the United States. Portugal finishes second. Canada, the UK, and Argentina, the top 5. For this hurricane event, and here are the overall standings, obviously still the same. You see the medal count there. A gold for the US, a silver for Portugal. Canada picks up a bronze. Hope you picked right. Using our opportunity on the Quadrilla app to choose the winner, it was the US today. They take event number 1. Portugal wins silver. Again, Canada getting the bronze. So congratulations to all of those teams, and really to everybody in this tournament. Good opportunity for everybody to get the feel of what this tournament's going to be. Again, it's a 6 marble run sets on Amazon.com using that promo code on your screen. And without further ado, here is event number 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. There's the Group A, B, C, and D. They are the same for event number 2 as they were. In event number 1, you know the teams and you know the way it works. And you also know that you can download the Hoppe Quadrilla app and predict the winner of today's tournament. An opportunity to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set courtesy of Hoppe Toys. Great opportunity there, as you see our very, very lengthy and tall course for today's race, which includes a jump, something that we haven't seen. Should be a very interesting ending to this course because it's very close to the finish line there. See how that affects these teams today. Group A, UK, Netherlands, Mexico, and Brazil. And out of the gates, it is Brazil and Mexico in the lead. Now the Netherlands has passed Brazil for second place. The UK bringing up the rear. Now they moved into third. Mexico has dropped to last. And it's now the UK in last. It is still the Netherlands and Brazil leading the way. They're getting close to that funnel, and it will be Mexico coming out of nowhere. Brazil finishes second, the Netherlands third, and the UK finally comes across 5 seconds later. Let's look at this. Wow, what a move by Mexico. You can see it's a little bit of a blur. They're moving so fast there. But Mexico was the second in, but the first out, and by a pretty good margin. They advance, as does Brazil. The Netherlands were the first in, but they do not advance. So that last portion, that funnel there after the jump, clearly could become an issue. It was an issue early on for the Netherlands. Here's Group B, Spain, Argentina, Indonesia, and China. Indonesia is last in the standings right now. They did not earn a point in our first event after running the slowest time. However, they're in the lead right now in Group B, followed by Argentina, China, and then Spain. Remains that way, and it looks like a little bit of a lead, maybe lengthening, out here for Indonesia. They are in, they are out, and they are through, followed by Argentina. Spain and China will not advance through the group stage here today, as Indonesia gets the win. They advance to the semifinals. Let's have a look at the replay. Can't do it a whole lot smoother than that, although it looked like it gave them a little bit of a hard time to actually get out of the funnel there. Either way, no harm, no foul. An advancement into the semifinals for Indonesia and Argentina. As we move into Group C, see some of our wonderful spectators here for this second event after a great first event. Looking for even better things here today. And Group C includes our leader in the point standings. That's the United States, Switzerland, Germany, and Portugal, the rest of Group C. Right now it is Switzerland and Portugal in the transfer spots. The USA in third, Germany currently in last, but now it's the United States running in last. And we'll see where we go. It's really the ending of this course that can cause a lot of problems. They remain in the same spot now. Here is Portugal. They get through immediately, and they are advancing. As are Portugal, Germany, and the United States will not make it through this group stage. And after a win in the first event and a points lead for the United States, they are likely to fall out of the lead after failing to advance. We'll, of course, finally see where they end up in the standings, depending on the remainder of the competitors and what time they finish out with still one more group to go. You can see there was the jump that got it done for Portugal to advance them. And oh my goodness, the United States, wow, was that close. They almost didn't finish, which would have been disastrous for them. It looked like they were bouncing around almost like a basketball on a rim there. But they got it to go. It was still the slowest time of the group, though. Here is Group D, India, France, Italy, Canada. Canada who finished third in our last event. Took home the bronze. Right now they're in third place. Not a transfer spot. Right now that belongs to France and India. They make their way through the winding portion of this course. Now for the jump. And an easy win for France. They're going to be followed by India, Canada, and then Italy, who will not advance. And an easy win there. As you can see, they were already in the funnel by the time we get to this replay here. Pretty smooth run there by India. And for that matter, by Canada as well. As we are into the semis from 16 down to 8 now. And our first semifinal, you know the format, it's the same. But first, the results from 9th through 16th. 9th will be Canada. We'll go all the way down to the UK, who will not earn a point. They had the slowest time. The United States, who won event number 1, they will finish 15th here today. It's a disappointing run for them after they had gotten off to a good start. Mexico, Brazil, France, and India. 2 spots in the finals on the line. Right now, the transfers are Brazil and Mexico. They are 2 heavyweights in Marble Fubeca lore. They have done very well in the history of this channel, and they look to continue that here. They're still in the transfer spots as we make our way down to the final funnel. Here goes the jump. There goes a win for Mexico, but out of nowhere, here comes France, and they will advance. Passing Brazil in the funnel to advance to the final, it is France. Mexico got it done and led basically wire to wire, and you could see there on that first replay. Let's see if we see it again here. Brazil goes in. They kind of get lost. You can see there Brazil gets popped up. And then it's France that comes out first. They advance into the final, and a disappointing finish there for Brazil. And you can see on the replay here, they got stuck pretty significantly there. They were in that funnel for a long time before they were able to come down for a third place finish. But it is Mexico and France into the final. Portugal, who finished second, has a chance to maybe better that. They're still in the semifinal here. The other 2 medalists from our first event, Canada and the United States, are out here of event number 2. And As we make it to our second semifinal, Indonesia off to a slow start. Anything's going to be a positive for them after they did not score a point last time. Right now it's Portugal and Switzerland in the transfer spots. Argentina a close third, a little bit of a distance between them and Indonesia currently running in last. And we make it down to the teeter-totter. And a very smooth run by both of those front runners there. Switzerland and Portugal will advance. Argentina and Indonesia will go home. Head back to the locker rooms there and see what they can do to better their chances for event number 3. As they will not make it to the final. That was a good run right there by Switzerland. And Portugal back in the final again. So Mexico, France, Switzerland, and Portugal. But first, let's show you the standings and the official results for 5th through 8th. Argentina finishes 5th again. And Indonesia, Brazil, and India. So Argentina strong. Hasn't made it to a final yet, but they've been strong in each of the first 2 events. Let's see who takes home our second gold medal. We're in event number 2 right now. It's Portugal who finished in 2nd. In event number 1, they are in the lead right now, followed by Mexico, France, and then Switzerland. And it is still Portugal in the lead. Right now, a pretty significant lead for them, but now that's been shortened up. Now Mexico's taking the lead. Mexico, this is close, making their way down the teeter-totters. They both going at the same time. Mexico gets it done by less than 0.2 of a second. It got tight in a hurry, and neither side had any hiccup at the end. Watch this. Holy cow, what a job by both of these marbles. They were nearly dead even going into it, and neither one stumbled. Let's have another look at it. I mean, there's just no way you can do it better than either of them did. Oh my goodness, what a job. And again, bridesmaid for Portugal as they finish 1 spot short. Mexico crowned our gold medal winner for the second event here of this tournament, as they will grab the second gold, their first medal. For the event results: Mexico, Portugal, France, Switzerland, and Argentina. All the way down, as we said, the U.S. gets the final spot. UK did not pick up a spot, and now here's our overall standings. It's a 10-point lead early for Portugal over Mexico, and Canada in 3rd. Hope you picked Mexico this time as the winner for today's event. In the Hoppe Quadrilla app, with the chance to win a Quadrilla marble run set. If not, you've got plenty more chances. Congratulations to Mexico, Portugal, and France, who takes the bronze medal today. Portugal is now in the lead. At the back, 2 events down and 2 winners from North America, as we have 4 events to go here in the Marble Fubeca Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Glad to be here. I'm Keanu Bittersicki as we begin event number 3. We're going to see maybe if some of our other continents can get into the winners column and top of the podium after Mexico and the United States get wins in each of the first 2 events of this 6-part tournament. However, at the top of the leaderboards, it is Portugal with 2 silvers. They are up by 10 points on Mexico. Canada in 3rd, Argentina 4th, and the U.S. after a win in event number 1, finishing 15th last time. They have dropped to 5th in the overall standings. You have a look at our tall course here. As we get ready for event number 3, it is Quadrilla Basketball. Glad to have Hoppe Toys on board here for today's event. Hope that you made your picks in the Hoppe Quadrilla app for today's winner as you have a look at our bracket for this event. Same as it has been throughout. As we have Group A, Brazil, Mexico, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. We're going to race down this course. You can end up with either 2 points, 3 points, or no points, depending on which basket your marble goes through. So what you're doing right now, you're racing to be the first one down, have the opportunity to maybe win a time tiebreaker. As the first 2 come through, that's 2 points for the United Kingdom, 3 points for Brazil, 2 points for Mexico, and the Netherlands don't score. We'll have a look at the replay. The tiebreaker there from the 2 that finished with 2 points going through the portion of the course there all the way to the right of your screen. The tiebreaker is the time. which is going to advance Mexico for us and the United Kingdom. You can see there, the Netherlands unable to score at all. Beg your pardon, move Brazil and the United Kingdom. Mexico misses out after they finish later than the UK. So Mexico is done, which means we will not again have a repeat winner. A chance still, depending on what the United States does here in this group round, to potentially have a two-time winner. Indonesia, China, Argentina, Spain, all facing off now here for Group B. And right now the leader is China. Now they've been passed by Indonesia. Spain and Argentina rounding out the group. Look like they're all pretty close here. Well-run race. Let's see as they get down to the baskets who's going to score first and how much will they score. China not going to score. Indonesia not going to score. 3 points each for Argentina and Spain, and they will advance. You look at the replay here. Indonesia, had one rim out there. Disappointing finish for them, and so no real drama in that one, as only 2 teams score, and so they will be the 2 to advance here to the next round. Into the semifinals, Spain and Argentina. Argentina has done pretty well in these first 2 matchups. These events here haven't been able to grab a medal, but they've done well enough to be 4th overall in the standings. Here's Group C, Germany, Switzerland, Portugal, and the United States. 2 of the powerhouses here, the U.S. and Portugal. They are the point standings leader. The Portuguese are. The United States trying to become the first 2-time winner. Right now they are the slowest of these marbles. First one down is going to be Germany, followed by Switzerland. They have the first chance. Looks like Germany's not going to score. It is Switzerland and Portugal, as the U.S. finishes 0.2 of a second behind Portugal, so they will not advance. And your point standings leaders just barely get it done. A little bit faster there than the USA. And so they will advance into the semifinals. See how close they were. Oh man, it was a mistake there by the U.S. They were down first but could not have a clean transfer there. And so instead it's Portugal that will join Switzerland in the semifinals. That is a devastating blow to the U.S. as they will again fail to get out of the group stage for the second straight event after winning event number 1. On to our final group, it's Italy, India, Canada, and France. Canada trying to become the 3rd different country from North America to win in this tournament. No other continent has a win. Right now it's India in the lead and by a pretty good margin, followed by France, then Canada, then Italy. Now France has taken the lead. They make their way down, going for the baskets. Let's see who's going to score. Looks like a score for everybody so far. It's going to come down to a tiebreaker. Canada scores a 3, they're in. And in with the fastest time is France. Everybody scores that time. See the balls bouncing around there. Those marbles making their way down. There was the fastest score. The 3-pointer for Canada gets them in. And India and Italy are out. As you see the semifinals now on your screen, semifinal A and B will begin by telling you who finished 9th through 16th. It's Mexico and then the U.S., so the 2 winners will finish 9th and 10th based on their scores and then fastest times as well. Going all the way down to 16th as we make our way into the semifinals here. These countries fighting all now for their first win. Portugal is into the semifinals. Maybe looking this time to be the bride instead of the bridesmaid after winning 2 consecutive silvers. Good enough to get them into the lead though. Brazil, Canada, France, and the UK all face off here in the first semifinal. Again, you want to be the first one down because it gives you that advantage, but it's not the end of the world if you're not. Right now France is in the lead, followed by the UK, then Canada, and then a distant 4th is Brazil. All swirling around that final funnel, making their way toward the score. Everybody's gonna score. There's gonna be 3 threes. And so the time will determine the UK and Canada as your 2 advancers there. Oh, look at that one. France just sat on the top of the rim there. Had a little help there from Brazil. And so it is the UK and Canada making their way. Interesting there. Brazil actually came out first. And they are done. And so Canada has a chance again to be the next North American country to win, trying to go 3 for 3. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom back in the Final Four again, as we make our way down now to semifinal B. It is Portugal, Argentina, Spain, and Switzerland. Portugal and Argentina, 2 top 5 teams. They have done well, but right now, Switzerland leading the group down, followed by Portugal, Argentina, then Spain. Now Argentina has made a pass. Portugal is in second. Portugal now in the lead. They're going to have the first chance to score. They are going to score. They're going to get 3. They're in, as is Argentina. As they get a better time than Spain by 0.6 of a second, Switzerland does not score. Portugal and Argentina continue their domination of this tournament as they are once again through to the final. You see, just rimming out there for Switzerland. Had a chance but could not get it done. Disappointment there for them. For Argentina, they come out first. They are into the final. And some pretty familiar names here in the final. The UK, Canada, Argentina, and Portugal. For the results 5th through 8th, it's Brazil, France, Spain, and Switzerland who will earn 11, 10, 9, and 8 points respectively. And now to the final. For 1st through 4th, out of the gate first is going to be Argentina, followed by the UK, then Portugal, and then Canada. Portugal has won second twice. They are the point standings leader. You cannot allow them to win, otherwise they are in the prime driver's seat for the second half of this 6-part tournament. Right now they are in the lead. They're going to have the first chance to score. They're going to go down. Let's see who's going to score. 2 points for everybody. And so it is Portugal that will get the win. Based on time, they do it by about 0.3 of a second. Canada takes the silver. But it is Portugal, after 2 consecutive second-place finishes, asserting their absolute dominance on this competition. The UK does not get any point, or does not score any points on this round, so they'll finish 4th. Look how close it is between Portugal and Canada. Oh man, so close for 1st and 2nd. And then Argentina will take 3rd. 4th place for the UK. And so congratulations to Portugal. They learn from the first 2 events, and they extend their lead, and they're going to do it by a pretty significant margin as they win here at the Quadrilla basketball. There are the official results from this group. Hope you did well by putting your votes in on who you thought was going to win in the Hoppe Quadrilla app. Get it on Google Play and download it on the App Store for your chance to win. So in the overall standings, the lead is now extended to 15 points. Portugal over Canada, who has moved into 2nd place. But it is now Portugal's tournament to lose as we are halfway through. 3 events down, 3 events to go. And the Portuguese with a large lead. Here it is, a time of 18.382. Did it by just under 0.3 of a second. A little more than 0.6 of a second back to 3rd place Argentina as they take bronze here in today's event. 3 down, 3 to go. Portugal has a 15-point lead and a big opportunity for them.
3 down, 3 to go as we hit the backstretch of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys here on Marble Fubeca. I'm Keanu Bittersig, glad to have you here for event number 4. This is what we're calling Quadrilla Marble Volleyball, a very tall structure for today's tournament event as we have our teams competing here for an opportunity to maybe, if you're Portugal, put this thing away with just 2 more events left after today, or if you're one of the other teams, have a chance, as you see on the screen, the overall standings, to maybe pull a little closer. It's Portugal, Canada, Argentina, Mexico, and Brazil, the top 5. Go all the way down to right now a 3-way tie at the bottom between China, the Netherlands, and Indonesia. Those teams are 44 points behind. It's a 15-point advantage overall from 1st to 2nd. If you think you know who's going to win today's event, you have a chance to maybe win something out of it. Download the Hoppe Toys Quadrilla app, make your pick, and enter for your chance to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set from Hoppe Toys. And without further ado, this is the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament event number 4. It is Marble Volleyball, presented by Hoppe Toys. Group A is Mexico, Brazil, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. So they make their way down this large, very tall course. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. They will head down into our volleyball court and try to score some points. Let's see what we get. 4 points for the Netherlands, 2 points for Brazil. They'll advance. No scoring, so that's an automatic 1. from both Mexico and the United Kingdom, they will not advance through this group stage. And so Mexico, for a second straight time, after winning event number 2, they will not advance past the first stage. As you have a look at that replay there, showing you, again, you want to be the first one down just like last time with basketball. This is a similar style. Bouncing off those walls and trying to score as many points as you can. That time, only 2 teams score. If you do not score and you land on either side of the board, you're given an automatic 1. And so that is going to result with 2 1s, and so those 2 teams are out as we move into Group B. This is Spain and China, and then Indonesia and Argentina. Argentina has been a powerhouse in this tournament. Consistently in the top 5, finished 3rd, took home a bronze last time in event number 3 as they make their way onto the volleyball courts and scoring for Indonesia. They're going to get 4 points. They will advance. They're joined by Spain, Argentina, and China are out as Argentina, for the first time, not going to advance through the group stage here. That is a devastating loss for them, as they have been good throughout this tournament. But with how good Portugal has been, you have to be great to keep up with them. And this time, a big loss there for Argentina. You can see they were the last ones on the court for quite a while as well. And so they are going to be eliminated here as we move to Group C. Back to the top of the stadium here, where we begin this event. A daunting task for these teams, as Group C is Germany, the United States, your points leader Portugal, and Switzerland. Switzerland had a strong run last time. Right now it's Portugal and the U.S. that are in the lead. They're going to be the first ones down. Portugal is going to score. Actually, maybe they're not. They are not going to score. Portugal will get a 0. They don't score any points. The U.S. scores 3. They're through, as is Germany with 2. And Portugal, the overall standings leader, they are done. And they are very likely headed to a 16th place finish here, because they didn't score anything at all. It's a costly loss for them, and potentially going to cost them a lot of points here on their lead. I'm a little surprised right there. I thought it was going to land in at least one of them. Oh, man, just rimmed out. And in fact, it looked like it got some help there from Germany in keeping Portugal from getting through. Wow, that is a really costly one. You can see the scoreboard right over the Germans. As we move to our final group, Italy, Canada, India, France. 2 more spots in the semifinals on the line. Big chance for Canada to make up some ground. They are in second place right now, down 15. They're going to score a couple of points, as will Italy, and neither India nor France are going to finish. So now, in the last 2 groups, we have 3 teams that do not get any points at all, and that is a big help there for Portugal. That hurts Canada, but they're through with the best time out of that grouping. Went through pretty quickly there. But a surprising finish there from Group D. 2 teams unable to put any points on the board, and you see it was nearly a 3rd team. The last moment there, able to score. Wow. Disappointing run there from that group. As we will advance now into our semifinals. So 8 down, 8 to go. There are the results, 9th through 16th. And ultimately, Portugal will end up 14th and receive 2 points from today's event. Argentina, the highest scorer out of anybody that did not make it through. They get 7 points. China, Mexico, Switzerland, the UK. And then you get down to Portugal, as we said, in 14th. Here's semifinal A. This is the U.S., Spain, Germany, and Indonesia. Indonesia out to a strong start, trailing just Germany. Trailing the U.S., bringing up the rear. Again, it's all about the points, not necessarily who comes down first. And as we look for some scores, it's going to be just 1 score. That is Spain. And the time is going to be the tiebreaker here. First to the bottom of the board that didn't score was Germany. They are through to the final. And now a real struggle here, it seems, for these teams to be able to score any points at all. That is now 5 out of the last 8 that haven't put up anything. How about that?
The U.S. looked like they lipped out of one there, which cost them. They will not advance back to their second final, but they did get out of the group stage, which is a step in the right direction there for the American team. But you've only got 2 more events after this one. Is it too little too late for the team that won the first event? Moving on to semifinal B here, and the final 2 spots in the final. There are the competitors: the Netherlands, Italy, Brazil, and Canada. Remember, Canada second right now in the standings. If you want to make this thing close, you want Canada in the final as we get toward the end of this tournament. And it looked like Canada did come through with a 1. It's 0 for Italy. The Netherlands puts up 4. They're through, as is Brazil, with a score of 3. And so Canada will not make it back to the final, will not have a chance to improve on their silver from last time and finish out the entire continent of North America scoring wins here in this tournament, as they will be eliminated here. And we'll have to watch the final, just like 12 of the 16 teams from the sidelines. Brazil, the last one to make it in with that score there at the last moment, as they join the Netherlands in our final. And the results 5th through 8th. Canada picks up 5th, Italy 6th, Indonesia 7th, and the U.S. will take 8th. Here is the final. For the medals now, the Netherlands, Germany, Brazil, and Spain. Right now, Germany in the lead, followed by Spain, then the Netherlands, and then Brazil. 3 go to the left side, 1 to the right. And they make their way down. Looks like no score here. There's a score for Brazil. They're the only team that's going to score. 1 point for the Netherlands, nothing for Germany or Spain. Brazil takes gold and wins event number 4. The Netherlands pick up a silver, and by virtue of the time, it's going to be a bronze medal finish for Germany. Spain comes up empty in the final. So they will not win a medal here. They will take 4th place. Look at the score here from Brazil. Here's the one that wins it. Stopped up there. Looked like that would have been probably a 3-pointer. Instead, they end up getting 4. Either way, they were the only ones to actually score on the board. And so any kind of score was going to be a win for them. Congratulations to Brazil. They become the 4th different winner in 4 events, joining Mexico, the U.S., Portugal, and now themselves, as you have a look at the official results from event number 4. And now, here are the overall point standings. It is Portugal in the lead. Their lead has been slightly made a little smaller there. It's down to 6 points. It's a tie for second now between Canada and Brazil. 4th place is still Argentina. Mexico is in 5th. The U.S. goes up from 7th to 6th, so they're getting a little closer there. Switzerland, Spain, France, and the Netherlands, the top 10, to go all the way down to India. Right now running in last with just 15 points. They are in 16th place. And so it gets a little bit tighter here, from a 15-point lead to a 6-point lead. And a 2-way tie for second, Brazil and Canada. There are the competitors from today up on the podium. 3rd place for Germany, 2nd place for the Netherlands, but today they all aspire to be Brazil as they get the gold here at event number 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run. We began with 16 countries and 6 events, and now we're down to just 2 more runs on the Quadrilla course and just a handful of countries with an opportunity to win this Marble Run tournament. And with that, we say hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersiki, glad to have you here for event number 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament here on Marble Fubeca. See our large viewing section for today's tournament as we turn our attention to the pitch. This is Marble Soccer. You have the overall standings on your screen now. It is Portugal's tournament and championship to lose. They're up by 6 points up with Canada and Brazil. 12 points back to Argentina. Those are the real contenders now for the championship. If you think you know who's a contender and who might win today's event, don't forget to download the Hoppe Quadrilla app and make your picks for today's event winner for your chance to win from Hoppe Toys. And with that, we welcome you to the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament on Marble Fubeca. This is event number 5. It's Marble Soccer as you have a look at our
bracket here on the left side, your groupings A, B, C, and D, as they have been throughout this entire tournament. We'll begin with Group A. It's the Netherlands, Mexico, the UK, and Brazil. Brazil are defending winner. They won event for them before, and they are in this potentially as a championship contender. Right now they're leading the group. They're going to make their way down this large course, down onto the soccer field, attempt to score some goals, and advance. The UK makes a pass here, leading Brazil. And it's the Netherlands and Mexico going back. They're on the course. There's a goal. It's the UK scoring first. Will we get another? The answer is no, and it'll come down to a tiebreaker. The UK is through, as is Brazil. They were first onto the field, and so they win that tiebreaker. That's the way the tiebreakers work here for soccer. It'll go by time that it took you to touch the field. So they were the first one down. You see a quick goal there from the UK. And really no chance for Mexico or the Netherlands. They just didn't really have it there. Let's have another look straight on here. And it looks like a few opportunities, as you see a couple of times, that Brazil makes contact with that middle fidget spinner. Missed it on that last try, and that's what cost them. But they're still through. It is the UK and Brazil. Brazil won the last event, as we said. One of 4 different event winners through 4 events. See this aerial view of the large course for today's event as we move into Group B. And again, 2 more marbles and their teams, those countries, advancing into the semifinals. Group B on your screen, it's China, Argentina, Spain, and Indonesia. China's in the lead right now. Argentina 4th in the championship standings. Indonesia and Spain. This is a grouping that hasn't produced a lot of all-stars, but certainly Argentina has been very consistent. Right now they are trailing just China. Now Argentina makes the pass. They are in the lead, and they've got a little bit of room to work here, but look at Indonesia for a moment looking like they had a chance. First down is Argentina, and it doesn't look like we're going to go. Oh, maybe we will at the last moment. China gonna fall, and China advances. They had the slowest time, and so that goal is going to allow them to advance. Argentina is in on time. Wow, how close that gets at the end as you have a look at the replay, and you can see nowhere near the rest of the grouping was China, so they have to score that goal, and they just got it done. Off the side of the goalpost there, and then it just spun its way over and over and over again, and eventually it's going to fall and advance China into the second round here. Waiting, 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 and finally, here it comes, and there is your goal for China to advance them into the next round, so they're into the semifinals. They will join the UK and Brazil. Argentina yet again moving past this first round. They've been extremely consistent. Here's Group C and a couple of the favorites, Switzerland and Germany, and then you've got the United States and Portugal. Portugal a 6-point lead, as we said, over Canada. And then also Brazil there. Right now it is Germany in the lead, followed by the United States. They're in 6th right now, the winner of the first event. Struggling a little bit. They're in the lead here. And right now Portugal's in trouble. They're going to have to score a goal here. There's a goal for the U.S. I believe we just got a goal for Switzerland as well. We do. Portugal is knocked out in the first round, as is Germany. After 2 goals, our first matchup here in which multiple countries have scored a goal. The U.S. will take the first spot there. They scored it before anybody else even hit the bottom. How about that? From the United States, dominant, and the same could be said for Switzerland. It was over before Germany or Portugal even touched the course, as both of the first 2 score there, and did it quickly. And so therefore an easy win for the United States and an easy advancement for Switzerland. Nearly a goal there for Portugal. It didn't matter at that point. It didn't matter, as I said, before they even hit the bottom of the course there. Switzerland and the United States advancing from Group C. And this brings us to Group D, including Canada. A lot of momentum, I think, for Canada. They have placed very well, trying to finish off the sweep of the North American countries winning events. They've won 2 out of the 4. Right now, Canada running last out of this grouping.
it really does matter when you hit the bottom because you need to do it quickly in case of a tiebreaker. Right now, France, India, Italy, Canada. That's the running order right now as they make their way closer and closer toward that final portion of the course. And down first, it is India. Will anybody score? There's a goal. There's another. And that's going to be our two advancers. Give it to Canada. Give it to France. They're in to the semifinals. India and Italy end up right next to each other in the corner, and they are headed home. Yeah, India just got a bad bounce there. Canada didn't have a great run either, but they had enough speed on it to be able to recover a couple of times. In fact, they assisted the goal there. And then eventually knocked it in themselves to advance into the next round. So quite a bit of teamwork there, it seemed, from the two teams to advance that time. That is, of course, Canada and France. They're into the semifinals from Group B, and we have the results 9th through 16th. Portugal does not score a point, a devastating blow for the points leaders. They're up by just 6 points. They are likely, in fact, not even likely, they are not going to be the points leaders. Once this event ends, they'll have to come from behind in the final event. First semifinal, Argentina, China, the UK, and Brazil. If it's Argentina or Brazil, we are in for a doozy at the end of this event. Right now, Argentina is in the lead. They're followed right behind by Brazil. Then the UK and China. China a little bit further behind right now. It's a seemingly pretty big lead for Argentina. Let's see if they can continue that. They do, but they lost a little bit of time there. First down is going to be Argentina. Bad run. There's a goal for Brazil. There's a goal for the UK. Argentina is not going to advance. China is out as well. Brazil and the United Kingdom into the final. And again, the UK will go the distance. They have been so good at making it to the end. They just haven't medaled at all. They'll try to again change that here. No chance. Perfectly done by Brazil. And another perfect run by the UK. Got the bounce off the side of the goalpost, it seemed there. And that was that. Ending the tournament of Argentina and China. From UK and Brazil into the final. Who will they be joined by? As it will be 2 out of the 4 teams from semifinal B. They are representing Europe and North America, the US, France, Switzerland, and Canada. Canada right now in a prime position to get into a good spot in the championship run. The US trying to get back in it. They're all very close right now as they make their way down that second funnel. Split off now 2-2. It's going to move Switzerland into the lead, followed by France. Now France takes a pass. Down the Plinko board they go. France is in the lead. They're going to be followed by Switzerland, then the United States, then Canada. Switzerland scores the goal. France is going to get in by default. And the US and Canada both eliminated in the semifinals. So France gets down first. That advances them into the final. The only goal with an assist from France. It goes to Switzerland. France got an assist from Canada in the previous run to score their goal. Now they help out their opponent there. They're the results 5th through 8th. Argentina takes 5th. China, the United States, and Canada rounding out that group who was eliminated there in the semifinals. And bringing us down to our final of event number 5. Brazil, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and France. Brazil trying to become the first 2-time winner, trying to win it for a second time in a row. Everybody else trying to win their first event and make it 5 different winners in 5 tries. First through is France. And the UK looked like they were going to be in the lead. They turn out to be 4th. It's France and then Brazil, and then a big gap between Switzerland and the United Kingdom. Can they catch up? The answer looks like it's yes. 3 go to the left side, just 1 to the right. Brazil nearly made the pass for the lead, but it's still France down the Plinko board. He's going to get to the bottom first. France is going to score. They're through. France takes the gold. Silver for Switzerland. Brazil takes bronze. And again, the United Kingdom falls just shy of a medal, as it looks like they just never got anything going. France was the first one to the bottom, so they're going to get the gold. They were the first to score the goal, as you can see on the replay here. In fact, did they get it before? No, just after Switzerland hit the bottom. 3 teams score goals. That's the most in this event. There's Switzerland just scoring before Brazil, but again, it goes based off of time there and who was to the bottom first. And so that is the difference between a silver and a bronze for those 2 teams. But it is France that gets the win. They become our 5th different winner in 5 events. And set us up for a fascinating finale. In the Marble Fubeca Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Hope that you had a chance to win by downloading the Quadrilla app and making your picks for the winners. There are the results from the event based on times from each round. Here are the overall standings now, and we have a new leader. It is Brazil, and they will take a 7-point advantage into the final matchup over Canada. Portugal again picked up no points. They dropped 2 spots to 3rd with 56 points, and within 10 is Argentina. They are in 4th. France jumps to 5th in a tie with Switzerland. The United States drops back to 7th, and the UK is in 8th despite making it to the final multiple times. They just can't quite get it done. And again, they miss out on having this final shot where we show you the podium. 3rd place for Brazil. They get the bronze. They also take over the lead in the overall championship standings. That's what you want. 2nd place to Switzerland, but today they all aspire to be France. They take the gold with a goal and a time of 22.342. Congratulations to the French. They get the win, and they open up maybe, just maybe, a window at a championship. We've had 5 events, we've had 5 very different winners, but ultimately it will come down to this final event, event number 6 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersiki. Glad to have you here as we will crown a champion today. Our final event of this great promotional series we've had here with Hoppe Toys. Glad to have them on board for what's been a fascinating, very interesting tournament. And if you've been interested in enjoying what you've seen, it's a great chance to tell you that Marble Champions is coming up starting in March. A 16-team season will begin then. But first, there is still unfinished business today. Just the overall standings on the left side of your screen. If you think you know who's going to win, you've got your final chance. If you download the Hoppe Toys Quadrilla app, either from Google Play or the App Store, go ahead and put in who you think is going to win today's event for your chance to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set, courtesy of our friends at Hoppe Toys. There are 4 teams within 10 points of the lead, as you see all of our 16 teams on the left side of your screen in their groupings A, B, C, and D. You know how it is by now. Brazil with a lead of 7 points over Canada, then Portugal, Argentina, all within 10 points. We will start with Brazil. They're here. The UK, Mexico, and Netherlands, the rest of Group A. Right now off to a slow start is Brazil. As we begin our final event, this is the equivalent of marble golf. Very interesting event, and a slow start remains for Brazil. The UK and Mexico leading the group, followed by the Netherlands. They're going to make their way down. Here they go onto the golfing course, and this is a couple of scores for everybody. Here comes Brazil. They're going to need some big points. I don't think it's going to happen. In fact, they're not going to score at all. Oh my goodness. And drama begins the finale. Have a look at the replay here, and as they come down the fairway, trying to make it into one of those holes there. 8 points there for Mexico. There was a 10 for the Netherlands. The UK put up some points as well. There is first the amount of points you're going to score, but the tiebreaker is going to be the distance that you traveled. No points on the board for Brazil. They are done and likely now out already. They're in a lot of trouble, even with a 7-point lead coming in. Here's Group B: China, Spain, Argentina, and Indonesia. Argentina has a chance. They are 10 points behind. They need a big run this week if they want to have a chance to be the champions. Right now, Indonesia leading Argentina, then China. And now we're trying to pass Argentina. Spain running in last right now. They're making their way down to the fairway. Let's see if we get some scores. You've got 4 for Indonesia. That is an 8 for Argentina, and it looks like the other 2 may not score at all. They will not. Argentina, Indonesia. They will advance. Spain and China finished here for this tournament as they are eliminated. Spain traveled 120 for the distance, but couldn't put any points on the board because they didn't end up in a hole. Ultimately, that's what's going to be your automatic saving grace if you can score like Indonesia did. Didn't travel super far, but Indonesia able to put up 4 points. Just missed it.
did Spain. But it actually propelled them much further, but they needed to score in order to have a chance. They did not. They are going home. And the first semifinal is complete. The Netherlands, Mexico, Argentina, and Indonesia will face off. Argentina, one of the championship contenders. Here's Group C. It's got another one, Portugal. Also Germany, the United States, and Switzerland. Portugal right now running in third place. They are 9 points back. The championship leader right now, they are in second in this group. Germany third, the U.S. is last, and Switzerland leading the group right now. They're going to get passed, though, by Germany. Here comes the United States. Let's see if we get some scores. There's a couple of fours, and they're going to be our advancers. Switzerland and Portugal will advance with 4 points each. Nothing for Germany, nothing for the United States. In fact, the U.S. traveled just 28. A disappointing run for them. They were way up there, got to about the 100 range, but couldn't put anything in a hole. And so the United States and Germany both eliminated, and Portugal, just like Argentina, creeping closer and closer to Brazil after a bad start, and Brazil eliminated in the first round. They are in trouble. And our final competitor, we got lucky. We got one from each of the groups. That final competitor is going to be Canada. You see, there's the wonderful, what a beautiful logo for the Marble Champions League 2021. As we said, that will begin in March. 16 teams competing in this season. Glad to have that for you a little bit later on, but like we said, still a lot to be determined. India, Canada, Italy, France in this grouping. Canada, they are in second right now, and they are 7 points back of Brazil. Right now, they're the leaders out of this group. Followed by India, then Italy. Now India's taking the lead. India's the last place team. As we're going to get a couple of scores. Uh-oh, Canada needs it. They're going to get it. Oh, wow. How about that one? Canada, clutch at the end to put up 7. Have a look at the replay. Oh, my goodness. That is as clutch as it gets exactly when you need it. Couple of ricochets there. Just missed contact with India that likely would have ended their day. And it sinks. 7 points. Canada advances. On the tie, it's Italy that gets through ahead of France. They scored first, so they get the extra point there. And there are your results. 9th through 16th, Brazil gets just 2 points. And they will not be the champions. Almost certainly now. They were up by just 7. They pick up 2, which would put them up 9 points. They are in some trouble. Argentina, Indonesia, the Netherlands, and Mexico. Argentina, our lone competitor here. Out of the championship 4, if you will. One already eliminated. Argentina right now running last. It is Mexico and then the Netherlands. Here comes Argentina. They're going to make a move. There's a score. There's another. Here's another. And everybody scores. The Netherlands puts up 8. They get the win. Argentina gets the tiebreaker. They got into that hole first, and so they advance ahead of Mexico. So a great move by them. Watch how quickly they score here. Almost just a bullet there, rather than the slow roll of Mexico, which cost them. They didn't have a chance, and then you see Indonesia there scoring just 4, but a score from everybody still respectable there. The Netherlands, Argentina, moving on, and that will eliminate Brazil from championship contention. They are done. Portugal, Canada, Italy, Switzerland. And as we make our way out, Canada and Portugal, the 2 championship contenders, right now running 3rd and 4th. Let's see what happens here. Canada needs to pick it up, as does Portugal. They're both struggling early. Italy and Switzerland putting on quite a show so far. Here comes Canada. They're out second. Couple of hard scores. There's 10 for Canada. They're going to the next round, as is Portugal. They put up a 7. No score from Switzerland. Italy gets just 4, and the championship contenders move on to the final. Wow, how about that? Couple of hard bounces. There's the winner for Canada. And watch Portugal at the end. Just hit off the post there of what looked like it was going to be the 4.
which actually would have eliminated them because they were the second one down. So now it's the Netherlands and 3 contenders to win this championship. Results 5th through 8th. Mexico, Indonesia, Italy, and then Switzerland. Pick up 8, 9, 10, and 11 points respectively. Add that toward their overall scores. Trying to have maybe our first 2-time winner. Portugal could do that. They are the only ones that could do that. Right now it's the Netherlands, then Argentina, Canada, and Portugal. Going to come down to the scoring here at the end of this one between these contenders. Who's going to take home the championship and be crowned the winner of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hop A Toys. Here we go. This is Argentina. They are in the lead. They're going to try to score as much as they can. They're going to put up 7. That is 4 for the Netherlands, 4 for Mexico, nothing for Canada, and a win for Argentina. They finally get it done. Silver for the Netherlands. That will be their second silver. And a bronze for Portugal. They win a bronze for the first time. They medal in 4 events out of the 6. Pretty impressive from Portugal, but was it enough? As you have a look at the replay here, Canada just rimmed out of the 2. Would have ended up in 4th whether they had scored 2 or just not scored at all like it ended up being. And very far behind, but rolling in for 4 points. There it is, a bronze for Portugal. And so there it is, Argentina is your winner of event number 6 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament. Congratulations to them. Here are the results officially. Did you get it right? Well, you only had a chance if you downloaded the Quadrilla app from Hop A Toys for your chance to win from our great friends there at Hop A Toys. And there are the overall standings. It is enough for Argentina to get it done. They are the winners. 75 points. They win it by 4 over Portugal. Canada finishes 3rd. Brazil drops to 4th. And Switzerland pulls out a top 5 finish for this tournament. Argentina, a come-from-behind story, extremely consistent, finishing in the top 5, but never really getting it done. Only 1 medal until this event, where they win gold. Congratulations to Portugal, a bronze for them. And by the way, 4, as I said, 4 medals in 6 events. Very impressive. Second place to the Netherlands, who
World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the first event in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We have the first group, and then the bottom 2 from each of the first groups will be eliminated. And the bottom 3 from the second groups will be eliminated until we get to the final. Now it's time for event 1, the dribble to the goal. Time for Group A. Japan, the United Kingdom, Spain, Qatar, and Vietnam will be starting us off. Who gets out to the lead first? Looks like Qatar and Japan, but it is Spain and the United Kingdom who are in that funnel. And who comes out first? It's Japan. Japan gets up there, not in the goal. We don't have any goals so far. Japan lands in a 2 slot, as well as for Qatar and the United Kingdom. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they will be eliminated by time. So if there is a tiebreaker, it will be broke by time getting to the goal first. So Vietnam was the slowest marble to score, even though he had a 2. So did all the other teams. That would eliminate Vietnam because they were the slowest one. A time of 15.567, which almost a whole second behind the United Kingdom. You can see there, all 3 of those marbles had already made it before Vietnam even got there. So Vietnam and Spain will be eliminated, and that will advance Japan, Qatar, and the United Kingdom to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Which marbles will it be? China, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil. And they are off. China having a rough start, all the way down in last place, and everybody's being led by Brazil and Argentina, 2 rivals. Let's see who gets out first, and it is Brazil who will score a goal first. Look at that. Some of the goalies are dislodged, and Canada gets a goal. That gets them 8 points. Instant advancement for Canada. Mexico comes in at second with 2 points, and Brazil in third with also 2 points. All the other teams did get 2 points, so pretty much at this point, it's all up to time, and Mexico and Brazil were the first 2 down. Argentina coming in third, but unfortunately, Canada scored a goal, and if they hadn't scored that goal, they would have been eliminated. You can see how important these goals really are. Also, an interesting note, 2 of the goalies got dislodged from their locations. Look at that, China bumping Canada into the goal. They really are regretting that now. So Canada, Mexico, and Brazil will advance to the semifinals in this first event. Now it's time for Group C: India, Portugal, the USA, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And it is Portugal and the Switzerland who is coming out first. Look at that. There's the Netherlands and India. And India gets out first, but no, it's Portugal who is running away with it. But there goes Switzerland. They get the first score. And then the USA and Portugal up next. India and the Netherlands, both blocked by the goalies. They have lost all momentum. They are not moving anymore. And that will eliminate both of them because they did not finish. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to the semifinals of this tournament. You see there, Netherlands and India fighting in that funnel. Before they can get out, there goes Portugal and Switzerland, as well as for the USA. And they overtook India for first place, and that's ultimately what caused their problems, and they were eliminated. Lucky for Portugal, India and the Netherlands didn't score. They were the last one down who actually finished. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D, the last group stage in this tournament. Indonesia, Germany, France, the Philippines, and Italy are competing in this group. Who comes out first? It's the Philippines and Italy in that funnel. But the funnel in the middle seems to be the slowest one. And here comes Indonesia and Germany. And there goes the Philippines. They get 2 points. But there they go. They are in third place because Italy and France both get a score, 8 points. So Germany will be eliminated with 2 points. Barely, because Philippines also had 2 points. But they were there first. And then, of course, Indonesia, they did not finish. They got blocked by the goalies. Unfortunate for them in this first tournament. It really was a wild round. Lots of marbles all going out at the same time. Philippines taking the quick route. But that only scored them 2 points. And then they later found out Italy and France both got 8. The Philippines were lucky. So is Italy, France, and the Philippines advancing to the semifinals of this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. And here are the results for 13th through 20th, all the marbles who have been eliminated at this point. We only have 12 more marbles left in this event, and in the next round, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, so we only have 6 left in the final. Here we go, semifinal A: Japan, Mexico, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Qatar. And it is Brazil leading the pack in that middle funnel. But as we've seen before, the middle funnel can be slow, but Brazil is still able to get out there first. And it is Brazil going to get a goal. And then there goes Japan, who gets 2 points, as well as for Canada. And all those other 3 marbles up in the left also got 2 points. So really it came down to time, except for Brazil. Brazil in first, United Kingdom in second, and Qatar in third place. That will eliminate Japan, Mexico, and Canada. United Kingdom and Qatar both having 13-second finishes. Japan having 15-second, and everybody else below him was slower than 15 seconds. So pretty big gap between the advanced and the eliminated. See there, 2 of the marbles going quick to the left, and that's what advanced the United Kingdom and Qatar. They both were actually faster than Brazil, but Brazil got the 8 points for the goal. So Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Qatar will advance to the final round in this event. Now it's time for semifinal B. The Philippines, Switzerland, France, Italy, the USA, and Portugal. And who comes out? It's the Switzerland being followed by the USA in that middle funnel. But here comes Italy as well, and they overtake. They get 2 points. And here comes Portugal and the Philippines as well. And Switzerland flirting with the goal, but they just aren't able to do it. So really, it came down to time. Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines were the fastest marbles down. Italy with a 12.772 seconds. See, Switzerland and the USA were fighting there, but they just were overtaken by Italy, as well as for the Philippines there and Portugal, who all went towards more of the left side, which seems to be the better side, because if you go to the right side, it's only worth 1 point. So it is Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines who will be your final 3 marbles to advance to the final of this event. So this is the final round, and here are the results from 7th to 12th and the points associated with each of the ranks for these marbles. So it will be the final round. This is all just for the podium. Top 3 get the medals. The bottom 3 still get good points, but it's no medal. The first medal of this tournament is up for grabs right now. Who comes out first? It's Italy, being followed by the Philippines and Brazil in that middle funnel. But here comes the United Kingdom as well as Qatar. United Kingdom gets a goal as well as Qatar. And here comes Portugal as well. That will seal his bronze. Qatar gets the silver, and the United Kingdom gets the gold. The first goal, as well as being an actual goal, not just points. A phenomenal finish by the United Kingdom. Qatar also having a phenomenal finish, coming very close behind the United Kingdom, going in the other goal. And then there was another goal, a comeback by Portugal, who I believe was the last marble to finish, and they got a goal as well. Yeah, Portugal 16 seconds. The second slowest time was Brazil at 14, so really a comeback for Portugal, getting 3rd place. All the Portugal fans have to be happy with that one. So it will be the United Kingdom who will be your first champion of the first event in the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Here are the full results and the points associated with the results. United Kingdom getting 25 points, Qatar getting 20, and Portugal getting 18. We'll have to see how this changes as the event goes on. So here are the overall standings. Pretty much the same, but the United Kingdom does get the 1 for the gold medal, as well as Qatar and Portugal for silver and the bronze. Definitely something worth being proud of. Also, Qatar, one of the rookie teams, getting 2nd place. They are also going to be the host of the 2022 World Cup. So they are doing good in the Quadrilla World Cup. We'll have to see how they do as this tournament goes along. Also, another rookie team, Philippines, got 5th. They're doing good as well. Japan got 8th. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they got 14th. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for getting 1st place in the first event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Qatar coming in at 2nd and Portugal in 3rd place. An incredible performance by the United Kingdom, getting 1st finish of the final as well as scoring the goal. So combined, that was the greatest run. Hello and welcome back to the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to the 2nd event of this tournament. In the last event, the United Kingdom won, getting 1st place, Qatar coming in close at 2nd, and Portugal in 3rd place. How will these 3 teams do in event 2? We're about to find out as we enter the race to the goal. As we take a look at today's track, it is a little bit different than normal. Also, don't forget to use the coupon code Hoppe Marble Run at the Quadrilla Marble Run website to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Here is the layout for today's track. As you can see, it's different than last time, and the goal of this event is a little different as well. The main goal, get to the goal as quickly as possible, and that is how you will win this event. As we take a look at the track, we have funnels, we have chutes, we have the blue catching bells, as well as a plinko section at the very start of the course that will stratify the marbles right at the beginning of the race. And now it is time for event 2 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup Race to the Goal. Here's the bracket system for this event. 4 groups as normal, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated, going down to the semifinals, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated from each semifinal until we only have 6 left in the final. Now it's time for Group A. Indonesia, Brazil, China, Germany, and Portugal will be starting us off through the Plinko for the first time, and Portugal gets a huge boost of speed. They bypass the entire Plinko section, but since then, they've already fallen down, and it is Brazil and China leading the pack in that left funnel. Into the bell they go, and now they're going to start going through the domino section, and who's going to get to the goal first? It's Portugal with the comeback win. China coming in at second, Brazil in third place, and that will unfortunately eliminate Indonesia and Germany, which I'm not sure if Germany even finished. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see Portugal there really just going off to the right side and bypassing the entire Plinko section. But then they have a hard time getting through these little metal catching bell elements, and that allowed Brazil and China to come and overpass in these little plastic spirals. Somehow, though, Portugal was able to catch back up. Let's take a look here. They were neck and neck with China. I think China got deflected by one of those dominoes, and that's what let Portugal take the win for this first heat. So we'll be Portugal, China, and Brazil advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Group B, we have Netherlands, the Philippines, Switzerland, Qatar, and Vietnam. And there goes the Netherlands straight through the Plinko like we saw with Portugal in the last race. Let's see if they can come back and take the win like Portugal did, or will some other marbles be able to overpass them? They're still in the lead, a little bit different than Portugal in the last time. But here comes Vietnam, and Netherlands back for the win. Vietnam almost took it, but got slowed up by the dominoes there. And Philippines does come in third place. That will be the last marble to advance out of this group. So Netherlands, Vietnam, and the Philippines will advance from this group. Qatar and Switzerland will be eliminated in this group stage. You can see there Qatar way back in the spiral. They didn't even finish last, though. I'm not sure what happened to Switzerland. You see there Vietnam getting slowed down by some of those dominoes, allowing the Netherlands to catch up, and they were able to take first place. And then Vietnam, and then the Philippines. Qatar and Switzerland were way back there, and Qatar was able to get fourth. So it's Vietnam, the Philippines, and the Netherlands that are going to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. We have Mexico, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, and Japan. United Kingdom, the last event's champion. Let's see how they do in this second event. They're in third place right now. Mexico is in the lead, being followed by Canada and then Japan. The United Kingdom is down there in fourth place. Now they're in fifth. And it is still Mexico in the lead, but being followed very closely by two other marbles. But who's that? That's Japan. Comes out to lead, but hits a marble. Not a marble, a domino. They still are able to take first place. Mexico coming in barely at second. And Canada in third place. The United Kingdom getting eliminated in the first round. That will definitely hurt them in terms of points. India in fifth. They will be eliminated as well. See there, Mexico was in the lead, but somehow Japan came through the other spiral while the camera was watching Mexico fight off those other two marbles. And Japan was able to do a comeback win. Didn't seem like much of a comeback, though. Once they got to the field, it was Japan in the lead by a lot. So they have secured their spot in the semifinals. So Mexico, Japan, and Canada will advance to semifinals B. Now it's time for Group D. Spain, Italy, France, Argentina, and the USA. And they're off. And it is Italy who comes out through the Plinko first, being followed very closely by Spain and the USA. France and Argentina are having some trouble, especially Argentina. All the other marbles are already in the other spirals. Argentina is still lagging behind. And it is Italy coming out with the win. But here comes Spain, and they overtake, but they mess up. And it is Italy who comes out with the win. USA getting third, barely over France. What a crazy round. Also, Argentina getting a DNF. They didn't even get to the field. Let's take a look at that replay. A lot of action there. Spain was the first one to that little metal bell, but Italy was actually able to exit first. Let's take a look at this finishing replay. Italy in the lead by a lot, but then they have some trouble with that domino, and Spain uses that domino to deflect, passes Italy, then they have a rebound off of that wall, and Italy just keeps it straight and strong, and they got the first place. And then France hitting that knocked over domino. They almost had third place, but USA came out with the third advancement spot at the last second. Great move by the USA as well. Spain, Italy, and the USA will advance to semifinal B after a frantic round. Now it's time for the first semifinals after we take a look at the results from the 13th to 20th place of this event. Qatar, the last event's second place finisher, did not do very good. He already got eliminated in the first round. Now it's time for the first semifinal. The bottom three marbles in the semifinals will be eliminated. We have Brazil, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Portugal, and the Netherlands. And off they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil. And then China coming in second, Philippines in third. To the first spirals they go. And Portugal is still in the lead now, being followed very closely by China and the Philippines. And here comes Brazil, and a surprise win by Brazil. China coming in at second. And who comes in third? It's the Philippines. Take a look at that replay. No marble really came out really quick, and then Brazil was able to kind of get out of that plinko quick before any other marbles could. And they were able to get out to the lead first, but I think Portugal actually was able to get to the spirals first. See there, Portugal was the first one out of the spirals, but then China was able to get out of that catching device first. But I think they lost out to Brazil. They hit a domino there. And Brazil just went without hitting any dominoes. Then Philippines came in at third. And unfortunately for Portugal, they're the first one out of the spirals, but they lost out just because of that little blue bell section. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go into the next races. Brazil, Philippines, and China advance to the final. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have Mexico, Japan, Canada, the USA, Italy, and Spain. And it is Italy and Spain who come out first. Spain has some trouble in that little blue bell. And it is Japan and Italy in the lead in that spiral. But don't forget about the USA. They're over on the other spiral. Into the bell they go. And it is Japan going out for the win. But they hit a domino, slowing down quite a bit. And a bump from behind from the USA. And they get first place. USA gets second. And Mexico gets third. Spain gets fourth, and Italy and Canada have both a DNF. So there's Italy. They were doing so good in the spiral section. What happened? Canada didn't even get past the plinko section. Very surprising and unfortunate for Canada. Let's see if we can see what happened to Canada in the replay. They're still moving here. They just aren't able to get past that peg. See, Italy in the lead, entering the first spiral. And their first went into the bell as well, but then the other marbles pushed them aside. They were able to get out, though. I think they hit a domino here and slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, almost to a stop. And Mexico and the USA both pass. And that's all they needed to eliminate Italy. See there, Spain also trying to get up, but they weren't able to do it because of that domino. So Japan, the USA, and Mexico will be the final three marbles advancing to the finals in this second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 6 marbles, 3 of which get to sit on the podium, 3 do not. We'll have to see which marbles are able to do the best in this final round. The final round is about to start. The USA, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, China, and Mexico. And they are off. It is China and Japan coming out to the lead. But here comes Brazil and Mexico, as well as the Philippines, who are leading off the pack. But it is the USA who's probably going to get out of that first spiral first. And to the field they go. It is the Philippines in lead, but here comes Mexico, and they are able to take first place. And they will be the champion of Event 2. Brazil coming in at second. China in third place. Philippines and the USA both DNF on that domino. A great performance by Mexico. Brazil coming in at second with the silver. China with the bronze. Mexico with the gold. Let's take a look at the replay. China was the first one to get out of the Plinko section, being followed very closely by India. But it was the USA and the Philippines who came out to the first spirals. Mexico and Brazil were following closely to the USA and the Philippines. And let's see what happened after that. The USA and the Philippines were the first one to the little bell section, but Mexico was the first one out with the Philippines. The Philippines were actually ahead, but then they hit a domino on that left side. That allowed Mexico to just go straight, barely hitting that domino. And that allowed them to take the win. The USA and the Philippines stuck on that sideways domino. And then Brazil and China coming in second and third. China pushing Brazil into the goal. So it will be Mexico who will be the champion of the second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Congratulations to them. Now let's take a look at the full results. It is Mexico coming in at first place, Brazil coming in at second, China in third, Japan fourth, the Philippines in fifth, USA in sixth, Portugal seventh, Vietnam in eighth, Netherlands in ninth, and Spain rounds off your top 10. Here are the overall standings. It is Mexico who has taken over first place with 35 points, Brazil in second, Portugal in third place, the United Kingdom has fallen down to fourth, the Philippines are in fifth place. Unfortunate for the United Kingdom. We'll have to see if they can have a comeback in the next couple of videos of this tournament. Congratulations to Mexico for being your champion of Event 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Brazil coming in at second and China in third place. Mexico getting the 35 points. Brazil has 34 and China with 22. We are back here at the Fubeca Stadium for the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to Event 3 of this tournament. The stands are packed, all cheering for the respective countries in the respective cheering sections, all rooting for their country to be crowned champion of this World Cup. We have another event for you today, Shoot to the Goal. So it'll definitely be an interesting event. Here are the overall standings. We have Mexico in first place with 35 points. Brazil very close in second, only 1 point behind with 34. With Portugal coming in at third with 31 points. Don't forget you can get 25% off any Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe website using the discount code Hoppe Marble Run. Also go down to the link in the description and guess which marble will win in the upcoming events. And if you guess correctly, you can have a chance of winning $149 worth of Marble Run sets. Let's take a look at today's track. It starts off with the Plinko, down into the little blue stairs, wooden spirals all around, down to the bell, and then down to a red spiral, down to this final section. And how this will work, the marbles will exit on either side, and the goal is simple, get into the goal, past the goalies. And now it's time for Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Shoot for the goal. Let's take a look at the bracket system for today's tournament. We have Group A, B, C, and D. As always, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Indonesia, and India will start us off. And we are off. Who comes out to lead first? It's India, being followed by Switzerland and then Italy. And they all go on different paths, so it's a little bit hard to judge who's in the lead. India and Switzerland are up there, but here comes Spain as well. There goes Italy first into the bell, or India, and then Italy, being followed by Switzerland. India has a lot of slowed down there, and they're all neck and neck in the spiral. Let's see who gets a goal first. No goals yet. There's one for Spain and one for Indonesia. And there's one for Spain. So those will be your 3 marbles advancing to the next round of this tournament. Unfortunately for India and Italy, they were both eliminated. So if there's a chance that there is a tie in the third and fourth, or if no marbles score it will be time, of course. So it is a racing aspect, but it also is the scoring of the goals that is the most important. And that's what Spain, Switzerland, and Indonesia did the best. Indonesia would have for sure been eliminated because they were the last one to the field. They did get that goal. So that's what allowed them to be advanced. Bumping India aside. Some ruthless play by Indonesia. And then Switzerland barely getting into that goal right there. They had originally hit the goal post, but they were able to score. So Switzerland, Spain, and Indonesia will go to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Japan, the United Kingdom, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Brazil. So going with Group B. Who comes up to lead first? It's the Netherlands, being followed by Japan, and then Brazil. Portugal is in that first funnel as well as Brazil. And who comes out to first? It's the Netherlands, but they're stuck on the track. They get hit by the United Kingdom. That allows Japan to gain the lead. Let's see if Japan can make any goals here. Netherlands close behind. There's a straight goal for Japan. Netherlands having some trouble. They get blocked by a goalie. And there's a goal for Brazil and Portugal. So Japan, Brazil, and Portugal will be advancing to the next round. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Possibly because the Netherlands got stuck on that little curved section of the track. The United Kingdom had to push them forward to even get to the end of the track. Let's see if we have a replay on that. So the Netherlands being first at the beginning, but they did get stuck after the funnel. See that little curved section right there? They were stuck in the entry of the after that section into that little block element, and the United Kingdom had to push them forward, and that cost them to win. They both kind of lost their bearings after that, and neither of them scored. So Japan, Portugal, and Brazil will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C, the Philippines, Germany, Qatar, and then who else do we got? We have Mexico and the USA. And they are off. It is the USA and Mexico off to lead, two rivals in this tournament. They go in separate lanes on this track. Let's see who can get out first. Mexico and it looks like the Philippines are in the lead at this point. Philippines overtake for the lead, and Mexico is gone. Where did they go? Mexico is off the track. I think they're going to have a DNF. Philippines, though, going, they miss a goal, and here comes Spain and the USA. They both get a goal, as well as for Germany. Philippines don't get a goal, and what happened to Mexico? There they are on the ground. What happened to Mexico? An unfortunate event for the leaders overall in the points of this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Mexico's definitely going down on the leaderboard after this event. They may not even get any points. If you DNF, that might even put you last place. They got hit off of the track by the bell. The Philippines hit the bell so hard that it hit Mexico off the track. Very unfortunate event for Mexico. Now it's time for Group D, China, Canada, France, Argentina, and Vietnam. And they are off. It's Canada off to lead, being followed by France, and then Argentina and China. Vietnam is in last place, but they all get stratified in this wooden maze. Who comes out to the lead first? Looks like Canada, being followed by Argentina and then Vietnam into the red funnel. So Canada will have an advantage on terms of time. Will he be able to score? No. He misses completely. Argentina gets a goal post. Vietnam scores. France misses, and then there's China. So Vietnam and China will score. Canada will also advance because they were the first one down. Just like I was saying, they did have the time advantage. Even if they didn't score, they were the fastest ones down. So unless Argentina or France had scored, Canada would have advanced. So luck of the draw for Canada, and unfortunate for the two blue marbles, Argentina and France. They were both eliminated. And hopefully some of these marbles are taking note on the safety of that bell element. Make sure they hit it correctly. And make sure that they don't get hit off the track like Mexico did in the last heat. China almost hit Canada in that goal there, but would have still advanced Canada anyway. So Vietnam, China, and Canada will go to the semifinals with Qatar, the USA, and Germany. Now it's time for semifinal A. Here are the results for the 13th through 20th place. And unfortunately for Mexico, they get 0 points, as I thought. So their overall score is still at 35. And they're going to be overthrown from the leader position in this tournament. And they are off. This time, it's the bottom 3 who are eliminated from this round. And it is Portugal, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, Spain, and Indonesia competing in this first semifinal. Who is out first? It's Portugal, being followed very closely by Japan and then Switzerland. And where is Switzerland? I think somebody fell off. It wasn't Switzerland. I think Spain fell off the track by the bell. Who gets a score? There's Brazil, Switzerland, and Indonesia. Portugal and Japan, both the first marbles to get down to the bottom, but neither of them score. And again, we have a marble on the ground. Unfortunate for Spain. Let's take a look at the replay. Take a look at the yellow and red marble. That's Spain. They were more near to the back of the pack when they were entering this kind of stair section. Kind of a unique element from Hape Toys. But let's keep our eye on Spain. There they go through that little blue teeter-totter section. Alright, here we go. There's Portugal. And then Japan. Spain was in third. The same problem that happened to Mexico. They just get shoved off by the bell. The officials of this tournament are definitely looking into the safety of this bell element for the better well-being of these marbles. Qatar, Vietnam, China, Canada, and the USA will go up in semifinal B. They have started. Hopefully you don't have any more accidents like we've seen for Mexico and Spain. We'll have to see. USA in first. So the first marble is not usually the one who's hit off. It's usually the third or fourth. USA survives. And there goes, who is that? Canada? Canada falls off again. We've had another accident here on this course. USA scores. No one else has scored yet. There's a score for China and Germany. So Qatar, Vietnam, and Canada will be eliminated. We've had another accident here in this event. USA, China, and Germany will advance to the next round. They're lucky they didn't get hit off the track like Canada, Mexico, and Spain. 3 marbles this time. What is happening in this event? Let's take a look at what happened again in this replay. Probably the same thing that happened to Mexico and Spain. Where is Canada? They're in third, going down this left side. See, there's Vietnam, and then Canada getting hit by the bell. The main problem is you have to pass the bell while it's traveling away from the track, not when it's traveling towards you, because it is big enough that it can hit you off the track. It has more weight than a marble can weigh. I am getting word that the placement of the bell has been moved so the marbles will not actually contact it after passing, to ensure the safety of the competitors of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We definitely want safety for these marbles, and these finalists will not have to go through the trauma of dreading being hit by that bell. As we get started with the final, USA, Germany, China, Switzerland, Indonesia, and Brazil are your competitors. It is the USA and Germany who is in the lead, but here comes China into second place. No marbles hitting the bell, and it is the USA who has the time advantage. Will they score? They don't score. Let's see who else can score. There's Indonesia and China, and no other marbles so far, and that will make China the winner of this event, being the fastest marble to score. Indonesia coming in at second, and the USA in third place by time. Let's take a look at the replay. Very nice to note these marbles are safe from the bell. China coming in at first, Indonesia, and then the USA, Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil unfortunately not making it to the podium, but they still did get in the top 6 overall in this event. That'll definitely get them some more points. You see there, the bell was not moved when the marbles passed them. Very good decision by the people at Fubeca's Marble Runs and Hoppe Toys. You can see Germany getting blocked by the goalie there. And Indonesia and China were the first 2 to score and the only 2 to score. I believe China scored first. No, it was Indonesia, but China was the first one to the field. So it is China who will be your champion of Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Congratulations to them. And now it's time to look at the full results. China, Indonesia, USA in your top 3, Germany, Switzerland, Brazil in your top 6, Portugal, Qatar, Japan, and Vietnam round off your top 10. Unfortunately, our previous points leader, Mexico, in last place. Mexico has fallen all the way down to 6th place. Brazil has rose to 1st place overall. China in 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place at the end of Event 3 of this tournament. We'll have to see how this continues as the entire World Cup continues. Congratulations to China for being the champion of Event 3 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Indonesia coming in at 2nd and the USA in 3rd place. You can see their point standings. Brazil is our overall points leader as we get started with Event 4 of 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. As I said, Brazil is in the lead, the home of Fubeca's Marble Runs, being followed very closely by China and then the USA in 3rd place. 3 powerhouses in the world of marble sports. As we start Event 4, you can see the overall standings here. Brazil with 48, China very close to 47, and USA with 45. We only have 2 more events to go until this overall tournament is complete and we will crown a World Cup champion. Here we see the layout for today's tournament. The starting gate is a little bit different than the last couple of events in this tournament. We have spirals, we have splitters, all of the best things from the Quadrilla Marble Run series, all to lead down to the next World Cup field. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run to get 25% off any Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe store. Also, go down to the link in description and guess the winner of the next event, the final event of this tournament. And if you guess correctly, you will get $149 worth of Marble Run sets from Hoppe Toys. You can see the field here. We have a little Plinko section that will block the marbles from getting into the goal. We'll have to see how they react in this tournament. Time for Event 4, Plinko Soccer. Here you can see the group system. We have Group A, B, C, and D as normal. Starting off with Group A, Qatar, Germany, Argentina, Switzerland, and the USA. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's the USA, being followed by Qatar, and then Argentina in 3rd place. Argentina, the bottom sitter in the overall point standings. Let's see if they can climb the tables and get themselves some good points in this event. And the USA is still in the lead, being followed by Argentina now, who has taken over 2nd place as they go through these splitter elements. Let's see who comes out first. It's Argentina. Through the xylophones they go into the field for the first time in this event. Who will score? No scores yet. There's one for the USA. And no other scores. So the USA will get first in this first group. Argentina in 2nd because of their quick finish. The tiebreakers, of course, are the quickest times to the field. So Argentina and Qatar had the 2 quickest times after the USA, who of course scored the goal. So they 3 will advance to the next round. Germany and Switzerland will be eliminated from this tournament. They still have a chance to get points in the final event of this tournament. So I wish all the best to them. As we take a look at the replay here, the USA was in the lead through that spiral section, but then somehow Argentina was able to overtake the lead through the split section. Argentina and Qatar, for that matter, both having some trouble because they hit that little plinko section, and that kind of deflected them from getting a goal. So the USA, Argentina, and Qatar will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Vietnam, Japan, Portugal, Indonesia, and China will be joining us for Group B, and it is out of the gate Vietnam out to the lead, being followed by China, our second overall leader in the overall standings. We'll have to see how they do in this first round. If they get eliminated, for sure, they're going down on the table. But at this point, they're in first place, being followed by Vietnam and then Portugal. As we go through the spiral to the xylophones, they go through the little spinner section. It is China first to the field, and they get a goal. Instant advancement for them. No other goals so far, and it'll stay that way. So Vietnam and Japan were the two other quickest marbles to get to the field, so they will advance along with China. Portugal and Indonesia will be eliminated, unfortunately, from this tournament. Vietnam and China both quick out of the gate, and they kind of held the lead for the entirety of the race up until the field section. Let's see how China scored there. Straight through the plinko with ease. And Indonesia, no, that was Japan. Japan barely missed out. They hit the side of the goalpost. They weren't able to just go a little bit to the left and get into the goal. So China, Vietnam, and Japan will join the USA, Argentina, and Qatar in the first semifinal. Now it's time for Group C. Brazil, the Philippines, France, Mexico, and Spain. Brazil, our overall points leader, coming out to first place out of the gate. Let's see what they can do in this event. It is still Brazil, the first and only marble for a while to be in that first plastic spiral, and they're for sure the first marble to be in that first wooden spiral. And Mexico having a lot of trouble getting out of that plastic spiral. I'm not sure what happened, but they are losing motivation. They had a lot of trouble in the last event, which caused them the overall lead in the overall tournament. And it is Spain who gets out to the field first, but Brazil gets a goal, as well as France. Let's see if Mexico can redeem themselves. No. So Brazil and France both have a goal, and then Spain had the quickest time. So 3 marbles will advance to the semifinals. The Philippines and Mexico will be eliminated. A downfall for Mexico, 2 events in a row. They're definitely having some trouble. And I'm not sure if they are even in contention for the overall championship, because there's only 1 event left. We'll have to see how they do in that final event. Brazil, the first marble to score, and France, of course, scored as well. Mexico was actually the last one to the field. Not only did they not score, but they were the last one. So definitely a poor performance for Mexico. Brazil, France, and Spain advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for the final group in the first group stage. United Kingdom, India, Canada, Italy, and the Netherlands. And they are off. Who comes out first? I think that was India, being followed by Canada as we go through the splitter. And this is where a lot of passes happen. And there's Canada and Italy fighting there. Italy has some trouble, and they slow down in that spiral section. As we go back to the overall camera view, who comes out to lead? It's Canada, being followed by, I think that's the United Kingdom. Canada through the xylophone, and let's see if they can make a score. Through the plinko they go. No score so far, and all goes to the left side, and Italy is the only marble to score, which is very lucky for them because they were the last marble to get to the field. So the goal really is the make or break situation in this tournament. Canada and the United Kingdom, the first 2 marbles to get to the field, they will also advance along with Italy. Your last first place in this event. All the marbles going over the xylophone. Must be fun for them. A little bit different from Hoppe Toys. See, all the other marbles had already gotten to the field. All of them but India had already passed the goal before Italy even got to the field. But they were able to score and will advance to the semifinals. Now it's time for semifinal A. In the second group, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, not the bottom 2. And here are the results from 13th to 20th for this event. Of course, Mexico getting 0 points, 2 events in a row. They may be injured from the last event because they actually got hit off the track from a bell. If you saw the last video, we had a couple incidents with a bell, and that has not been added back to this event. luckily for these marbles. It is China coming out to lead in the first semifinal. China, Vietnam, Argentina, Qatar, the USA, and Japan all battling for only 3 spots in the final. And this closer funnel here really having some trouble. It is China off to the lead by a significant margin. Then Argentina and the USA coming close. And China first to the field, but they don't get a goal. Argentina doesn't get a goal. No goal for the USA or Spain. Let's see if Japan can take it. No, they don't. So it's the first 3 marbles that got to the field, and they will advance to the next round. China, Argentina, and the USA barely coming out over Vietnam, about a second. These 3 marbles, like I said, will advance to the final round of this tournament, the second finals that we will see in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Vietnam, Qatar, and Japan will be eliminated from this semifinal. China first down, Argentina in second. They weren't really close. The USA was definitely not close. Maybe if they had made it over that little peg, they may have been able to score a goal. And for a moment there, I thought Japan may have been able to score a goal and kick out the USA from advancement, but they weren't able to do it, which is lucky for the USA, who advances to the final along with Argentina and China. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have 6 marbles competing for 3 spots yet again. Canada, Brazil, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and France. And they are off. They are being led by Canada, who is another marble that actually got hit off the track by the bell in the last event. Let's see if they can redeem themselves in this event and get more points than they did last time. They are leading the pack at this point. Let's see if they can hold it. France wants to pressure them, and it is not happening. And Canada will be the first one to the field, being followed by France. And France gets a goal. Canada does not. So they will advance because of time. France, Canada, and Brazil are your 3 marbles who are advancing. And it looks like Italy had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay and see what happened. United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy all being eliminated from the semifinal. And Canada first to the field, but they didn't score, but France was able to, just ensuring that they would advance from this semifinal. And I believe Italy got caught on the xylophone, which is unfortunate for them. Here are your finalists for the event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 3 spots on the podium, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and of course we have all our marbles competing for it, and Brazil is one of them, as well as China. We'll have to see if one of these marbles can pull off a victory. Brazil got a silver in the last event, but that got them enough points to actually take the overall standings. So let's see what they do in this final. And they are off for the final round of this tournament. Canada coming out to lead, being followed by France, and then Brazil and China as they go through the splitter for the first time out of 2. And it looks like Canada is in the lead still. France and then China, as well as Brazil. They're all in there. The USA and Argentina having some trouble, and they're lagging behind. So their only hope at this point is to get a goal. Through these xylophones they go. Canada is the first to the field. No goal for them. And France and China as well. And no goals for them except for France. France and Argentina both getting a goal. France getting the first one. So France will be your gold medalist of event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in second, Canada in third, and China getting 4th, Brazil in 5th, the USA getting, looks like a DNF. An unfortunate event for the USA, getting so close to getting some more points. I believe the DNF may even cause them to get less points. They might even get down to the bottom of the standings. We'll have to see at the end of the event. But France and Argentina, as well as Canada, your 3 podium sitters for this event. See, Canada was the first one down. They didn't score. And then France, of course, got a score. And Argentina actually was the last marble to get down to the field. And they got a score as well. Let's take a look at the replay there. Great moves by Argentina. So it will be France who will be your overall champion of the event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Here they are: France in first, 25 points, Argentina in second with 20, Canada in third, 18, and the USA even though they did DNF in the last event, still get 6th, and they get 14 points. So they didn't go down to the bottom of the standings. Here are the overall standings. China and Brazil have tied for first place, but China does have the gold medal. So that is the tiebreaker. They're in first place by a very slim margin. USA is still in third with 59, only 4 points behind. It's definitely possible for them to win the overall Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup title. Congratulations to France for being the Event 4 champion of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in at second, and Canada in third place. Our 3 podium sitters. After 4 exciting events, it all comes down to this. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 20 countries who have all competed in the previous 4 events, with China leading the pack with 63 points, only above Brazil because of the gold medal. Brazil has a silver, but they also have 63 points. So for Brazil to be able to overtake China and take the World Cup, all you have to do is place over China in this event. We'll have to see how this plays out as this event continues. As we take a look at today's track, we have lots of spirals. We have a very large blue section. I believe this is Hoppe's packaging that the track comes in, that also doubles as part of the track, which is definitely a unique feature from Hoppe Toys. You can see it's just a race to the goal. The first marble to get there will be the champion of this event. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run at the checkout over at the Hoppe store to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Also, I hope you guessed which marble will win this overall tournament, and I hope you guessed correctly, because if you did, you will get $149 worth of Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Now it's time for the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, the mixed race. Here we look at the groups A, B, C, and D as normal. First off, we have Group A, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. And get our first look at this final track with this first 5 marbles. We have Brazil competing in this event. They are in second place, tied with China. Only by medals are they behind. We'll have to see how they do in this event and see if they can even advance as they keep on going. Right now, it's Mexico in the lead, being followed by Spain, and then Argentina and the Philippines as they go all into this red inverse spiral and into the orange spiral. This is the first time we've seen this in this tournament. Orange funnel section. Who comes out to the lead? I think it was Brazil, but Spain had already gotten down into the bottom of that funnel, but they got stalled, and Argentina really slow through that spiral. And here comes Spain into the red box section, and they're going to be first place. Who'll come in at second? I think it'll be Brazil. Yes, it will. And Mexico in third place. So Brazil will advance to the next round, as well as Mexico and Spain. And Argentina and the Philippines will be eliminated. So Brazil making it to the next round. That's definitely making their chances greater of overtaking China. We'll have to see how they do in some of the upcoming groups. You can see Spain got into that hole of the second orange funnel first, but they weren't able to exit. They got stalled underneath, which is very unfortunate for them. They still were able to get first place because they got bumped out by another marble. I believe that was Brazil. Also a pretty fun element, the Quadrilla Marble Run box used in the set. That just shows the resourcefulness of Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for Group B, Canada, Portugal, Italy, Qatar, and France. And they are off. None of these top marbles are in the top 3. Portugal is in 4th, but there's a very big gap between 3rd and 4th in the overall standings. Portugal has 48 points, and then the USA has 59, so an 11-point gap, which isn't impossible, but is very difficult for Portugal to even pass the USA, not to mention China and Brazil. Let's see how they do. And right now, looks like they're in 3rd place, and France and Canada are looking like, oh yeah, they're in the back funnel there. And Canada way up in the front. They already entered the blue lid from the Quadrilla Marble Run set. And they're all getting here first. It's going to be a race to the line, but it is France. Comes out to the goal first, being followed by Canada. And who comes in third? I believe it was Italy. And Portugal all the way down in last place. Unfortunately for them, they will not be placing in the top 3. They'll probably be going down on the leaderboard. Take a look at the replay here. A couple of the marbles kind of got ahead pretty quickly. And we're just kind of silently leading the pack. Outside from the camera view, you see there Canada was not in the camera view for a lot of the time. And then a lot of the marbles caught up. And France was able to get there first because they were on the left lane to enter the Quadrilla box there. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the semifinal A for the final event of this tournament. Now it's time for Group C. We have Switzerland, India, Japan, China, and Germany. China, our points leader, are having a hard time in the first Plinko already. And it is Germany leading the pack, being followed by Japan and India. And India, I believe, has overtaken. No, that's Japan. Two very similar marbles into the red inverse funnel. And we're about to get to the orange funnels now. And this is where Switzerland can come and overtake. Yes, they do right there. And here comes India as well. And Germany. They all are fighting through these funnels. And I believe that's Switzerland in first place. No, it's Germany. And Germany going around this blue spiral section on that lid. And looks like they're going to take first. No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland out of nowhere comes and takes first place. India in second. And Germany will take third. China will be eliminated in the first round of this event. They are the points leader. I think that's going to change after this event. What a mishap for China. So already Brazil has made it farther than China. So Brazil at this point stands in first place unless something happens as we get going in the semifinals of this event. But we still have one more group to go in the group stage, Group D. So we'll have to see what marbles will join the 3 marbles that advance from this event. You see the bells have been returned. Hopefully they have been adjusted to make it more safe for these marbles to use them. So we have Switzerland, India, and Germany advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group D. Final group in this group stage. Only 3 will make it out. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, USA, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The USA, the 3rd place in the overall points. They're in 2nd place right now in this race. We'll have to see if they can advance from this tournament or if they get eliminated just like China did in the last event. And what's happened here? We have some marbles stuck, and 4 marbles are stuck in the funnel. We're going to have a restart here. An anomaly happening in Group D. USA and Indonesia getting wedged, both entering the exit funnel of that double spiral at the same time, and they got the rest of the field blocked. Looks like we have a cleaner exit this time, but still they are pretty close, and it is the Netherlands coming out to the lead, the United Kingdom coming in at 2nd, and Vietnam in 3rd, but they're all about to get stratified through the orange funnels, and it is still the Netherlands in lead, being followed by Indonesia, and then the USA. The USA in the last spot that's not eliminated. Let's see if the United Kingdom or Vietnam can catch up, or if the USA will be able to withstand the pressure, and it is the Netherlands who will come out in first place, Indonesia in 2nd, who will come out in 3rd. Here comes the USA. And no problem for them because the United Kingdom and Vietnam are so far behind. These 2 marbles will be eliminated. So the USA will make it to the semifinals, and they have a chance to get farther than Brazil. They're only 4 points behind Brazil. If they place high enough, they will be able to overtake Brazil. But at this point, there still is a chance for some other marbles to overtake. But at this point, it's a fight between the USA and Brazil. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Indonesia passing the USA there through that orange funnel. And that let them get to 2nd place. And that got them to their advancement spot. So the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the USA will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. But first, let's take a look at the results for the 13th through 20th places. China gets 0 points. That's got to be hard for them to swallow. They are going down and probably will get thrown off the overall lead in this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. Brazil, Canada, Spain, Mexico, Italy, and France. And let's see if Brazil can withstand another round. They are in the lead at this point, but Italy comes out in the lead through the other funnel, and then Spain. And I think France is in there as well. And Mexico and Canada lagging behind, and Brazil stalled on that track. And they're all fighting through this orange funnel now. And Brazil and Spain really lagging behind. Canada and France already in that funnel right before the blue section. Here comes, I believe that's Italy. And who will come out first? Ooh, France coming out there right over Canada, taking the quicker route on that box. So France, Canada, and Italy will be advancing. Mexico, Spain, and Brazil will be eliminated from this tournament. Unbelievable for Brazil. The USA could totally take this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Brazil will be getting not very many points. They won't be getting 0 because that's what China had. But this leaves them very vulnerable for the USA to come over and take first place in the overall leaderboard. So they just had trouble with Spain getting out of these orange funnels. I think that's what cost them the win. France coming out through that quicker section of that box. There's multiple lanes you could take. And France did the right one. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the final round of the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for semifinal B. Here comes the USA. This is their time to shine. The USA, India, Switzerland, as well as India, Germany, and Indonesia. We are going here. Who is in the lead? It's the Netherlands being followed by India and then the USA. Let's see who can come out first. Oh, look at that. A shortcut by Indonesia, skipping multiple lanes in the inverse funnel. That takes them to first place. Is that legal? You're going to the red spiral section. Indonesia using that advantage very well. I've never seen anything like that here on the World Cup. Who is that? Here comes Germany, and they're in first place out of nowhere. Indonesia coming at second. Who's in third? It's Switzerland. USA has been eliminated from the semifinals. Who will win this tournament? Not even sure if they got higher than Brazil. India, the USA, and the Netherlands will be eliminated from the semifinals. No marble in the top 3 have advanced to the final in this final round. At this point, I have no idea who is in contention for the win. Let's take a look at the replay here. Indonesia taking a shortcut on the red spiral right before these orange funnels. See, that's how they got so far ahead. But they weren't actually able to win. It was Germany who came out and took the lead out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how they did it. I think they were on the far spiral end of the track. But it was Germany, then Indonesia, and Switzerland. And those will be your 3 remaining teams who will advance to the final round of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. It's time for the final. 6 teams left. 3 of which will be able to sit on the podium individually for this event. But I'm not sure who will be able to win the overall World Cup title. Here we go. Final round of the final event of this overall tournament. Canada, France, Italy, Indonesia, Switzerland, and Germany are your contestants. And who is it first? It's Indonesia in the far funnel. And who's leading the near funnel? It's Germany. And Indonesia having a good lead. Let's see if they can do another shortcut. No, they don't. And France is bringing up the back of the pack. Indonesia in the lead, but bad stuff can happen in these orange funnels, but they're able to get through it clean. being followed by Germany, and now France is in that far funnel, and they've gotten out of the back of the pack. It's a race between Germany and Indonesia for the win in this event. Let's see who can do it. Indonesia is in there first. They are going to be the champions of this event. And who comes in second? France overtakes Germany at the last second. France will take second. Germany in third. Italy fourth. Canada fifth. And Switzerland will take sixth. But the real question is, who is the World Cup champion? The officials are tabulating the results as we speak for the final results of this overall tournament. And it looks like Switzerland had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay, see where they DNF'd. It's a good race for Indonesia, in lead for almost the entire race. And then France, an underdog story, being in last place in this section of the race, but they were able to take second over Germany through that last red box section of the track. And they got silver medal in this event, a good accomplishment for them. We'll have to see where they finish in the overall standings. But China, Brazil, and the USA all not making it to the final. Not sure if their points will be enough to withstand some of these other marble teams who finished in the final, especially Indonesia, who finished first. I'm not sure if they had enough points to advance them to the podium, but we'll have to see as the final results are posted. So Indonesia is your champion of this event, and now we await who will be the champion of the World Cup. So here are the full results from this event. Indonesia gets 25 points, France gets 20, Germany gets 18. Let's see where the USA is. They get 11, Brazil gets 9. So that's not a very big gap between those two. I believe Brazil will still be ahead of the USA. But Brazil will be your champion of this overall tournament. The USA coming in close, only 2 points behind. China in third place with 63 points. Congratulations to Brazil, the home country of Fubeca's marble runs. They came out and triumphed in this tournament. But now we get to congratulate Indonesia for their event win with 57 points, finishing off their overall standings. France coming in at second, and Germany in third place. But today, everybody aspires to be Brazil, your Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup champions. A complete surprise for the overall results, because Brazil did not make it to the final. Neither did the USA or China, but they all still get to sit on the podium. A congratulations to Brazil for getting first place and being a World Cup champion. USA getting the runner-up. They also had an amazing event. And China coming in at third place, unfortunately losing the overall champion spot, but they still get to sit on the podium. So there you go. The Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup has officially come to a close. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final event? I hope you did. Thank you again to Hoppe Toys for sponsoring this overall season. And we look forward to seeing what Fubeca has in store for us next. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs.
16 countries ready for battle, split into 4 groups, everything on the line. All of them facing one brutal, demanding track. 5 tight funnels waiting down below. Then 3 wild cyclone funnels. A punishing start gate and a towering electric elevator. Welcome to the Marble World Cup. 16 countries, 4 groups, 1 dream. They drop fast, chasing a spot in the next round. So choose your favorite nation. "16 countries enter this race, but only one will take it all. Strap in, Fubeca race is on. India and England, Spain and Belgium, Brazil and Algeria, Honduras, Ivory Coast, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica and France, Portugal, Argentina, Germany and the United States. Group A, India, England, Spain and Belgium. Everything is set for the start. And they're off. They explode out of the gate. 2 shoot to the left, and 2 dive to the right. Early moments here. Everything's still wide open, straight into the central funnel. 1 marble breaks free. It's India. Big contact behind. Spain surges into the lead. Now they rush to the next funnel. India answers back, charging toward the elevator. Locked on the rail. India climbing the elevator, entering Sector 2 at speed, through the seesaw section. Back on the rail. Final sector now, 4 funnels to survive. India still holding the lead. Spain running second, Belgium right behind in third. England fighting hard to avoid last place. Spain jumps into the lead, now into the second to last funnel. Watch India here. India drops fast, puts the pressure on, hits the final funnel, and takes the lead. England trying to recover. And now, we're about to meet our winner. And it will be India. India crosses in first, securing a spot in the next round. Spain advances as well. England and Belgium are eliminated and bow out here. England right there, coming home last. India and Spain move on to the next phase. Let's get ready for our next group. Here we go. Spain advances and India advances. Now on to the next matchup. We're back with another group here. Group B, Portugal, Argentina, Germany, and the United States. Everything set for the start. And the gate is open. Once again, the marbles explode out, 2 to each side, straight into the cyclone funnels. The United States out front, but Portugal is looking very strong. Germany takes the lead. Look at this, an intense battle. Now into the maze section. Heading for the elevator. Portugal back in front. Portugal enters the elevator first. Germany right behind, running second. Argentina sitting in third. The United States battling not to fall behind. We're now in Sector 3 of the track, the section with 4 smaller funnels. Portugal out in front. The United States manages to recover. Right now, all 4 competitors in the same funnel. Portugal takes the lead. Second to last funnel. Argentina falls behind, and Germany is the new leader at this moment. Only 1 funnel remaining. Argentina drops. Argentina surprises at the end, secures qualification, and Germany as well, finishing in second. The United States and Portugal are eliminated from the race. It's not just about speed. You need skill on this treacherous track. Argentina and Germany did a great job. and advance to the next round. Next group, Brazil, Algeria, Honduras, and Ivory Coast. 4 teams. Only 2 will qualify. The battle is intense. They're already in the cyclone funnel. Brazil out front. Brazil drops first into the maze. Here comes Honduras. Honduras and Brazil hit the first funnel. Honduras drops, calls the elevator first. First position. Honduras enters the rail section. Honduras is the leader. Ivory Coast in second. Honduras opens a small gap. Ivory Coast closes in right on them. Ivory Coast surprises and takes the lead. Brazil running second. Now Honduras loses momentum. Honduras recovers and heads to the penultimate funnel. Remember, only 2 spots are available to advance. Brazil now in the final funnel. Brazil and Ivory Coast battling for first. Brazil advances. Brazil qualifies, and Ivory Coast as well. Honduras and Algeria are saying goodbye to the championship, our Marble World Cup. Algeria had issues and stopped on track. Bad luck for them and for the entire coaching staff. Brazil advances. Ivory Coast as well. A new group forms. A new group. Ivory Coast and Brazil. India and Spain. Next group, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and France. Group D. The referee signals. And they're off. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone funnels. Let's see who drops into the maze. First big battle. Heavy collisions. Here comes France. France takes the lead. Costa Rica surprises and calls the elevator first. Costa Rica takes the lead. France in second. Mexico in third. Japan right there, fighting to stay close. Close to the pack. Costa Rica leading. France charging hard. Mexico moves up into second. Now the pressure is on Mexico, right behind Costa Rica. France heads to the penultimate funnel. France takes the lead. Down they go. Costa Rica. Only 2 funnels left to the finish. Just 2. Advance to the next round. Mexico in front, dropping into the final funnel. The fight is on. Costa Rica crosses first. Costa Rica and Mexico. Mexico also qualifies. Japan and France are saying goodbye to the Marble World Cup. Precision, speed, skill. That's what it takes to advance in the World Cup. Costa Rica and Mexico. Job well done. And now, we move on to the semifinals. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. Time for the showdown. Only 2 will reach the grand final. The referee gives the signal. The gates are open. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. So far, everything tied in the cyclone funnels. Who comes out in front? Ivory Coast. Spain takes the lead. Brazil arrives strong and makes the pass. Brazil is the new leader. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Brazil increases the pace, opening a big advantage. Brazil in control. Ivory Coast running second. Dropping into the rail section as well. Brazil first, Ivory Coast second, India third. Spain at the back. Spain moves up into third. Spain nearly makes the pass. Watch out, Ivory Coast surprises. Ivory Coast takes over the lead. Brazil drops to second, Spain in third. We're now at the penultimate funnel. Only 2 advance to the grand final. Here come India and Ivory Coast. Brazil drops. Everyone drops. Brazil. Brazil is heading to the grand final. Ivory Coast also qualifies. Spain and India are eliminated from the World Cup of Marbles. Brazil advances to the grand final. Ivory Coast as well. And if your country isn't here, leave it in the comments. Maybe it's in the next competition. Next matchup, Mexico, Costa Rica, Germany, and Argentina. Only 2 reach the final. The referee signals the gates are open. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone section. Central cyclone. Argentina out front. Contact. Argentina leading. Almost stops there. Germany. Here comes Germany. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Into the rail section. Germany charging. Germany pushing hard. Costa Rica now running second. Argentina through the rail section. Germany leads. Costa Rica second. A spot in the grand final on the line. Only 2. Will qualify? Mexico charges up front and takes the lead. Argentina in second. Costa Rica drops as well. Argentina drops. Mexico wins the race and secures qualification. The final spot goes to Argentina. Argentina and Mexico in the final. Germany and Costa Rica are eliminated from the Marble World Cup. Costa Rica drops now. It's all decided. We have our 4 finalists. And here they are. Brazil and Ivory Coast. Mexico and Argentina. Welcome to the grand final. The golden trophy on the line. Who wins this Marble World Cup? Drop your pick in the comments. 4 competitors. Only one will be champion. Everything's set, and we're underway. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Ivory Coast. All chasing the world title. Into the central funnel. Contact. This fight is massive. Brazil drops. Mexico comes out first. Mexico calls the elevator. Up they go. Ivory Coast in second. This is the grand final. Only one gets closer to that golden trophy. A huge battle in the funnel. Mexico still leading. And the fight for second. Brazil versus Ivory Coast. Brazil gets the better run. Brazil into second. Mexico holds the lead. Argentina arrives. Brazil stays up front. At the penultimate funnel. So close now to the end of the championship. Who's taking the crown? Tell us in the comments. Penultimate funnel. 4 competitors fighting for the title. Look at that. Ivory Coast comes through first. Now who takes second? The battle is on. Into the final funnel. Argentina grabs second. Mexico takes third. And Brazil finishes in 4th. Congratulations to Ivory Coast. Precision, skill, and pure hunger to win. Ivory Coast, the champions of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Let's check the podium. Ivory Coast in first. Mexico takes third. And Argentina holds second on the podium. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. And remember, leave a comment if your country isn't here. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'll be your play-by-play commentator for this event. We have another friendly race on a Marble Circuits track, the Monza Circuit, like we had 2 videos ago. We are going to have another friendly race here at this track. We have 12 countries, the same countries that were in the last Marble Circuits friendly race, and it'll definitely be an exciting race to behold. In the last Marble Circuits friendly race, Japan was the champion, being followed by China, Germany, and the USA. All 4 of these marbles were fighting in the second half of the race for the top couple of spots. France was the leader in the first half of the race, and they finished in 5th in the last friendly race. So we'll have to see if they do better in this friendly race. Looks like they're starting pretty far back in the starting gate. France all the way down there in 11th place in the starting gate. That's going to hurt him in terms of getting a quick lead. But now it is time to start the Marble Circuits 2022 friendly race. And we are off. Who comes out to lead? It's Belgium, being followed by China and Australia as they all go through that little splitter right there. Fortunately for the marbles on the right side, there was no drag reduction because it has been disabled for the first lap. It is China coming out to lead, being followed by Belgium and Germany. But Germany is pretty far behind Belgium, who is a little bit closer to China. But still, China is in the lead. Brazil and Vietnam pressuring for the podium. Germany just trying to fend them off. And they are losing ground on Belgium and China. They are extending their lead by a significant margin, a whole second between 2nd and 3rd place. Here comes Belgium, trying to come up and overtake China. First 2 marbles of this race, and they're drafting China there. And a hit from the back from Belgium to China. China is able to use that to gain some momentum, and they regain a significant lead. And Brazil has now taken 3rd place from Germany, as well as the USA, who now has taken 2nd, or now 3rd. China about a turn ahead of Belgium. And then there's the USA and Japan coming up here again. Japan, the last winner, trying to come up and pressure for the podium. But the USA trying to get as far away as possible from Japan. And now they're pressuring Belgium for 2nd place. China and Belgium have not moved in the overall standings since the beginning of this race. And the USA wants to change that. But here comes Japan as well. And they're pressuring the USA through the back straight. And there goes the USA. An assault on Belgium, and they take over, but Belgium takes it right back. USA falling down to 4th place now as Japan takes 3rd place, and they lose out there. The USA comes back into 3rd place, now pressuring Belgium, and China all the way out there in the lead, not even knowing what's going on in the back. The USA does take 2nd place from Belgium as we enter the 5th lap. China still in the lead. And let's take a look at some of the other major contending marbles from the last Marble Circuits friendly race. You got France all the way down in 12th place. They were in the lead for the good first half of the race in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They're having a terrible start here in this race. They did start in 11th place, possibly what caused their downfall in this race. Then you have Germany. They were also in the top 5 for the second half of the race, and they're down in 7th right now 6th. And let's see if they can catch back up and redeem themselves in this race. Belgium in 3rd place, USA still in 2nd, China in 1st, Japan up there in 4th, Vietnam in 5th, and Brazil in 7th. Now moving up to 5th place. Brazil, another major contender in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They also want to get a podium as well. Let's see if they can. Here comes Vietnam. They overtake Brazil there. Now pressuring Germany and Japan, who are fighting for that 4th and 5th place. China, 2.3 seconds ahead of the USA, who is in 2nd. That is a major lead by China, but hopefully they won't blow it in this race. Let's see if they can hold it for the remainder of the race. We're not even halfway through yet, so they have a long way to go. Front running is definitely a hard skill to master in the world of racing, because you have to keep your focus even though you're all alone up there in the front. Nobody's really pushing you to keep going at the speed that you're going, and it's definitely a hard mental game, and China is doing a good job at it right now. The USA also pretty alone out there in 2nd, really far ahead of Germany and really far behind China. And so they also are having a mental game as well, just trying to stay focused and catch up to China. Germany, though, not so alone as Belgium, creeping up behind them, trying to come up and take over third place. And then there's two more marbles, which is Vietnam and Japan. We are 5th and 6th place marbles. Look how far ahead China is, already passing through that track cross section before the USA even gets to the third turn after the booster. Here comes Vietnam trying to catch up to Germany. Let's see if they can do it, but they're having some trouble because here comes Belgium. They passed for 4th place, now are drafting Germany for 3rd. We are entering the 10th lap, 7 more laps to go. And it is Belgium who comes out into 3rd place now, passing Germany. Now they're setting their sights on the USA, who is losing ground, and Belgium is right up next to the USA. They are drafting them. Let's see if they can pass for 2nd. Here comes Japan as well. They did not want to lose this race. And China, not even in the frame. They're way down. They're probably already in the booster by now. Yeah, they're way, way ahead. Can't even see them in the frame. There they are. About to exit the frame there. They are dominating this race. Let's see if they can have a full sweep, being in 1st place for the entirety of the race. Not challenged even once. The USA still in 1st, but here comes Japan, and they overtake for 3rd place. Now trying to come up and take 2nd. China and the USA have been 1st and 2nd for the entire race. And Japan and Belgium have been trying to change that for almost the entire race. And here they go, and they do it. Japan and Belgium both overtake the USA, and now they're in 2nd and 3rd place. Now they have to catch up to China, which is definitely a difficult task. The USA trying to come up and catch back up to Belgium and Japan, but they're having a hard time because Germany is up there as well, pressuring for 4th place. And the USA losing out to Germany there. Now they're in 5th place, and Argentina now has their sights on the USA. China, though, still in the lead. You can see there, they can see Japan traveling the other way because they're so far ahead in the track. And then that's when they know they are doing good in this race. Japan, though, pretty aggravated at how far ahead China is. They're just hoping and praying that China will make some mistake that will cause them to lose a lot of ground, a lot of speed. But at this point, it'll be very hard to mess up that badly. But Japan coming up now. They've actually got a little bit of ground on China. Maybe Japan and Belgium kind of working together to push each other farther ahead and make their overall speed faster so they can catch up to China. Possibly even Belgium pushing up Japan to China. Or it could just be Belgium is running out of steam and they're slowing down. Through the drag reduction they go. Here comes Germany trying to overtake Belgium through the booster. And Belgium is still in 3rd place. USA down in 6th now. They've been passed by Vietnam. But here they go back up into 5th place. Vietnam down to 7th. Argentina in 6th place. France has moved up to 9th. Better for France, but still no 1st place. I believe they finished in 6th in the last Marble Circus friendly race. And here comes Japan, and they've caught up to China. Wow, China either doing terrible or Japan doing great. Either way, only about a track, 2 track lengths apart. Let's see if Japan can make that gap even smaller, even pressure for the lead. They only have 1 lap to go after this lap, so the time is crucial. Japan trying all they can to catch up to China. China just has to stay in the lead for 1 more lap, and they will be the champion of this race. Belgium, though, also wants to take 2nd place, but Japan does not want that to happen. Here comes Belgium, and they overtake for 2nd place in the final lap. And here they come, trying to overtake China, and they're neck and neck with China. China just has to defend for half a lap, and they will be the champion. But Belgium also wants to have the ultimate comeback story of marble sports. Let's see if it happens. China being drafted by Belgium around the final turn, and it'll be close, but it is China who will be the champion of this race. Belgium coming in at 2nd, Japan in 3rd place. Belgium only 0.3 seconds behind China. Japan 2.3 seconds behind China. Japan finishing in third place after finishing in first in the last Marble Circuits race. Still pretty good finish. And we have the same couple of marbles, Germany, the USA, Vietnam, all up there as well.
We dominated the race in every lap. Fantastic.
Oh my goodness, what a wonderful weekend. Everything worked out for us in this GP. Thank you all.
You can hear the China radio. Very excited. A complete domination of this race. China in the lead for the entire race. Not even pressured once in the entire race. They started in second, but they quickly overtook the lead for first place within the first lap or two. And then they were in the lead for the entire race after that, all 17 laps worth. That is what I call domination. Also Japan, the USA, Belgium, Germany were some other top contenders in this race, all fighting from that second to around fifth place zone. All fighting for that top 5 and for the podium. And ultimately, it was Belgium and Japan who filled the second and third place spots. Unfortunately for Japan, losing out their second place to Belgium in the final lap. But they still got to sit on the podium with Belgium and of course China, our winner of this race. As we take a look at some of these overtakes in the replay, some great overtakes in this race. See here Japan coming up behind Germany and overtakes on the inside through that corner there. And then they had to set their sights on Belgium. Belgium, Japan, the USA, Germany, all enemies in this race. See the USA here in second place. Actually, no, that's not even second place. That's when they were way down in like fifth. And Argentina was pressuring to pass the USA. They never did. But the USA was down there with Argentina in around 6th and 7th. Around the 3/4 mark of the race. You can see there Brazil and Vietnam passing Germany through the drag reduction zone. Definitely an exciting race, a dominating performance by China. Finally coming out and taking the win after getting second place in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They've been training their whole life for this, and now they finally have their moment of glory. Be sure to check out the Fubeca merch store so you can get all the shirts with your favorite Marble Circuits teams on them, so you can cheer for your favorite teams in style. Now it is time for the podium ceremony, where we congratulate all 3 podium sitters from this race. They all did amazing, but today they all aspire to beat China. Congratulations to China for being the winner of this Marble Circuits friendly race. Belgium coming in at second and Japan in third place. Belgium so close to getting first place, 0.3 seconds behind China, but China was able to hold out for the entire race. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment down below, share this video with your friends if you enjoyed, and stay tuned for more future marble tournaments. I'm Jeremiah, signing out. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone. Welcome back to another Marble Circuits friendly race here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. We have 12 teams from all around the globe competing for the prize of being the champion of this friendly race. Who do you want to win? Comment down below. As we take a look at today's track, that large turn right after the booster, the star feature of this circuit, as well as the tunnel here in Monaco. It'll definitely be an exciting race. We'll have to see which countries come out with the win and which countries have the best strategies. Will there be a major front runner for the entire race, or will there be a intense fight for the lead as we go through the entire race? We have Japan, Belgium, China, India, Brazil, France, Australia, Mexico, Vietnam, Germany, the USA, and Argentina. And we are off. Brazil already off to a bad start. Not getting started at the light as we get going into the race. And it is Belgium who comes out to lead into the booster for the first time into this wide corner. And Belgium is able to hold the lead, but China and Japan are close behind. Here comes Japan, drafting Belgium. Let's see if they can make any moves. And they do right there, taking the lead in this first lap. Now China and, France and India are up there in the top 5 as well as we go through the Monaco tunnel into the second lap. Japan trying to extend their lead and get away from the rest of the pack and try to establish a front-running scenario as we go up the booster yet again. Belgium and China still trying to catch up to Japan. Most of the marbles taking the drag reduction zone, the slow side. If one of these marbles are able to get into the fast lane of the drag reduction zone, it will allow them to gain at least a second on the other marbles around them as we go through the Monaco tunnel yet again. Japan still in the lead. Belgium coming in at second, Argentina in third, trying to take second place from Belgium as we go through the wide corner yet again, both in the slow end of the drag reduction zone. Through these hairpins they go, and Argentina losing a little bit of ground on Belgium. China and France, the next pack down, a couple seconds behind, fighting for fourth and fifth place as we start the fourth lap. Here comes Mexico right there, and Mexico takes the lead from France and China, now in fourth place. Can France and China take it back as we go through the drag reduction zone? No. These are the 3 closest marbles in the top 6. Japan, Argentina, and Belgium all a second apart, and then France and Mexico battling for fourth place. Japan off the end of the screen, so far ahead. As we enter the 5th lap now, there's China and Germany, Indonesia, Vietnam, Brazil, all in there in this lower end of the pack, and then Australia and the USA are bringing up the rear as we go through the booster yet again. It's still Belgium trying to catch up to Argentina, who again is trying to catch up to Japan, who has established quite a lead in this race so far. Let's see if they can hold it as we go into the next couple sections of this race. Through the Monaco tunnel yet again, China leading Germany and India as well as Vietnam up there in 6th place. Japan, Argentina, Belgium, Mexico, France in your top 5. China trying to catch up to France, get top 5. It's going to be hard though. All these top 5 marbles are very spaced out from each other, all trying to just catch up to the next marble. They're having a hard time doing it. The pace is just so fast, these marbles can't go much faster. We're halfway through this race already as we go up the booster for the 7th time. It's Japan still in the lead, undefeated for the entirety of this race at this point. Let's see if Argentina can do anything about that. Here comes Mexico and France catching up to Belgium, and now Belgium has some problems. Let's see if they can hold off from Mexico. Japan and Argentina up there, but Belgium and Mexico fighting here in 3rd and 4th. Here comes Mexico, and they overtake for 3rd place up the booster. Can Belgium take it back? There they go through the drag reduction zone. No, that nothing happens there. To go into these next couple of turns, now Mexico is setting their sights on Argentina. Will they be able to catch up before the end of the race? We only have 6 more laps to go before a champion will be crowned. Japan so far ahead, can't even see him. There goes Belgium back into 3rd place over Mexico, and Mexico comes right back there, a couple seconds for Belgium, but in the end Mexico comes back, and now here comes Belgium again, and they're up by Argentina as well. Will be able to pass Argentina and possibly even catch up to Japan. Japan hears the fighting in the background. That gives him all more motivation to stay in the lead because he knows if these marbles are able to catch up, they may be able to overtake in a way he does not allow. As we go into these next couple of turns, Belgium has taken second place from Argentina into the booster, and wide turn they go. Now Belgium has to catch up to Japan. He's at least 3 seconds ahead of Belgium, so it's going to be very difficult, especially because we only have 4 laps to go. Through the tunnel for Japan, and Argentina and Belgium far behind as we enter the 11th lap. Will Argentina be able to catch up? They've taken back second place from Belgium. Up the booster they go. We have France and Mexico down there in 4th and 5th. China still in 6th. USA and Australia still in the rear. Not much happening in that part of the race. It's all up here in the 5th through 2nd range. Japan going through the tunnel yet again. All alone up there. Argentina and Belgium now coming as well. So we go up the booster yet again. We have 2 more laps to go. Argentina just now getting to the drag reduction zone. Japan almost already passed this entire sector. And Belgium close behind Argentina as well. Japan is doing a phenomenal job in this race at keeping the lead and staying away from any other marbles. I guess his dream is to be lapping any of the other marbles. But I don't think he'll be able to do it. USA and Australia are still pretty far ahead of Japan. As we enter the 13th lap, the penultimate lap here at this friendly race in Monaco. Can Argentina catch up to Japan? At this point, it'll take a very big mistake for Japan to lose this lead and Argentina to catch up, but you never know. It could happen in the final lap, but here comes Belgium as well, and they want some action, and they want to take second place as we enter the final lap. Japan in first place, Argentina in second, Belgium in third, France in fourth. China has taken 5th place from Mexico as we go up the booster with Argentina and Belgium, and Japan is nowhere to be seen. Where is Japan? There they are off the screen, and I think they are too far ahead for Argentina to even put a chance of winning this circuit. Let's see where Japan is. There they go, through the tunnel, across the line for the final time, and Japan will be the champion of this friendly race in Monaco. Argentina coming in at second, Belgium in third place, France in fourth, China in fifth, Mexico sixth, and Germany in seventh as we get going with the last couple of marbles here. Japan with the win. Argentina and Belgium get to sit on the podium as well, and France and China in fourth and fifth.
Amazing. We managed to surprise the opponents with our strategy. Congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe we got this victory this weekend. I'm so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You can hear the Japan marble so excited on the radio about this win. They're definitely looking forward to watching the Glass Card 2022 coming soon. Now it's time for the podium ceremony. Congratulations to Japan for getting first place in this friendly race. Argentina in second and Belgium in third place. Argentina 4.5 seconds behind Japan. That is domination out on the track. Great job to Japan.
Welcome to the high-stakes action of Race 1. This is Glasscar Country's 2E26, live from the legendary Sunstorm circuit. The tension is building. The lights are sequence charging. 3, 2, 1. And they are off. Who's going to grab the hole shot? A massive scramble for position, and it's Germany taking the early lead. But look at Colombia charging hard. The former champion is already fighting for the top 3 in this season opener. India makes a power move into first place as they hit the opening booster. India is trying to protect that line through the snake section. Colombia and the USA are right there. Germany is breathing down their necks. Up the second booster they go, finishing a lightning fast first lap. 13 laps of pure adrenaline on the schedule today. Germany dives deep into the hairpin looking for a way through. But India shuts the door on Germany. Colombia is losing a bit of ground, and now the pressure is on from Uruguay and the USA. The USA started P2 on the grid. They showed incredible pace during qualifying, We have to keep a close watch on them. India is absolutely checking out right now. Fastest lap, 1969 on lap 2. Can anyone challenge the pace of this Indian squad? India now enters the final booster of the lap. Colombia is chasing hard, but Germany is under attack from Uruguay. Wait, Uruguay might have just snatched that position. Colombia just stole the fastest lap from India. In 1864, they are flying, pushing through the back straight, into the hairpin and back into the booster zone. Into lap 5, India remains unchallenged in this opening stint. A 2-second gap back to Colombia, but look at Colombia. A major mistake costs them. The gap opens up to 3 seconds. Now Uruguay is looking to pounce and take P2 away from Colombia. What an unexpected clinic from India. They didn't have the best qualifying run, but here they are leading the field with a massive margin. There goes Uruguay challenging Colombia, and Japan is moving. Japan is now in the mix. Japan up to 4th, and they are pressuring Uruguay now. Blasted down the back straight. India is so far ahead, they've left the frame. All the eyes are on this dogfight for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spots. Japan is still looking for an opening, and Uruguay strikes. They take 2nd place from Colombia. Into the booster. Can Colombia fight back immediately? Uruguay is defending like crazy to hold that lead. Colombia is right there. Japan is lurking, but where is India? 7.5 seconds. That is a dominant gap for India over Uruguay. Japan is feeling the heat from Germany and the USA. The big heavy hitters of qualifying are back. And here comes Canada. We haven't seen much of them, but Canada is surging through the booster. Uruguay and Colombia are locked in a battle for silver. Colombia is desperate to get that 2nd place back. India flashes past the screen before Uruguay even makes the corner. Total dominance. Let's check the mid-pack action. Brazil's fighting in 9th. Here's a look at some of the back of the pack. India is so far ahead, they've left the frame. Oh, France has a massive incident on track. That's going to cost them several positions. France drops all the way down to the back of the field. Germany just snatched 4th place from the USA. But Japan isn't done. They're trying to reclaim the spot. Who are you rooting for? Drop your country's flag in the comments right now and hit subscribe. The USA fights back for 4th as we head into lap 11. India is in a different zip code, a total masterclass of pure clinical dominance. India now has an 8-second lead. What a historical performance from India. I don't think we ever saw a lead this big in Season 1. India is setting the bar at an impossible level for 2026. Pure brilliance here at the Sunstorm Circuit. This isn't a race. It's a statement of pure dominance by the Indian squad. Lap 12, just 2 more laps to go. India is already closing out the 12th lap, starting the final lap of this incredible race. White flag is out, final lap. India is in a league of their own. Uruguay is in 2nd, but look at Canada in 3rd. What a comeback from Canada, climbing multiple positions to secure a podium spot. Japan is struggling, sliding down to 8th. It's been a tough day for the Japanese squad. India is so fast, they're about to lap the back markers, but it won't matter. India takes the checkered flag. India wins. Congratulations to India, an absolute masterclass. Uruguay crosses the line in 2nd, 5.8 seconds behind India. That is pure domination. USA takes the final podium spot in 3rd. Canada finishes 4th with Colombia rounding out the top 5. Colombia held that silver for a long time, but they slipped to 5th in the closing stages. They had a great race. Here are your full standings after this battle. 40 points tonight for India. Uruguay takes home 35. USA with 34, a huge opening statement from India. An incredible showing from both of our top finishers. The USA secures the bronze. Canada 4th, Colombia 5th. Japan finishes in 6th. Germany in 7th. And where's our pole sitter, Brazil? Down in 9th place. A tough day at the office for Brazil. Hopefully, they can redeem themselves in the next race. Let's take a look at the replays. It all started in turn 1. That's where the trouble began for Brazil. Brazil got squeezed on the outside and the pack just swarmed. Almost every other racer fought for that line. Germany was the first to emerge with the lead. And look at Colombia's explosive start. They were the main contender in the first half of the race. But India was on another level. They took the lead and never looked back. Flawless racing. What a massive victory for India. Hitting that first booster. Check out the tactical line India took here, staying tight on the right side through the S section, going straight through without touching the walls. That's how you save time and keep your speed up. Uruguay eventually locked down second place. Here's that crucial overtake on Colombia. From that point on, Colombia really started to struggle. They almost fought back, but the momentum was gone. And here comes Japan. They finished in 6th after a brave effort. They were fighting for the podium early on, but they just couldn't sustain that pace. Canada was down in 7th at this point, but look at them go, finish in 4th. An incredible recovery by the Canadian team. They weren't even in the qualifying spotlight until the final round last Wednesday. Keep your eye on Canada. They are the dark horse in terms of pure grit. Canada definitely takes the award today. And there's that slick move by Japan before the boost. But here comes Canada putting the squeeze on Colombia. They snatched that position right at the end. Now it's time for the podium ceremony. Congratulations to India, winner of Race 1 Glass Car Countries 226. Uruguay takes the silver, 5 seconds back, and USA takes the bronze. Nearly 12 seconds behind the leader, India was untouchable. Congrats to our 3 podium finishers. What a way to kick off the new season. A massive thank you to all the fans around the globe for the incredible energy today. We couldn't do this without your amazing support. Make sure you stay tuned because Marble Champions 2026 arrives next Saturday in grand style. Thanks for watching, and now stick around for an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at how we brought this massive world event to life. Enjoy the making of.
"16 marbles, 16 nations, ready for a wild ride on this insane track.
Into the Fubeca Marble Arena.
Funnels of every size, 2 electric elevators, and pure marble adrenaline. Every twist, every spiral, every drop, precision and chaos all at once. The crowd is roaring, the marbles are set, and the tension is electric. All eyes on the board. 16 countries lined up for the knockout bracket. The stage is set. This is the world-friendly cup here on Fubeca Race. A stunning top view of the board. The round of 16 is ready with the golden trophy at the center. On the left side, it's the United States against Japan. What a clash to start things off. Next up, Nigeria takes on Ecuador. Pure speed from both sides. England versus Croatia, a battle of precision and power. Closing the left side, France faces Spain. 2 marble giants collide. On the right side, Portugal against Germany, a technical showdown. Russia versus Argentina, strength meets strategy. Italy against Belgium, and finally Mexico versus Brazil. What a bracket! And now, the full board view. Look at this setup. Fubeca Race keeps evolving, bigger, faster, and louder every season. Check out those sponsor banners on the stands. Yes, your brand can be here too. Email us at fubecarous@gmail.com and be part of the next races. We open to the full track. So many banners ready for new sponsors. This arena is made for big names and big moments. Here comes the first showdown. United States versus Japan. The board is set. Let the Fubeca Race begin. They're lined up in total focus on the start line. And they roll! The race is on. Pure emotion in the arena. They enter the labyrinth section. Tight turns and crazy zigzags ahead. The US goes into the white funnel first, the biggest one of the race. Japan takes the other path and dives into the second funnel. What a start! The United States drops first into the next funnel, taking the lead again. Japan slows down, but comes back strong. Japan takes the lead and becomes the first to reach the electric wheel elevator. A mixed section ahead, pure tension in the crowd. Japan climbs the spiral electric elevator while the United States falls behind but tries to recover. Still plenty of track to go, with 3 huge funnels that could change everything. No gap anymore. They fight side by side through the final triple funnel section. The United States passes and retakes the lead. Japan slows down in the funnel. What a battle! The crowd goes wild in the final stretch, and the United States wins, securing a spot in the quarterfinals. Japan still trapped in the funnel. What a race! Pure drama and excitement here at Fubeca Race. Japan moves slowly down the track. Finally, Japan reaches the finish line. What a race! Follow the behind-the-scenes action on Instagram. Over 158,000 fans already cheering for Fubeca Race every week. Join us at Fubeca Race. The United States advances on the board, move by hand, waiting for their quarterfinal opponent. The board reveals the next clash, Mexico versus Brazil. The crowd is ready. And there they go. The marbles roll again. Pure excitement on the Fubeca racetrack. Wow, the marbles collided and stopped on the track. Looks like we have a track marshal intervention. Let's wait for the official decision. Here's the replay. Oh, both marbles got completely stuck.
Get ready for the restart. Brazil versus
Restart. That's the decision, and it seems fair. It's an elimination round. Only one advances from this battle. The marbles roll again. Restart activated. Collisions are always intense in this first module. Brazil enters the big funnel first. What a move! Mexico tries to make contact but misses. Then dives hard into the second funnel side by side with Brazil. Mexico pushes inside the funnel, makes the touch, and takes the lead. Now Mexico leads the race heading to the electric elevator. Mexico runs clean through Sector 2 on the rails, while Brazil stays behind trying to catch up. Here come the spiral elevators. Mexico advances toward the triple funnel section. Brazil returns with speed and makes the contact. Brazil takes the lead. Mexico fights back in the next funnel. They're body to body again in an incredible battle. Intense fight now in the last funnel. The crowd is going absolutely crazy. It's Brazil. What a finish. What a race here at Fubeca Race. An amazing run from both teams. Brazil's timing and precision secured this victory in style. Let's recap. Mexico started strong, led the elevator, but Brazil's comeback through the funnels was pure determination. A thrilling match. Classic Fubeca Race drama.
And we're off. France versus Spain in the round of 16.
France versus Spain. A true European battle on the board. Start. They roll down fast. 2 marbles, but only one will advance to the quarterfinals. Spain takes the lead and conquers the white funnel, while France comes in strong from the other side. Spain keeps the momentum and dives into funnel 2. Full control. Now it's side by side, Spain and France in a tight duel. Spain climbs the elevator, smooth and steady. Spain races along the rail section, perfect balance. Up the spiral elevator, and here comes France closing in for a head-to-head fight. Three final funnels, and only one spot for the quarterfinals. France leads the way. Spain makes contact and takes the lead. Only one funnel left for the qualification. Wow! France drops fast and the battle explodes. My goodness! France decides it. They advance to the quarterfinals. What a finish! What a race, my friends. Pure intensity, pure drama at Fubeca Race. What are you all thinking about these matchups? I'm loving every second of this championship so far.
Germany versus Portugal in the round of 16.
Germany versus Portugal, the last battle for our quarterfinal spot. Everything's ready, total focus on the start line. And they roll, massive energy from the crowd. Here we go. Huge collision in the first module. Portugal breaks through and takes the first funnel. Germany reacts fast and dives into the funnel right after. Portugal moves into funnel 2. What a rhythm! Don't forget to follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, @Fubeca Race, for exclusive clips, replays, and behind-the-scenes action. Germany fights hard and climbs the electric elevator. Germany rides the rails in Sector 2. Smooth precision. Portugal closes in. They're side by side in the next funnel. Both marbles drop together. Only 2 funnels left to decide the winner. Portugal dives into the final funnel. My goodness, what a showdown. And Portugal takes it. They're moving on to the quarterfinals. What a performance. Speed, control, and heart all the way. If your country isn't in this championship, let me know in the comments. We might include it in future Fubeca races.
And we're off. Nigeria versus Ecuador in the round of 16.
Nigeria versus Ecuador. Everything ready for the next battle. Start triggered, and the marbles go down fast. Wow, sequential collisions right off the start. This one's going to be wild. Ecuador slides skillfully through the big funnel and heads into funnel 2. Oh god, what a master move from Nigeria, arriving and passing without hesitation. Ecuador keeps the pressure but falls behind again. Nigeria looking strong, but this final stretch has been a headache for many competitors. Ecuador moves through the rails and onto the spiral elevator. Ecuador tries to make contact, but Nigeria already dropped. Nigeria versus Ecuador, a true clash of giants. Nigeria enters the last funnel with full focus for the finish. Ecuador drops into the penultimate funnel, trying one last move. Nigeria secures the qualification. What an incredible race. Tell us in the comments, who are you cheering for, and which country should join the next Fubeca race? And slowly, Ecuador reaches the finish line. What a brave effort! Nigeria advances, and their next opponent will be a real challenge, the United States.
And we're off. Belgium versus Italy in the round of 16.
Belgium versus Italy, another high-stakes battle ahead. Everything's ready for the start, and start! The marbles roll with hunger. This one's for a spot in the quarterfinals. Look at that banner on the stands. Yes, your brand can also be part of Fubeca Race. Email fubecarisugmail.com and advertise in future races. We're in funnel 2 now. The battle is on. Belgium reaches the elevator first. Italy follows with a clean, precise entry. No time wasted. So tight so far, neither team gives an inch. Now it gets real. 3 final funnels will decide the winner. Wow, they're literally side by side, glued together on the drop. Italy takes the lead. Momentum swings again. Oh my goodness, what a race. Belgium takes the win and advances to the quarterfinals.
Celebrates a stunning victory here today.
Breakdown. Belgium's early elevator edge at 11:32, composure through the triple funnels, and a perfectly timed final drop outpaced Italy right at the end. Croatia versus England, racing to fill the second-to-last quarterfinal spot.
Croatia versus England. The battle begins now.
The marbles roll. This feels like a grand final atmosphere. Oh my goodness, total chaos on the track. I don't know about you fans, but I love this level of competition. Track marshals have been called in. We'll wait for their decision. Here's the replay. Those collisions were brutal. The marbles need to stay sharp through these impacts.
And it's official. The referees decide on
Restart. That's the official call. No penalties. And honestly, I think the marshals got it right, but I'd love to hear your thoughts down in the comments. Both marbles conquer the big funnel together. Incredible timing. England takes the lead, but not for long. Croatia makes the move and takes the lead instead. What a turnaround! Croatia advances into the final sector, the triple funnel zone. Here comes England with speed, closing the gap fast. England passes and takes the lead at the most critical moment. Oh my goodness, my heart's racing. These funnels are pure tension. Wow, this is the decisive moment of the race. England wins the race. What a finish, my friends. Absolutely thrilling. That was an unbelievable battle. Croatia pushed hard, but England's timing through the funnels made the difference. A smart, patient run from England, waiting for the right moment to strike. Croatia was fantastic in pace and control, but small details at the end decided everything. What a duel, what a story, this is Fubeca Race at its finest. Tell us in the comments, did you expect this result, and who do you think will be the next to reach the semifinals? Russia versus Argentina, and the start is on, the marbles roll down fast. Wow, what just happened here? It looks like Russia fell off the track. Oh my goodness. It went far off the course. The cameras finally found it. But how did that even happen?
Match interrupted. Referees are analyzing what happened.
They're reviewing the footage. This looks serious. Let's check the slow motion replay. Oh my goodness, that looked like a dirty move from Argentina. What do you think, fans? This could mean disqualification, and we'll have to wait for the final decision.
The referees and match committee decided to restart the match.
That didn't seem very fair. Did they call for a restart? Fans, tell us what you think. I'm really curious to hear your opinions about this incident. Oh my goodness, did that just happen again? Replay, let's see that moment. That looked like revenge. Haha, Argentina deserved that one. Sorry, but wow. Insane, another restart has been called. And they roll again. This time it's for real. Clean descent ahead. Wow, the battle is hot. Sequential collisions everywhere. The marbles enter funnel 1, and Argentina makes a clean overtake. That's how racing should be, clean and fair competition. Russia falls behind, losing speed on the descent. Things are tight now, both marbles together in the same funnel. Penultimate funnel, both drop in at the same time. Wow, what a battle! This will be decided in the final second. Argentina wins and advances to the quarterfinals. What a race, fans! Pure chaos, drama, and redemption. This is why we love Fubeca Race. Argentina advances and will face Portugal in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are set. Only 8 giant marbles remain, fighting for the Fubeca Race trophy.
The championship is at stake.
Let the quarterfinals begin. United States versus Nigeria. What a clash. Massive collision right off the start. Chaos in the first module. Nigeria leads into funnel 2. Follow all the action on Instagram, Fubeca, for exclusive behind the scenes and replays. United States retakes the lead, full speed ahead. United States enters the final sector. Nigeria struggles behind and loses precious seconds. But these funnels are tricky. Nigeria comes back strong and takes the lead. United States recovers again. We're neck and neck heading into the final funnel. Oh my goodness, another decision in the final funnel. What a track, what a battle. Nigeria wins and advances to the semifinals. The United States says goodbye to the tournament here.
Won the competition and advanced to the next stage of the Fubeca Race Championship.
Nigeria becomes the first semifinalist of the tournament. What a powerful run.
Belgium versus Brazil. A spot.
Belgium versus Brazil. Who will join the semifinals? Are you ready? Go, go, the race is on. And remember, your brand can be part of this excitement too. Email fubeca@ugmail.com and advertise during our next events. First funnel, all marbles rolling in together. Funnel 2, side by side, neck and neck. Brazil drops and takes the wheel elevator first. Incredible precision and control. Let's take a quick look back at how these quarterfinals were built. A bracket full of drama, collisions, and pure marble mastery. From the group stages to the last turn, each country earned its place through skill and timing, and now only the best of the best remain. Nigeria, Argentina, Portugal, Brazil, Belgium, England, France, and Croatia. 8 nations, one dream, the Fubeca Race Trophy. Brazil takes the lead in the final funnel, but Belgium is right there, marking every move. Wow, so close. Belgium almost made contact and could have changed everything, but Brazil holds on and advances to the semifinals. Belgium finishes the race, but it's too late. Brazil advances. The crowd is going wild with joy. What a moment for the Brazilian fans here at Fubeca Race. England versus France. This one's for a semi-final spot. Go! The marbles roll down. Collision is inevitable at this stage. England drops first into the funnel, and France follows right behind. England leads and moves into the next funnel, totally determined to win this one. Quick reminder, fans, new races every Saturday. Subscribe now for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes videos. We'll also post this race without narration or sound effects for those who love to hear the pure sound of the marbles rolling. England takes the lead and enters the final funnel sector. France arrives and shows it's still in this race, not giving up at all. Don't forget to join our YouTube community polls and help decide the next races you want to see. France enters the last funnel. This is it. Who's going to win? Wow, that was close. England drops into the final funnel too. Incredible. What a finish. England wins and advances to the semi-finals. What an amazing race, fans. Drop your comments. We love hearing your reactions. Now it's time for the last semi-final spot. Will it be Argentina or Portugal? England, Nigeria, and Brazil are already through. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's race, marbles. This one decides who goes to the semifinals. Wow, what a view of the track. Absolutely stunning. Tight race in funnel 1, neck and neck. Argentina leads through funnel 2, showing strength and precision. Argentina takes the wheel elevator first. Portugal climbs the elevator right behind, trying not to lose sight of Argentina. Every second counts now. Oh my goodness, Argentina gets stuck on the elevator, but wait, Portugal might be able to help. Whew, that's exactly what happened. Portugal gives the push, but Argentina loses precious time. What a crazy race. Everything happens here at Fubeca Race. Argentina stays ahead despite all the setbacks. Pure resilience. Wow, what a beautiful dance between these marbles. So smooth. Argentina drops first, followed closely by Portugal into the final funnel. It's all or nothing now. Oh my goodness, Portugal takes the win and secures the last semifinal spot. What heartbreak for Argentina after that elevator delay. Let's break down how this incredible semifinal lineup came together. 4 nations that survived chaos, collisions, and pure marble madness. From early dominance to comeback stories, these semifinalists have shown precision, speed, and heart all the way. Your semifinalists are Nigeria, Brazil, England, and Portugal, each chasing the Fubeca Race Trophy in style. And we're off, Nigeria versus England, a fierce battle for the first spot in the grand final. Remember, your brand can be here too. Sponsor Fubeca Race and appear in our next events. Email fubecarisugmail.com to join. England takes the lead and secures funnel 2. Nigeria arrives to the party as well. It's getting intense. Nigeria climbs the wheel elevator and moves to the rail sector. Now reaching the spiral elevator, momentum keeps building on this electric semi-final. A fierce fight in the final section of the track. Support the channel. Join our membership community. We've got exclusive lives and extra videos just for you. Nigeria makes contact and takes the lead. One final funnel to go. England drops right behind. The race will be decided in the tiniest details. Wow, England takes it and becomes the first finalist of our championship. Don't miss the grand finale. Follow Fubeca on Instagram for behind the scenes. Visit fubecaris.com for full rankings and subscribe on YouTube for both English and Portuguese channels. See you in the next race. This is Fubeca Race. Portugal versus Brazil, a battle between brothers. I love both of these countries, but only one can reach the final. Start authorized. This is it. Only one will move on. Battle in the first funnel. This race is heating up fast. Now both enter funnel 2 side by side. Portugal takes the lead through the rail sector. Smooth and fast. Brazil follows closely. The final funnel fight is coming. Brazil catches up. Only 3 funnels remain. Brazil makes the pass and takes the lead. What a turnaround. Portugal and Brazil together in the penultimate funnel. Portugal drops first into the last one. Brazil drops right after. Here we go, this decides it. Brazil, it's yours. You're going to the final. What an incredible performance. Portugal fought bravely till the end. What an incredible championship so far. Our grand finalists, England and Brazil, have shown pure precision, passion, and control on every turn. 2 nations, 1 dream, to lift the Fubeca Race Trophy. Now it's time for the battle for 3rd place. This still means a photo on the podium. It matters. Nigeria versus Portugal. And they're off, rolling with skill and confidence.
Before we move to the final showdown, we remind all fans in the stands, please keep the area.
Beautiful shot of the big funnel. I just love this view.
Energy makes this championship unforgettable.
Portugal takes the lead now.
The arena and for each team. And now, get ready for the grand final.
They're dancing through funnel 2. Pure rhythm.
The clash for the ultimate glory begins.
Nigeria climbs first to the wheel elevator. Moving fast through the rail sector. Portugal shortens the distance. This battle isn't over yet. And Portugal makes contact. It's funnel 3 now. What an engaging fight between these 2 marbles. Portugal moves ahead, calm and confident. Portugal avoids contact, keeps control, and drops into